Chapter 23 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 23. The Menial. Things had been going nowise really better with Mary, though there was now more lull and less storm around her. The position was becoming less and less endurable to her, and she had as yet no glimmer of a way out of it. Breath of genial air never blew in the shop, except when this and that customer entered it. But how dear the dull old chapel had grown! Not that she heard anything more to her mind, or that she paid any more attention to what was said, but the memory of her father filled the place, and when the Bible was read, or some favourite hymn sung, he seemed to her actually present. And might not love, she thought, even love to her, be strong enough to bring him from the gracious freedom of the new life back to the house of bondage, to share it for an hour with his daughter? When Hesper entered, she was disappointed to see Mary so much changed. But when, at the sight of her, the pale face brightened, and a faint rosy flush overspread it from brow to chin, Mary was herself again, as Hesper had known her, and the radiance of her own presence, reflected from Mary, cast a reflex of sunshine into the February of Hesper's heart. Had Mary known how long it was since such a smile had lighted the face she so much admired, hers would have flushed with a profounder pleasure. Hesper was human after all, though her humanity was only molluscous as yet, and it is not in the power of humanity in any stage of development to hold itself indifferent to the pleasure of being loved. Also, poor as is the feeling comparatively, it is yet a reflex of love itself, the shine of the sun in a rain-pool. She walked up to Mary, holding out her hand. "Oh, ma'am, I'm so glad to see you!" exclaimed Mary, forgetting her manners in her love. "I too am glad," drawled Hesper, genuinely, though with condescension. "I hope you are well. I cannot say you look so." "I'm pretty well, thank you, ma'am," answered Mary, flushing afresh. Not much anxiety was anywhere expressed about her health now, except by Beenie, who mourned over the loss of her plumpness, and told her if she did not eat she would soon follow her poor father. "Come and have a drive with me," said Hesper, moved by a sudden impulse through some hidden motion of sympathy. She felt as she looked at her that the place was stuffy. "It'll do you good," she went on. "You are too much indoors, and the ceiling is low," she added, looking up. "It's very kind of you," replied Mary, "but I don't think I could quite manage it today." She looked around as she spoke. There were not many customers, but for conscience' sake she was trying hard to give as little ground for offence as possible. "Why not? If I were to ask Mr. If you really wish it, ma'am, I will venture to go for half an hour. There's no occasion to speak to Mr. Turnbull. Besides, it is almost dinner time." "Do, then. I am sure you will eat a better dinner for having had a little fresh air first. It's a lovely morning. We will drive to the Roman camp on the top of Clover Down." "I shall be ready in 2 minutes," said Mary, and ran from the shop. As she passed along the outside of his counter coming back, she stopped and told Mr. Turnbull where she was going. Instead of answering her, he turned himself towards Mrs. Redmain, and went through a series of bows and smiles, recognizant of favour, which she did not choose to see. She turned and walked from the shop, got into the brougham, and made room for Mary at her side. But although the drive was a lovely one, and the view from either window delightful, and to Mary it was like getting out of a tomb to leave the shop in the middle of the day, she saw little of the sweet country on any side, so much occupied was she with Hesper. Ere they stopped again at the shop door, the two young women were nearer being friends than Hesper had ever been with any one. The sleepy heart in her was not yet dead, but capable still of the pleasure of showing sweet condescension and gentle patronage to one who admired her, and was also agreeable. To herself she justified her kindness to Mary with the remark that the young woman deserved encouragement, whatever that might mean, because she was so anxious to improve herself, a duty Hesper could recognize in another. As they went, Mary told her something of her miserable relations with the Turnbulls, and as they returned, Hesper actually, this time with perfect seriousness, proposed that she should give up business and live with her. Nor was this the ridiculous thing it may at first sight appear to not a few of my readers. It arose from what was almost the first movement in the direction of genuine friendship Hesper had ever felt. She had been familiar in her time with a good many, but familiarity is not friendship, and may or may not exist along with it. Some who would scorn the idea of a friendship with such as Mary will be familiar enough with maids as selfish as themselves, and part with them the next day or the next hour, with never a twinge of regret. Of this Hesper was as capable as any, but friendship is its own justification, and she felt no horror at the new motion of her heart. At the same time, she did not recognize it as friendship, and had she suspected Mary of regarding their possible relation in that light, she would have dismissed her pride, perhaps contempt. Nevertheless, the sorely whelmed divine thing in her had uttered a feeble sigh of incipient longing after the real. Mary had begun to draw out the love in her, while her conventional judgment justified the proposed extraordinary proceeding with the argument of the endless advantages to result from having in the house, devoted to her wishes, a young woman with an absolute genius for dressmaking, one capable not only of originating in that foremost of arts, but no doubt with a little experience of carrying out also with her own hands the ideas of her mistress. No more would she have to send for the dressmaker on every smallest necessity. No more must she postpone confidence in her appearance that was in herself until Sepia, dressed, should be at leisure to look her over. Never yet had she found herself the best dressed in a room. Now there would be hope. Nothing, however, was clear in her mind as to the position she would have Mary occupy. She had a vague feeling that one like her ought not to be expected to undertake things befitting such women as her maid Folter, for between Mary and Folter there was, she saw, less room for comparison than between Folter and a naked Hottentot. She was incapable at the same time of seeing that, in the eyes of certain courtiers of a high kingdom, not much known in the world of fashion, but not less the judges of the beautiful, there was a far greater difference between Mary and herself than between herself and her maid, or between her maid and the Hottentot. For while the said beholders could hardly have been astonished at Hesper's marrying Mr. Redmain, there would, had Mary done such a thing, have been dismay and a hanging of the head before the face of her Father in heaven. "Come and live with me, Miss Marston," said Hesper, but it was with a laugh, and that light touch of the tongue which suggests but a flying fancy spoken for the sake of the preposterous, while Mary, not forgetting she had heard the same thing once before, heard it with a smile, and had no rejoinder ready, whereupon Hesper, who was in reality feeling her way, ventured a little more seriousness. "I should never ask you to do anything you would not like," she said. "I don't think you could," answered Mary. "There are more things I should like to do for you than you would think to ask. In fact," she added, looking round with a loving smile, "I don't know what I shouldn't like to do for you." "My meaning was that, as a thing of course, I should never ask you to do anything menial," explained Hesper, venturing a little further still, and now speaking in a tone perfectly matter of fact. "I don't know what you intend by menial," returned Mary. Hesper thought it not unnatural she should not be familiar with the word, and proceeded to explain it as well as she could. That seeming ignorance may be the consequence of more knowledge she had yet to learn. "Menial, don't you know," she said, "is what you give servants to do." But therewith she remembered that Mary's help in certain things wherein her maid's incapacity was harrowing was one of the hopes she mainly cherished in making her proposal. That definition of menial would hardly do. I mean," she resumed, with a little embarrassment, a rare thing with her, "things like cleaning one's shoes, don't you know, or brushing your hair." Mary burst out laughing. "Let me come to you tomorrow morning," she said, "and I will brush your hair, that you will want me to come again the next day, you beautiful creature! Whose hands would not be honoured to handle such stuff as that?" As she spoke, she took in her fingers a little stray drift from the masses of golden twilight that crowned one of the loveliest temples in which the Holy Ghost had not yet come to dwell. "If cleaning your shoes be menial, Brushing your hair must be royal," she added. Hesper's heart was touched, and if at the same time herself was flattered, the flattery was mingled with its best antidote, love. "Do you really mean," she said, "you would not mind doing such things for me? Of course I should not be exacting." She laughed again, afraid of showing herself too much in earnest before she was sure of Mary. "You would not ask me to do anything menial?" said Mary archly. "I dare not promise," said Hesper in tone responsive. "How could I help it, if I saw you longing to do what I was longing to have you do?" She added, growing more and more natural, "I would no more mind cleaning your boots than my own," said Mary. "But I should not like to clean my own boots," rejoined Hesper. "No more should I, except it had to be done. Even then I would much rather not," returned Mary, "for cleaning my own would not interest me. To clean yours would. Still, I would rather not, for the time might be put to better use, except always it were necessary, and then of course it couldn't. But as to anything degrading in it, I scorn the idea. I heard my father once say that to look down on those who have to do such things may be to despise them for just the one honourable thing about them. Shall I tell you what I understand by the word menial? You know it has come to have a disagreeable taste about it, though at first it only meant, as you say, something that fell to the duty of attendance." "Do tell me," answered Hesper with careless permission. "I did not find it out myself," said Mary. "My father taught me. He was a wise as well as a good man, Mrs. Redmain." "Oh!" said Hesper, with the ordinary indifference of fashionable people to what an inferior may imagine worth telling them. "He said," persisted Mary, notwithstanding, "that it is menial to undertake anything you think beneath you for the sake of money, and still more menial, having undertaken it, not to do it as well as possible." "That would make out a good deal more of the menial in the world than is commonly supposed," laughed Hesper. "I wonder who would do anything for you if you didn't pay them, one way or another." "I've taken my father's shoes out of Beanie's hands many a time," said Mary, "and finished them myself just for the pleasure of making them shine for him." "Really?" drawled Hesper, and set out for the conclusion that, after all, it was no such great compliment the young woman had paid her in wanting to brush her hair. Evidently she had a taste for low things, was naturally menial, would do as much for her own father as for a lady like her. But the light in Mary's eyes checked her. "Any service done without love, whatever it be," resumed Mary, "is slavery, neither more nor less. It cannot be anything else. So, you see, most slaves are made slaves by themselves, and that is what makes me doubtful whether I ought to go on serving in the shop, for as far as the Turnbulls are concerned, I have no pleasure in it. I am only helping them to make money, not doing them any good." "Why do you not give it up at once, then?" asked Hesper. "Because I like serving the customers. They were my father's customers, and I have learned so much from having to wait on them." "Well, now," said Hesper, with a rush for the goal, "if you will come to me, I will make you comfortable, and you shall do just as much or as little as you please." "What will your maid think?" suggested Mary. "If I am to do what I please, she will soon find me trespassing on her domain." "I never trouble myself about what my servants think," said Hesper. "But it might hurt her, you know, to be paid to do a thing and then not allowed to do it." "Well, she may take herself away, then. I had not thought of parting with her, but I should not be at all sorry if she went. She would be no loss to me." "Why should you keep her, then?" "Because one is just as good and as bad as another. She knows my ways, and I prefer not to have to break in a new one. It's a bore to have to say how you like everything done." "But you're speaking now as if you meant it," said Mary, waking up to the fact that Hesper's tone was one of business, and she no longer seemed half playing with the proposal. "Do you mean you want me to come and live with you?" "Indeed I do," answered Hesper emphatically. "You shall have a room close to my bedroom, and there you shall do as you like all day long, and when I want you, I dare say you will come." "Fast enough," said Mary, cheerily, as if all was settled. In contrast with her present surroundings, the prospect was more than attractive. "But would you let me have my piano?" she asked with sudden apprehension. "You shall have my grand piano, always when I'm out, which will be every night in the season, I dare say. That will give you plenty of practice, and you'll be able to have the best of lessons. And think of the concerts and oratorios you'll go to." As she spoke, the carriage drew up at the door of the shop, and Mary took her leave. Hesper accepted her acknowledgments in the proper style of a benefactress, and returned her good-bye kindly, but not yet did she shake hands with her. Some of my readers may wonder that Mary should for a moment dream of giving up what they would call her independence, for was she not on her own ground in the shop of which she was a proprietor? And was the change proposed, by whatever name it might be called, anything other than service? But they are outside it, and Mary was in it, and knew how little such an independence was worth the name. Almost everything about the shop had altered in its aspect to her. The very air she breathed in it seemed slavish, nor was the change in her. The whole thing was growing more and more sordid, for now, save for her part, the one spirit ruled it entirely. The work had therefore more or less grown a drudgery to her. The spirit of gain was in full blast, and whoever did not trim his sails to it was in danger of finding it rough weather. No longer could she, without offence and consequent disturbance of spirit, arrange her attendance as she pleased, or have the same time for reading as before. She could encounter black looks, but she could not well live with them. And how was she to continue the servant of such ends as were now exclusively acknowledged in the place? The proposal of Mrs. Redmain stood in advantageous contrast to this treadmill work. In her house she would be called only to the ministrations of love, and would have plenty of time for books and music, with 1,000 means of growth unapproachable in Testbridge. All the slavery lay in the shop, all the freedom in the personal service. But she strove hard to suppress anxiety, for she saw that, of all poverty-stricken contradictions, a Christian with little faith is the worst. The chief attraction to her, however, was simply Hesper herself. She had fallen in love with her. I hardly know how otherwise to describe the current with which her being set towards her. Few hearts are capable of loving as she loved. It was not merely that she saw in Hesper a grand creature, and lovely to look upon, or that one so much her superior in position showed such a liking for herself. She saw in her one she could help, one at least who sorely needed help, for she seemed to know nothing of what made life worth having, one who had done, and must yet be capable of doing, things degrading to the humanity of womanhood. Without the hope of helping in the highest sense, Mary could not have taken up her abode in such a house as Mrs. Redmain's. No outward service of any kind, even to the sick, was to her service enough to choose. Were it laid upon her, she would hasten to it, for necessity is the push, gentle or strong, as the man is more or less obedient, by which God sends him into the path he would have him take. But to help to the birth of a beautiful psyche, enveloped in all the gummy cerecloths of its chrysalis, not yet aware even that it must get out of them, and spread great wings to the sunny wind of God, that was a thing for which the holiest of saints might well take a servant's place, the thing for which the Lord of life had done it before him. To help out such a lovely sister, how Hesper would have drawn herself up at the word, "It's mine, not Mary's," as she would be when no longer holden of death, but her real self, the self God meant her to be when he began making her, would indeed be a thing worth having lived for. Between the ordinarily benevolent woman and Mary Marston there was about as great a difference as between the fashionable church-goer and Catherine of Siena. She would be Hesper's servant, that she might gain Hesper. I would not have her therefore wondered at as a marvel of humility. She was simply a young woman who believed that the man called Jesus Christ is a real person, such as those represent him who profess to have known him, and she therefore believed the man himself, believed that when he said a thing he entirely meant it, knowing it to be true, believed therefore that she had no choice but to do as he told her. That man was the servant of all, therefore, to regard any honest service as degrading would be, she saw, to deny Christ, to call the life of creation's hero a disgrace. Nor was he the first servant. He did not of himself choose his life. The Father gave it to him to live, sent him to be a servant, because he, the Father, is the first and greatest servant of all. He gives it to one to serve as the rich can, to another as the poor must. The only disgrace, whether of the counting-house, the shop, or the family, is to think the service degrading. If it be such, why not sit down and starve rather than do it? No man has a right to disgrace himself. Starve, I say, the world will lose nothing in you, for you are its disgrace, who count service degrading. You are much too grand people for what your Maker requires of you, and does himself, and yet you do it after a fashion, because you like to eat and go warm. You would take rank in the kingdom of hell, not the kingdom of heaven, but obedient love, learned by the meanest Abigail, will make of her an angel of ministration, such a one as he who came to Peter in the prison, at whose touch the fetters fell from the limbs of the apostle. What forced, overdriven, utopian stuff! A kingdom always coming and never come. I hold by what is. This sordid, ploughable earth will serve my turn. My business is what I can find in the oyster. I hear you, friend. Your answer will come whence you do not look for it. For some, their only answer will be the coming of that which they deny, and the present will be a very different thing to those who desire it and those who do not. In the meantime, if we are not yet able to serve like God from pure love, let us do it because it is his way. So shall we come to do it from pure love also. The very next morning, as she called it, that is, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Hesper again entered the shop, and to the surprise and annoyance of the master of it, was taken by Mary through the counter and into the house. What a false impression, thought the great man, will it give of the way we live, to see the Marston's shabby parlour in a warehouse? But he would have been more astonished and more annoyed still, had the deafening masses of soft goods that filled the house permitted him to hear through them what passed between the two. Before they came down, Mary had accepted a position in Mrs. Redmain's house, if that may be called a position which was so undefined, and Hesper had promised that she would not mention the matter. For Mary judged Mr. Turnbull would be too glad to get rid of her to mind how brief the notice she gave him, and she would rather not undergo the remarks that were sure to be made in contempt of her scheme. She counted it only fair, however, to let him know that she intended giving up her place behind the counter, hinting that, as she meant to leave it when it suited her, without further warning, it would be well to look out at once for one to take her place. As to her money in the business, she scarcely thought of it, and said nothing about it, believing it as safe as in the bank. It was in the power of a dishonest man who prided himself on his honesty, the worst kind of rogue in the creation. But she had not yet learned to think of him as a dishonest man, only as a greedy one, and the money had been there ever since she had heard of money. Mr. Turnbull was so astonished by her communication that, not seeing at once how the change was likely to affect him, he held his peace, with the cunning pretence that his silence arose from anger. His first feeling was of pleasure, but the man of business must take care how he shows himself pleased. On reflection, he continued pleased, for, as they did not seem likely to succeed in securing Mary in the way they had wished, the next best thing certainly would be to get rid of her. Perhaps, indeed, it was the very best thing, for it would be easy to get George a wife more suitable to the position of his family than a little canting dissenter, and her money would be in their hands all the same, while once clear of her haunting cat eyes, ready to pounce upon whatever her soft-headed father had taught her was wicked, he could do twice the business. But while he continued pleased, he continued careful not to show his satisfaction, for she would then go smelling out for the cause. During 3 whole days, therefore, he never spoke to her. On the 4th, he spoke as if nothing had ever been amiss between them, and showed some interest in her further intentions. But Mary, in the straightforward manner peculiar to herself, told him she preferred not speaking of them at present, whereupon the cunning man concluded that she wanted a place in another shop, and was on the outlook, prepared to leave the moment one should turn up. She asked him one day whether he had yet found a person to take her place. "Well, time enough for that," he answered. "You're not gone yet." "As you please, Mr. Turnbull," said Mary. "It was merely that I should be sorry to leave you without sufficient help in the shop." "And I should be sorry," rejoined Turnbull, "that Miss Marston should fancy herself indispensable to the business she turned her back upon." From that moment, the restraint he had for the last week or two laid upon himself thus broken through, he never spoke to her except with such rudeness that she no longer ventured to address him even on shop business. And all the people in the place, George included, followed the example so plainly set them. She felt when at last, in the month of November, a letter from Hesper heralded the hour of her deliverance, that to take any formal leave would be but to expose herself to indignity. She therefore merely told Turnbull one evening as he left the shop that she would not be there in the morning, and was gone from Testbridge before it was opened the next day. End of chapter 23. The Menial. Recording by Maria Brook. Chapter 24 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 24. Mrs. Redmain's Drawing Room. A few years ago, a London drawing room was seldom beautiful, but size is always something, and if Mrs. Redmain's had not harmony, it had gilding. A regular upholsterer's drawing room it was, on which about as much taste had been expended as on the fattening of a prize pig. Happily, there is as little need as temptation to give any description of it, with its sheets of glass and steel, its lace curtains, crude coloured walls, and floor, and couches, and glittering chandeliers of 1,000 prisms. Everybody knows the kind of room, a huddle of the chimera ambition wallowing in the chaos of the commonplace. No miniature world of harmonious abiding. The only interesting thing in it was that on all sides were doors, which must lead out of it, and might lead to a better place. It was about 11 o'clock of a November morning, more like one in March. There might be a thick fog before the evening, but now the sun was shining like a brilliant lump of ice, so inimical to heat, apparently, that a servant had just dropped the Venetian blind of one of the windows to shut out his basilisk gaze from the sickening fire which was now rapidly recovering. Betwixt the cold sun and the hard earth, a dust-befogged wind, plainly borrowed from March, was sweeping the street. Mr. and Mrs. Redmain had returned to town thus early, because their country place was in Cornwall, and there Mr. Redmain was too far from his physician. He was now considerably better, however, and had begun to go out again, for the weather did not yet affect him much. He was now in his study, as it was called, where he generally had his breakfast alone. Mrs. Redmain always had hers in bed, as often with a new novel as she could, of which her maid cut the leaves and skimmed the cream. But now she was descending the stair, straight as a Greek goddess, and about as cold as the marble she's made of, mentally rigid, morally imperturbable, and vacant of countenance to a degree hardly equalled by the most ordinary of goddesses. She entered the drawing-room with a slow, careless, yet stately step, which belonged to her. I cannot say by nature, for it was not natural, but by ancestry. She walked to the chimney, seated herself in a low, soft, shiny chair, almost on the hearthrug, and gazed listlessly into the fire. In a minute she rose and rang the bell. "Send my maid and shut the door," she said. The woman came. "Has Miss Yolland left her room yet?" she asked. "No, ma'am." "Let her know I am in the drawing-room." This said, she resumed her fire-gazing. There was not much to see in the fire, but the fire is but a reflector, and there's not much behind the eyes that looked into it for that fire to reflect. Hesper was no dreamer. The more was the pity, for dreams are often the stuff out of which actions are made. Had she been a truer woman, she might have been a dreamer, but where was the space for dreaming in a life like hers, without heaven, therefore without horizon, with so much room for desiring and so little room for hope. The buzz that greeted her entrance of a drawing-room was the chief joy she knew. To inhabit her well-dressed body in the presence of other well-dressed bodies, her highest notion of existence. And even upon these hung ever as an abating fog the consciousness of having a husband. I cannot say she was tired of marriage, for she had loathed her marriage from the first, and had not found it at all better than her expectation. She'd been too ignorant to forebode half its horrors. Education she had but little that was worth the name, for she had never been set growing, and now, although well endowed by nature, she was gradually becoming stupid. People who have plenty of money and neither hope nor aspiration must become stupid, except indeed they hate, and then for a time the devil in them will make them a sort of clever. Miss Yolland came undulating. No kiss, no greeting whatever passed between the ladies. Sepia began at once to rearrange a few hothouse flowers on the mantelpiece, looking herself much like some dark flower painted in an old missal. "This day 12 months," said Hesper. "I know," returned Sepia. "If one could die without pain, and there was nothing to come after," said Hesper. "What a tiresome dream it is! Dream or nightmare, or what you will, you had better get all you can out of it before you break it," said Sepia. "You seem to think it worth keeping," yawned Hesper. Sepia smiled, with her face to the glass, in which she saw the face of her cousin with her eyes on the fire, but she made no answer. Hesper went on. "Ah, it's your story, not mine. You are free, I am a slave. You are alive, I am in my coffin." "That's marriage," said Sepia dryly. "It would not matter much," continued Hesper, "if you could have your coffin to yourself, but when you have to share it, ugh!" "If I were you, then," said Sepia, "I would not lie still. I would get up and bite. I mean, be a vampire." Hesper did not answer. Sepia turned from the mirror, looked at her, and burst into a laugh. At least, the sound she made had all the elements of a laugh, except the merriment. "Now, really, Hesper, you ought to be ashamed of yourself," she cried. "You put on the pelican and the sparrow with all the world before you, and all the men in it at your feet." "A pack of fools," remarked Hesper, with a calmness in which itself was scorn. "I don't deny it, but amusing fools, you must allow that." "They don't amuse me." "That's your fault. You won't be amused. The more foolish they are, the more amusing I find them." "I am sick of it all. Nothing amuses me. How can it, when there is nothing behind it? You can't live on amusement. It's the froth on water an inch deep, and then the mud." "I declare misery makes a poetess of you. But as to the mud, I don't mind a little mud. It's only dirt, and has its part in the inevitable peck, I hope." "I don't mind mud, so long as you can keep out of it. But when one is over head and ears in it, I should like to know what life is worth," said Hesper, heedless that the mud was of her own making. "I declare, Sepia," she went on, drawling the declaration, "if I were to be asked whether I would go on or not—" "You would ask a little time to make up your mind, Hesper, I fancy," suggested Sepia, for Hesper had paused, and she did not reply. Sepia resumed. "Which is your favourite poison, Hesper?" she said. "When I choose, it will be to use," replied Hesper. "Ah, rhyming at last!" said Sepia. But Hesper would not laugh, and her perfect calmness checked the laughter which would have been Sepia's natural response, but she was careful not to go too far. "Do you know, Hesper," she said with seriousness, "what is the matter with you?" "Tolerably well," answered Hesper. "You do not, let me tell you. You are nothing but a baby yet. You have no heart." "If you mean that I have never been in love, you are right. But you talk foolishly, for you know that love is no more within my reach than if I were the corpse I feel." Sepia pressed her lips together and nodded knowingly, then, after a moment's pause, said, "When your hour has come, you will understand. Every woman's hour comes, one time or another, whether she will or not." "Sepia, if you think that because I hate my husband I would allow another man to make love to me, you do not know me yet." I know you very well. You do not know yourself, Hesper. You do not know the heart of a woman, because your own has never come awake yet." "God forbid it ever should, then, so long as the man I hate is alive." Sepia laughed. "Ah, good prayer," she said, "for who can tell what you might do to him? Sepia, I sometimes think you are a devil." "And I sometimes think you are a saint." "What do you take me for the other times?" "A hypocrite. What do you take me for the other times?" "No hypocrite," answered Hesper. With a light mocking laugh, Sepia turned away and left the room. Hesper did not move. If stillness indicates thought, then Hesper was thinking, and surely of late she had suffered what might have waked something like thought, in what would have been something like a mind. All the machinery of thought was there, sorely clogged and rusty, but for a woman to hate her husband is hardly enough to make a thinking creature of her. True as it was, there was no little affectation in her saying what she did about the worthlessness of her life. She was plump and fresh, her eye was clear, her hand firm and cool. Suffering would have to go a good deal deeper before it touched in her the issues of life, or the love of it. What set her talking so was in the great part of the ennui of endeavour after enjoyment, and the reaction from success in the pursuit. Her low moods were, however, far more frequent than, even with such fatigue in reaction to explain them, belonged to her years, her health, or her temperament. The fire grew hot. Hesper thought of her complexion, and pushed her chair back. Then she rose, and, having taken a hand screen from the chimney-piece, was fanning herself with it, when the door opened, and a servant asked if she were at home to Mr. Helmer. She hesitated a moment. What an unearthly hour for a caller! "Show him up," she answered. Anything was better than her own company. Tom Helmer entered, much the same, a little paler and thinner. He made his approach with a certain loose grace natural to him, and seated himself on the chair, at some distance from her own, to which Mrs. Redmain motioned him. Tom seldom failed of pleasing. He was well dressed, and not too much, and to the natural confidence of his shallow character added the assurance born of a certain small degree of success in his profession, which he took for the pledge of approaching supremacy. He carried himself better than he used, and his legs therefore did not look so long. His hair continued to curl soft and silky about his head, for he protested against the fashionable convict style. His hat was new, and he bore it in front of him like a ready apology. It was to no presentableness of person, however, any more than to previous acquaintance, that Tom now owed his admittance. True, he had been to Durnmelling not unfrequently, but that was in the other world of the country, and even there Hesper had taken no interest in the self-satisfied, though not ill-bred youth, who went galloping about the country showing off to rustic girls. It was merely, as I have said, that she could no longer endure a tete-a-tete with one she knew so little of as herself, and whose acquaintance she was so little desirous of cultivating. Tom had been to a small party at the house a few evenings before, brought thither by the well-known leader of a certain literary clique, who, in return for homage, not seldom, took younger aspirants under a wing destined never to be itself more than half-fledged. It was, notwithstanding, broad enough already so to cover Tom with its shadow, that under it he was able to creep into several houses of a sort of distinction, and among them into Mrs. Redmain's. Nothing of less potency than the presumption attendant on self-satisfaction could have emboldened him to call thus early, and that in the hope not merely of finding Mrs. Redmain at home, but of finding her alone, and with the not unusual reward of unworthy daring, he had succeeded. He was ambitious of making himself acceptable to ladies of social influence, and being known to stand well with such, in the case of Mrs. Redmain, he was the more anxious, because she had not received him on any footing of former acquaintance. At the gathering to which I have referred, a certain song was sung by a lady, not without previous manoeuvre on the part of Tom, with which Mrs. Redmain had languidly expressed herself pleased. That song he had now brought her, for concerning words and music both, he might have said with Touchstone, "An ill-favoured thing, but mine own." He did not quote Touchstone, because he believed both words and music super-excellent, the former being in truth not quite bad, and the latter nearly as good. Appreciation was the very hunger of Tom's small life, and here was a chance. "I ought to apologize," he said airily, "and I will, if you will allow me." Mrs. Redmain said nothing, only waited with her eyes. They were calm, reposeful eyes, not fixed, scarcely lying upon Tom. It was chilling, but he was not easily chilled when self was in the question, as it generally was with Tom. He felt, however, that he must talk or be lost. "I have taken the liberty," he said, "of bringing you the song I had the pleasure, a greater pleasure than you will readily imagine, of hearing you admire the other evening." "I forget," said Hesper. "I would not have ventured," continued Tom, "had it not happened that both air and words were my own." "Ah, indeed! I did not know you were a poet, Mr. She had forgotten his name. "That or nothing," answered Tom boldly. "And a musician too." "At your service, Mrs. Redmain." "I don't happen to want a poet at present, or a musician either," she said, with just enough of a smile to turn the rudeness into what Tom accepted as a flattering familiarity. "Nor am I in want of a place," he replied with spirit. "A bird can sing on any branch. Will you allow me to sing this song on yours? Mrs. Downport scarcely gave the expression I could have desired. May I read the voices before I sing them?" Without either intimacy or encouragement, Tom was capable of offering to read his own verses. Such fools self-partisanship makes of us. Mrs. Redmain was, for her, not a little amused with the young man. He was not just like every other that came to the house. "I should like," she said. Tom laid himself back a little in his chair, with a sheet of music in his hand, closed his eyes, and repeated as follows. He knew all his own verses by heart. "Lovely lady, sweet disdain, prithee keep thy love at home. Bind him with a tressed chain. Do not let the mischief roam. In the jewel cave thine eye, in the tangles of thy hair, it is well the imp should lie. There his home, his heaven is there. But for pity's sake forbid beauty's wasp at me to fly. Sure the child should not be chid, and his mother standing by. For if once the villain came to my house, too well I know, he would set it all aflame. To the winds its ashes blow, prithee keep thy love at home. Net him up, or he will start, and if once the mischief roam, straight he'll wing him to my heart." What there might be in verse like this to touch the faintest emotion, let him say who cultivates art for art's sake. Doubtless there is in that rhythm and rhyme and cadence which will touch the pericardium when the heart itself is not to be reached by divinest harmony. But whether such women as Hesper feel this touch, or only admire a song as they admire the church prayers and Shakespeare, or whether, imagining in it some tour de force of which they are themselves incapable, they therefore look upon it as a mighty thing, I am at a loss to determine. All I know is that a gleam as from some far-off mirror of admiration did certainly, to Tom's great satisfaction, appear on Hesper's countenance, as, however she said nothing, he, to wave aside a threatening awkwardness, lightly subjoined, "Queen Anne is all the rage now, you see." Mrs. Redmain knew that Queen Anne houses were in fashion, and was even able to recognize one by its flush window frames, which she felt something odd, which might be old-fashioned in the song. Between the two, she was led to the conclusion that the fashion of Queen Anne's time had been revived in the making of verses also. "Can you, then, make a song to any pattern you please?" she asked. "I fancy so," answered Tom, indifferently, as if it were nothing to him to do whatever he chose to attempt. And in fact he could imitate almost anything, and well too, the easier that he had nothing of his own pressing for utterance, for he had yet made no response to the first demand made on every man, the only demand for originality made on any man, that he should order his own way aright. "How clever you must be!" drawled Hesper, and notwithstanding the tone, the words were pleasant in the ears of Goose Tom. He rose, opened the piano, and with not a little cheap facility began to accompany a sweet tenor voice in the song he had just read. The door opened, and Mr. Redmain came in. He gave a glance at Tom as he sang, and went up to his wife where she still sat, with her face to the fire, and her back to the piano. "New singing master, eh?" he said. "No," answered his wife. "Who the deuce is he?" "I forget his name," replied Hesper, in a tone of one bored by the question. "He used to come to Durnmelling." "That is no reason why he should not have a name to him." Hesper did not reply. Tom went on playing. The moment he struck the last chord, she called to him in a clear, soft, cold voice. "Will you tell Mr. Redmain your name? I happen to have forgotten it." Tom picked up his hat, rose, came forward, and, mentioning his name, held out his hand. "I don't know you," said Mr. Redmain, touching his palm with two fingers that felt like small fishers. "It is of no consequence," said his wife. "Mr. Helmer is an old acquaintance of our family." "Only you don't quite remember his name." "It's not my friends' names only I have an unhappy trick of forgetting. I often forget yours, Mr. Redmain." "My good name, you must mean." "I never heard that." Neither had raised the voice or spoken with the least apparent anger. Mr. Redmain gave a grin instead of a retort. He appreciated her sharpness too much to get one ready in time. Turning away, he left the room with a quiet, steady step, taking his grin with him. It had drawn the clear, scanty skin yet tighter on his face, and remained fixed, so that he vanished with something of the look of a hairless tiger. The moment he disappeared, Tom's gaze, which had been fascinated, sought Hesper. Her lips were shaping the word brute. Tom heard it with his eyes. Her eyes were flashing, and her face was flushed. But the same instant, in a voice perfectly calm, "Is there anything else you would like to sing, Mr. Helmer?" she said. "Or—" Here she ceased, with the slightest possible choking. It was only of anger in the throat. Tom's was a sympathetic nature, especially where a pretty woman was in question. He forgot entirely that she had given quite as good or as bad as she received, and was hastening to say something foolish, imagining he had looked upon the sorrows of a lovely and unhappy wife, and was almost in her confidence, when Sepia entered the room with a dark glow that flashed into dusky radiance at the sight of the handsome Tom. She had noted him on the night of the party, and remembered having seen him at the merry-making in the old hall of Durnmelling, but he had not been introduced to her. A minute more, and they were sitting together in a bay window, blazing away at each other like two corvettes, though their cartridges were often blank enough, while Hesper, never heeding them, kept her place by the chimney, her gaze transferred from the fire to the novel she had sent for from her bedroom. End of chapter 24. Mrs. Redmain's drawing room. Recording by Maria, Brook.
Chapter 25 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Friday. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 25. Mary's Reception. In the afternoon of the same day, now dreary enough, with the dreariness naturally belonging to the dreariest month of the year, Mary arrived in the city preferred to all cities by those who live in it, but the most uninviting, I should imagine, to a stranger, of all cities on the face of the earth. Cold seemed to have taken to itself a visible form in the thin gray fog that filled the huge station from the platform to the glass roof. The latter had vanished, indistinguishable from sky invisible, and from the brooding darkness, in which the lamps innumerable served only to make spots of thinness. It was a mist, not a November fog, properly so called, but every breath breathed by every porter, as he ran along by the side of the slowly halting train, was adding to its mass, which seemed to Mary to grow in bulk and density as she gazed. Her quiet, simple, decided manner at once secured her attention, and she was among the first who had their boxes on cabs and were driving away. But the drive seemed interminable, and she had grown anxious, and again calmed herself many times, before it came to an end. The house at which the cab drew up was large, and looked as dreary as large, but scarcely drearier than any other house in London on that same night of November. The cabman rang the bell, but it was not until they had waited a time altogether unreasonable that the door at length opened, and a lofty, well-built footman in livery appeared framed in it. Mary got out, and going up the steps, said she hoped the driver had brought her to the right house. It was Mrs. Redmain she wanted. "Mrs. Redmain's not at home, miss," answered the man. I didn't hear as how she was expecting of anyone," he added, with a glance at the boxes, formlessly visible on the cab, through the now thicker darkness. "She is expecting me, I know," returned Mary. "But of course she would not stay at home to receive me," she remarked with a smile. "Oh!" returned the man, in a peculiar tone, and adding, "I'll see," went away, leaving her on the top of the steps, with the cabman behind her, at the bottom of them, waiting orders to get her boxes down. "It don't appear as you was over welcome, miss," he remarked. With his comrades on the stand, he passed for a wit. "Leastways, it don't seem as your sheets was quite done herring." "It's all right," said Mary, cheerfully. She was not ready to imagine her dignity in danger, therefore did not provoke assault upon it by anxiety for its safety. "I'm sorry to hear it, miss," the man rejoined. "Why?" she asked. "'Cause I should 'a' liked to ha' taken you farther." "But why?" said Mary, the second time, not understanding him, and not unwilling to cover the awkwardness of that slow minute of waiting. "Because it gives a poor man with a whole family of prowocation summat of a chance to have a affable young lady like you, miss, behind him in his cab, once a year, or thereabouts. It's not by no means as I'd have you go farther and fare worse, which it's a saying as I've heerd said, miss. So if you're sure of the place, I may as well be a getting down to your boxes." So saying, he got on the cab, and proceeded to unfasten the chain that secured the luggage. "Wait a bit, cabby! Don't you be in such a hurry as if you was a hansom now," cried the footman, reappearing at the further end of the hall. "I should be sorry if there was a mistake, and you wasn't man enough to put your boxes up again without assistance." Then, turning to Mary, "Mrs. Perkins says, miss, that's the housekeeper, miss," he went on, "that, if as you're the young woman from the country, and I'm sure I beg your pardon if I make a mistake, it ain't my fault, miss. Mrs. Perkins says she did hear Mrs. Redmain make mention of one, but she didn't have any instructions concerning her. But as there you are," he continued more familiarly, gathering courage from Mary's nodded assent, "you can put your boxes in the hall, and sit down, so she says, till Mrs. R. comes home." "Do you think she will be long?" asked Mary. "Well, that's what no fellow can't say, seeing it's a new play as she's gone to. They call it Doomsday, and there's no telling when parties is likely to come home from that," said the man, with a grin of satisfaction at his own wit. Was London such a happy place that everybody in it was given to joking? thought Mary. "'Ere, mister, give me a hand with this 'ere luggage," cried the cabman, finding the box he was getting down too much for him. "You wouldn't see me break my back, and my poor 'orse standing there a-looking on, would ye now?" "Why don't you bring a man with you?" objected the footman, as he descended the steps notwithstanding, to give the required assistance. "I ain't paid as a crane. By Jupiter, what a weight the new party's boxes is!" "Only that one," said Mary, apologetically. "It is full of books. The other is not half so heavy." "Oh, it ain't the weight, miss," returned the footman, who had not intended she should hear the remark. "I believe Mr. Cabman and myself will prove equal to the occasion." With that the book box came down a great bump on the pavement, and presently both were in the hall, the one on top of the other. Mary paid the cabman, who asked not a penny more than his fare. He departed with thanks. The facetious footman closed the door, told her to take a seat, and went away full of laughter, to report that the young person had brought a large library with her to enliven the dullness of her new situation. Mrs. Perkins smiled crookedly, and in a tone of pleasant reproof, desired her laughter-compressing inferior not to forget his manners. "Please, ma'am, am I to leave the young woman sitting up there all by herself in the cold?" he asked, straightening himself up. "She do look a rather superior sort of young person," he added, "and the old stove is dead out." "For the present, Castle," replied Mrs. Perkin. She judged it wise to let the young woman have a lesson at once in subjection and inferiority. Mrs. Perkin was a rather tall, rather thin, quite straight, and very dark complexioned woman. She always threw her head back on one side, and her chin out on the other when she spoke, and had about her a great deal of the authoritative, which she mingled with such consideration toward her subordinates as to secure their obedience to her, while she cultivated antagonism to her mistress. She had had a better education than most persons of her class, but was morally not an atom their superior in consequence. She never went into a new place but with the feeling that she was of more importance by far than her untried mistress, and the worthier person of the two. She entered her service, therefore, as one whose work it was to take care of herself against a woman whose mistress she ought to have been, had Providence but started her with her natural rights. At the same time, she would have been almost as much offended by a hint that she was not a Christian, as she would have been by a doubt whether she was a lady. For indeed she was both, if a great opinion of herself constituted the latter, and a great opinion of going to church constituted the former. She had not been taken into Hesper's confidence with regard to Mary, had discovered that a young person was expected, but had learned nothing of what her position in the house was to be. She welcomed, therefore, this opportunity both of teaching Mrs. Redmain she never called her her mistress, while severely she insisted on the other servants speaking of her so the propriety of taking counsel with her housekeeper, and of letting the young person know in time that Mrs. Perkin was in reality her mistress. The relation of the upper servants of the house to their employers was more like that of the managers of a hotel to their guests. The butler, the lady's maid, and Mr. Redmain's body servant, who had been with him before his marriage, and was supposed to be deep in his master's confidence, ate with the housekeeper in her room, waited upon by the livery and maid servants, except the second cook. The first cook only came to superintend the cooking of the dinner, and went away after. To all these Mrs. Perkin was careful to be just, and, if she was precise even to severity with them, she was herself obedient to the system she had established, the main feature of which was punctuality. She not only regarded punctuality as the foremost of virtues, but in righteous moral sequence made it the first of her duties, and the benefit everybody reaped. For nothing oils the household wheels so well as this same punctuality. In a family, love, if it be strong, genuine, and patent, will make up for anything; but where there is no family and no love, the loss of punctuality will soon turn a house into the mere pouch of a social inferno. Here the master and mistress came and went, regardless of each other, and of all household polity; but their meals were ready for them to the minute, when they chose to be there to eat them. The carriage came round like one of the puppets on the Strasbourg clock. The house was quiet as a hospital. The bells were answered all except the door-bell outside of calling hours with swiftness. You could not soil your fingers anywhere, not even if the sweep had been that same morning. The manners of the servants, when serving, were unexceptionable, but the house was scarcely more of a home than one of the huge hotels characteristic of the age. In the hall of it sat Mary for the space of an hour, not exactly learning the lesson Mrs. Perkin had intended to teach her, but learning more than one thing Mrs. Perkin was not yet capable of learning. I cannot say she was comfortable, for she was both cold and hungry, but she was far from miserable. She had no small gift of patience, and had taught herself to look upon the less troubles of life as on a bad dream. There are children, though not yet many, capable through faith in their parents of learning not a little by their experience, and Mary was one of such. From the first she received her father's lessons like one whose business it was to learn them, and had thereby come to learn where he had himself learned. Hence she was not one to say, "Our Father in heaven," and act as if there was no such Father, or as if he cared but little for his children. She was even foolish enough to believe that the Father both knew and cared that she was hungry and cold and wearily uncomfortable, and thence she was weak enough to take the hunger and cold and discomfort as mere passing trifles, which could not last a moment longer than they ought. From her sore-tried endeavors after patience had grown the power of active waiting, and a genuinely waiting child is one of the loveliest sights the earth has to show. This was not the reception she had pictured to herself as the train came rushing from Testbridge to London. She had not indeed imagined a warm one, but she had not expected to be forgotten, for so she interpreted her abandonment in the hall, which seemed to grow colder every minute. She saw no means of reminding the household of her neglected presence, and indeed would rather have remained where she was till the morning than encounter the growing familiarity of the man who had admitted her. She did think once, if Mrs. Redmain were to hear of her reception, how she would resent it, and would have found it difficult to believe how far people like her are from troubling themselves about the behavior of their servants to other people, for they have no idea of an obligation to rule their own house, neither seem to have a notion of being accountable for what goes on in it. She had grown very weary, and began to long for a floor on which she might stretch herself. There was not a sound in the house but the ticking of a clock somewhere, and she was now wondering whether everybody had gone to bed, when she heard a step approaching, and presently Castle, who was the only man at home, stood up before her, and with the ease of perfect self-satisfaction, and as if there was nothing in the neglect of her but the custom of the house to cool people well in the hall before admitting them to its penetralia, said, "Step this way, miss." The last word added after a pause of pretended hesitation, for the man had taken his cue from the housekeeper. Mary rose, and followed him to the basement story, into a comfortable room, where sat Mrs. Perkin, embroidering large sunflowers on a piece of coarse stuff. She was artistic, and despised the whole style of the house. "You may sit down," she said, and pointed to a chair near the door. Mary, not a little amused for all her discomfort, did as she was permitted, and awaited what should come next. "What part of the country are you from?" asked Mrs. Perkin, with her usual diagonal upward toss of the chin, but without lifting her eyes from her work. "From Testbridge," answered Mary. "The servants in this house are in the habit of saying 'ma'am' to their superiors. It is required of them," remarked Mrs. Perkin. But although her tone was one of rebuke, she said the words lightly, tossed the last of them off, indeed, almost playfully, as if the lesson was meant for one who could hardly have been expected to know better. "And what place did you apply for in the house?" she went on to ask. "I can hardly say, ma'am," answered Mary, avoiding both inflection and emphasis, and by her compliance satisfying Mrs. Perkin that she had been right in requiring the kowtow. "It is not usual for young persons to be engaged without knowing for what purpose." "I suppose not, ma'am." "What wages were you to have?" next inquired Mrs. Perkin, gradually assuming a more decided drawl, as she became more assured of her position with the stranger. She would gladly get some light on the affair. "You need not object to mentioning them," she went on, for she imagined Mary hesitated, whereas she was only a little troubled to keep from laughing. "I always pay the wages myself." "There was nothing said about wages, ma'am," answered Mary. "Indeed, neither work nor wages specified? Excuse me if I say it seems rather peculiar. We must be content to wait a little, then, until we learn what Mrs. Redmain expected of you, and whether or not you are capable of it. We can go no further now." "Certainly not, ma'am," assented Mary. "Can you use your needle?" "Yes, ma'am." "Have you done any embroidery? I understand it a little, but I'm not particularly fond of it." "You mistake. I did not ask you whether you were fond of it," said Mrs. Perkin. "I asked you if you had ever done any." And she smiled severely, but ludicrously, for a diagonal smile is apt to have a comic effect. "Here, take off your gloves," she continued, "and let me see you do one of these loose-worked sunflowers. They are the fashion now, though. I dare say you will not be able to see the beauty of them." "Please, ma'am," returned Mary, "if you will excuse me, I would rather go to my room. I have had a long journey, and am very tired." "There is no room yours. I have had no character with you. Nothing can be done till Mrs. Redmain comes home, and she and I have had a little talk about you. But you can go to the housemaid's the second housemaid's room, I mean, and make yourself tidy. There is a spare bed in it, I believe, which you can have for the night. Only mind you don't keep the girl awake talking to her, or she will be late in the morning, and that I never put up with. I think you will do. You seem willing to learn, and that is half the battle." Therewith Mrs. Perkin, believing she had laid in awe the foundation of a rightful authority over the young person, gave her a nod of dismissal, which she intended to be friendly. "Please, ma'am," said Mary, "could I have one of my boxes taken upstairs?" "Certainly not. I cannot have two movings of them. I must take care of my men. And your boxes, I understand, are heavy, quite absurdly so. It would look better in a young person not to have so much to carry about with her." "I have but 2 boxes, ma'am," said Mary. "Full of books, I am told." "One of them only." "You must do your best without them to-night. When I have made up my mind what is to be done with you, I shall let you have the one with your clothes. The other shall be put away in the box-room. I give my people what books I think fit. For light reading, the Fireside Herald is quite enough for the room. There. Good night." Mary curtsied and left her. At the door she glanced this way and that to find some indication to guide her steps. A door was open at the end of a passage, and from the odor that met her it seemed likely to be that of the kitchen. She approached and peeped in. "Who is that?" cried a voice irate. It was the voice of the second cook, who was there supreme except when the chef was present. Mary stepped in, and the woman advanced to meet her. "May I ask to what I am indebted for the honor of this unexpected visit?" said the second cook, whose head its overcharge of self-importance jerked hither and thither upon her neck, as she seized the opportunity of turning to her own use a sentence she had just read in the Fireside Herald which had taken her fancy, spoken by Lady Blanche Rivington Delaware to a detested lover disinclined to be dismissed. "Would you please tell me where to find the second housemaid?" said Mary. "Mrs. Perkin has sent me to her room." "Why don't Mrs. Perkin show you the way, then?" returned the woman. "There ain't nobody else in the house as I knows on fit to send to the top of them stairs with you. A nice way Jemimma'll be in when she comes home, to find a stranger in her room." The same instant, however, the woman bethought herself that if what she had said in her haste were reported, it would be as much as her place was worth, and at once thereupon she assumed a more complacent tone. Casting a look at her saucepans, as if to warn them concerning their behavior in her absence, she turned again to Mary, saying, "I believe I better show you the way myself. It's easier to take you than find a girl to do it. Them hussies is never where they ought to be. You follow me." She led the way along 2 passages, and up a back staircase of stone, up and up, till Mary, unused to such heights, began to be aware of knees. Plainly, at last in the regions of the roof, she thought her hill difficulty surmounted, but the cook turned a sharp corner, and Mary following found herself once more at the foot of a stair, very narrow and steep, leading up to one of those old-fashioned roof turrets which had begun to appear in the new houses of that part of London. "Are you taking me to the clouds, cook?" she said, willing to be cheerful, and to acknowledge her obligation for laborious guidance. "Not yet a bit, I hope," answered the cook. "We'll get there soon enough, anyhow, 'cept you belong to them peculiars as wants to be saints afore their time. If that's your sort, don't you come here, for a wickeder house or an house as you got to work harder in o' Sundays, no one won't easily find in this here West End." With these words she panted up the last few steps, immediately at the top of which was the room sought. It was a very small one, scarcely more than holding the 2 beds. Having lighted the gas, the cook left her, and Mary, noting that one of the beds was not made up, was glad to throw herself upon it. Covering herself with her cloak, her traveling rug, and the woolen counterpane, she was soon fast asleep. She was roused by a cry, half of terror, half of surprise. There stood the second housemaid, who, having been told nothing of her roomfellow, stared and gasped. "I am sorry to have startled you," said Mary, who had half risen, leaning on her elbow. "They ought to have told you there was a stranger in your room." The girl was not long from the country, and in the midst of the worst vulgarity in the world, namely, among the servants of the selfish, her manners had not yet ceased to be simple. For a moment, however, she seemed capable only of panting and pressing her hand on her heart. "I am very sorry," said Mary again. "But you see I won't hurt you. I don't look dangerous, do I?" "No, miss," answered the girl, with a hysterical laugh. "I've been to the play, and there was a man and it was a thief, you know, miss." And with that she burst out crying. It was some time before Mary got her quieted, but when she did, the girl was quite reasonable. She deplored that the bed was not made up, and would willingly have yielded hers. She was sorry she had not a clean nightgown to offer her. "Not that it would be fit for the likes of you, miss," and showed herself full of friendly ministration. Mary being now without her traveling cloak, Jemima judged from her dress she must be some grand visitor's maid, vastly her superior in the social scale. If she had taken her for an inferior, she would doubtless, like most, have had some airs handy. Chapter 26 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amanda Friday. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 26. Her Position. Mary seemed to have but just got to sleep again, when she was startled awake by the violent ringing of a bell almost at her ear. "Oh, you needn't trouble yet a long while, miss," said the girl, who was already dressing. "I've got ever so many fires to light, ere there'll be a thought of you." Mary lay down again, and once more fell fast asleep. She was waked the 3rd time by the girl telling her that breakfast was ready, whereupon she rose and made herself as tidy as she could, while Jemima cleaned herself up a bit, and was not a little improved in the process. "I thought," she said, "as Mrs. Perkin would 'a' asked you to your first meal with her, but she told me, when I asked what were to be done with you, as how you must go to the room, and eat your breakfast with the rest of us." "As Mrs. Perkin pleases," said Mary. She had before this come to understand the word of her master, that not what enters into a man defiles him, but only what comes out of him. Hence, that no man's dignity is affected by what another does to him, but only by what he does, or would like to do, himself. She did, however, feel a little shy on entering the room, where all the livery and most of the women servants were already seated at breakfast. 2 of the men, with a word to each other, made room for her between them, and laughed, but she took no notice, and seated herself at the bottom of the table with her companion. Everything was as clean and tidy as heart could wish, and Mary was glad enough to make a good meal. For a few minutes there was loud talking, from a general impulse to show off before the stranger. Then fell a silence, as if some feeling of doubt had got among them. The least affected by it was the footman who had opened the door to her. He had witnessed her reception by Mrs. Perkin. Addressing her boldly, he expressed a hope that she was not too much fatigued by her journey. Mary thanked him in her own natural straightforward way, and the consequence was, that when he spoke to her next, he spoke like a gentleman, in the tone natural to him, that is, and in the language of the parlor, without any mock politeness. And although the way they talked among themselves made Mary feel as if she were in a strange country, with strange modes, not of living merely, but of feeling and of regarding, she received not the smallest annoyance during the rest of the meal, which did not last long. Mrs. Perkin took care of that. For an hour or more, after the rest had scattered to their respective duties, she was left alone. Then Mrs. Perkin sent for her. When she entered her room, she found her occupied with the cook, and was allowed to stand unnoticed. "When shall I be able to see Mrs. Redmain, ma'am?" she asked, when the cook at length turned to go. "Wait," rejoined Mrs. Perkin, with a quiet dignity well copied, "until you are addressed, young woman." Then first casting a glance at her, and perhaps perceiving on her countenance a glimmer of the amusement Mary felt, she began to gather a more correct suspicion of the sort of being she might possibly be, and hastily added, "Pray take a seat." The idea of making a blunder was unendurable to Mrs. Perkin, and she was most unwilling to believe she had done so. But even if she had, to show that she knew it would only be to render it the more difficult to recover her pride of place. An involuntary twinkle about the corners of Mary's mouth made her hasten to answer her question. "I am sorry," she said, "that I can give you no prospect of an interview with Mrs. Redmain before 3 o'clock. She will very likely not be out of her room before 1. I suppose you saw her at Durnmelling?" "Yes, ma'am," answered Mary, "and at Testbridge." It kept growing on the housekeeper that she had made a mistake, though to what extent she sought in vain to determine. "You will find it rather wearisome waiting," she said next. "Would you not like to help me with my work?" Already she had the sunflowers under her creative hands. "I should be very glad, if I can do it well enough to please you, ma'am," answered Mary. "But," she added, "would you kindly see that Mrs. Redmain is told, as soon as she wakes, that I am here?" "Oblige me by ringing the bell," said Mrs. Perkin. "Send Mrs. Folter here." A rather cross-looking, red-faced, thin woman appeared, whom she requested to let her mistress know, as soon as was proper, that there was a young person in the house, who said she had come from Testbridge by appointment to see her. "Yes, ma'am," said Folter, with a supercilious yet familiar nod to Mary. "I'll take care she knows." Mary passed what would have been a dreary morning to one dependent on her company. It was quite 3 o'clock when she was at length summoned to Mrs. Redmain's boudoir. Folter, who was her guide thither, lingered, in the soft closing of the door, long enough to learn that her mistress received the young person with a kiss, almost as much to Mary's surprise as Folter's annoyance, which annoyance partly to relieve, partly to pass on to Mrs. Perkin, whose reception of Mary she had learned. Folter hastened to report the fact, and succeeded thereby in occasioning no small uneasiness in the bosom of the housekeeper, who was almost as much afraid of her mistress as the other servants were of herself. Some time she spent in expectant trepidation, but gradually, as nothing came of it, calmed her fears, and concluded that her behavior to Mary had been quite correct, seeing the girl had made it no ground of complaint. But although Hesper, being at the moment in tolerable spirits, in reaction from her depression of the day before, received Mary with a kiss, she did not ask her a question about her journey, or as to how she had spent the night. She was there, and looking all right, and that was enough. On the other hand, she did proceed to have her at once properly settled. The little room appointed her looked upon a small court, or yard, and was dark, but otherwise very comfortable. As soon as she was left to herself, she opened her boxes, put her things away in drawers and wardrobe, arranged her books within easy reach of the low chair Hesper had sent for from the drawing room for her, and sat down to read a little, brood a little, and build a few castles in the air, more lovely than evanescent. No other house is so like its builder as this sort of castle. About 8 o'clock Folter summoned her to go to Mrs. Redmain. By this time she was tired. She was accustomed to tea in the afternoon, and since her dinner with the housekeeper, she had had nothing. She found Mrs. Redmain dressed for the evening. As soon as Mary entered, she dismissed Folter. "I am going out to dinner," she said. "Are you quite comfortable?" "I am rather cold, and should like some tea," said Mary. "My poor girl, have you had no tea?" said Hesper, with some concern and more annoyance. "You are looking quite pale, I see. When did you have anything to eat?" "I had a good dinner at 1 o'clock," replied Mary, with a rather weary smile. "This is dreadful!" said Hesper. "What can the servants be about?" "And please, may I have a little fire?" begged Mary. "Certainly," replied Hesper, knitting her brows with a look of slight anguish. "Is it possible you have been sitting all day without one? Why did you not ring the bell?" She took one of her hands. "You are frozen!" she said. "Oh, no," answered Mary. "I am far from that. You see, nobody knows yet what to do with me. You hardly know yourself," she added, with a merry look. "But if you wouldn't mind telling Mrs. Perkin where you wish me to have my meals, that would put it all right, I think." "Very well," said Hesper, in a tone that for her was sharp. "Will you ring the bell?" She sent for the housekeeper, who presently appeared, lank and tall, with her head on one side like a lamp post in distress, but calm and prepared, a dumb fortress with a live garrison. "I wish you, Mrs. Perkin, to arrange with Miss Marston about her meals." "Yes, ma'am," answered Mrs. Perkin, with sedatest utterance. "Mrs. Perkin," said Mary, "I don't want to be troublesome. Tell me what will suit you best." But Mrs. Perkin did not even look at her. Standing straight as a rush, she kept her eyes on her mistress. "Do you desire, ma'am, that Miss Marston should have her meals in the housekeeper's room?" she asked. "That must be as Miss Marston pleases," answered Hesper. "If she prefer them in her own, you will see they are properly sent up." "Very well, ma'am. Then I await Miss Marston's orders," said Mrs. Perkin, and turned to leave the room. But when her mistress spoke again, she turned again and stood. It was Mary, however, whom Hesper addressed. "Mary," she said, apparently foreboding worse from the tone of the housekeeper's obedience than from her recurred neglect, "when I am alone you shall take your meals with me, and when I have any one with me, Mrs. Perkin will see that they are sent to your room. We will settle it so." "Thank you," said Mary. "Very well, ma'am," said Mrs. Perkin. "Send Miss Marston some tea directly," said Hesper. Scarcely was Mrs. Perkin gone when the brougham was announced. Mary returned to her room, and in a little while, tea, with thin bread and butter in limited quantity, was brought to her. But it was brought by Jemima, whose face wore a cheerful smile over the tray she carried. She, at least, did not grudge Mary her superior place in the household. "Do you think, Jemima," asked Mary, "you could manage to answer my bell when I ring?" "I should only be too glad to, miss. It would be nothing but a pleasure to me, and I'd jump to it if I was in the way. But if I was upstairs, which this house ain't a place to hear bells in, sure I am nobody would let me know as you was a ringing. And if you was to think as how I was giving of myself airs, like some people not far out of this square, I should be both sorry and ashamed, and that's more'n I'd say for my place to Mrs. Perkin, miss." "You needn't be afraid of that, Jemima," returned Mary. "If you don't answer when I ring, I shall know, as well as if you told me, that you either don't hear or can't come at the moment. I shan't be exacting. Don't you be afeard to ring, miss. I'll answer your bell as often as I hear it. Could you bring me a loaf? I have had nothing since Mrs. Perkin's dinner, and this bread and butter is rather too delicately cut," said Mary. "Laws, miss, you must be nigh clemmed," said the girl, and hastening away, she soon returned with a loaf, and butter, and a pot of marmalade sent by the cook, who was only too glad to open a safety valve to her pleasure at the discomfiture of Mrs. Perkin. "When would you like your breakfast, miss?" asked Jemima, as she removed the tea things. "Any time convenient," replied Mary. "It's much the same to me, miss, so it's not before there's bill and water. You'll have it in bed, miss?" "No, thank you, I never do." "You'd better, miss." "I could not think of it." "It makes no more trouble less, miss, than if I had to get it when the room breakfast was on. I've got to get the things together anyhow. And why shouldn't you have it as well as Mrs. Perkin, or that ill-tempered cockatoo, Mrs. Folter? You're a lady, and that's more'n can be said for either of them justly, that is." "You don't mean," said Mary, surprised out of her discretion, "that the housekeeper and the lady's maid have breakfast in bed?" "It's every blessed morning as I've got to take it up to 'em, miss, upon my word of honor, with a soft-billed egg, or a box of sardines, new opened, or a slice of breakfast bacon, streaky. And I do not think as it belongs proper to my place, only you see, miss, the kitchen maid has got to do it for the cook, and if I don't, who is there? It's not them would let the scullery maid come near them in their beds." "Does Mrs. Perkin know that the cook and the lady's maid have it as well as herself?" "Not she, miss. She'd soon make their coffee too hot. She's the only lady downstairs, she is. No more don't Mrs. Folter know as the cook has hers, only if she did, it wouldn't make no differ, for she daren't tell. And cook, to be sure, it ain't her breakfast, only a cup of tea and a bit of toast to get her heart up first." "Well," said Mary, "I certainly shall not add another to the breakfast in bed, but I must trouble you all the same to bring it me here. I will make my bed and do out the room myself, if you will come and finish it off for me." "Oh, no, indeed, miss, you mustn't do that. Think what they'd say of you downstairs. They'd despise you downright." "I shall do it, Jemima. If they were servants of the right sort, I should like to have their good opinion, and they would think all the more of me for doing my share. As it is, I should count it a disgrace to care a straw what they thought. We must do our work, and not mind what other people say." "Yes, miss, that's what my mother used to say to my father, when he wouldn't be reasonable. But I must go, miss, or I shall catch it for gossiping with you. That's what she'll call it." When Jemima was gone, Mary fell a thinking fresh. It was all very well, she said to herself, to talk about doing her work, but here she was with scarce a shadow of an idea what her work was. Had any work been given her to do in this house? Had she presumed in coming, anticipated the guidance of Providence, and was she therefore now where she had no right to be? She could not tell; but anyhow, here she was, and no one could be anywhere without the fact involving its own duty. Even if she had put herself there, and was to blame for being there, that did not free her from the obligations of the position, and she was willing to do whatever should now be given her to do. God was not a hard master. If she had made a mistake, he would pardon her, and either give her work here, where she found herself, or send her elsewhere. I need not say that thinking was not all her care, for she thought in the presence of Him, who, because He is always setting our wrong things right, is called God our Saviour. CHAPTER 27.
of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 27. Mr. and Mrs. Helmer. The next morning, Mary set out to find Letty, from whom, as I have said, she had heard but twice since her marriage. Mary had written again about a month ago, but had had no reply. The sad fact was that, ever since she left Testbridge, Letty, for a long time, without knowing it, had been going downhill. There have been many whose earnestness has vanished with the presence of those whose influence awoke it. Letty's better self seemed to have remained behind with Mary, and not even if she had been as good as she thought him, could Tom himself have made up to her for the loss of such a friend. But Letty had not found marriage at all the grand thing she had expected. With the faithfulness of a woman, however, she attributed her disappointment to something inherent in marriage, nowise affecting the man whom marriage had made her husband. That he might be near the centre to which what little work he did gravitated, Tom had taken a lodging in a noisy street, as unlike all that Letty had been accustomed to as anything London, except its viler parts, could afford. Never a green thing was to be looked upon in any direction, not a sweet sound was to be heard. The sun, at this time of year, was seldom to be seen in London anywhere, and in Lydgate Street, even when there was no fog, it was but askance, and for a brief portion of the day, that he shone upon that side where stood their dusty windows. And then the noise, a ceaseless torrent of sounds, of stony sounds, of iron sounds, of grinding sounds, of clashing sounds, of yells and cries, of all deafening and unpoetic discords. Letty had not much poetry in her, and needed what could be had from the outside so much the more. It is the people of a land without springs that must have cisterns. It is the poetic people without poetry that pant and pine for the country. When such get hold of a poet, they expect him to talk poetry, or, at least, to talk about poetry. I fancy poets do not read much poetry, and except to their peers do not often care to talk about it. But to one like Letty, however little she may understand or even be aware of the need, the poetic is as necessary as rain in summer, while, to one so little skilled in the finding of it, there was none visible, audible, or perceptible about her, except, indeed, what, of poorest sort for her uses, she might discover bottled in some circulating library. There was one, blessed proximity, within 10 minutes' walk of her. Once a week or so, some weeks oftener, Tom would take her to the play, and that was, indeed, a happiness, not because of the pleasure of the play only, or chiefly, though that was great, but in the main because she had Tom beside her all the time, and mixed up Tom with the play, and the play with Tom. Alas, Tom was not half so dependent upon her, neither derived half so much pleasure from her company. Some of his evenings every week he spent at houses where those who received him had not the faintest idea whether he had a wife or not, and cared as little, for it would have made no difference. They would not have invited her. Small, silly, conceited Tom, regarding himself as a somebody, was more than content to be asked to such people's houses, He thought he went as a lion, whereas it was merely as a jackal. So great is the love of some for wild beasts in general, that they think even something of jackals. He was aware of no insult to himself in asking him whether as a lion or any other wild beast, nor of any to his wife and himself together in not asking her with him. While she sat in her dreary lodging, dingily clad and lonely, Tom, dressed in the height of the fashion, would be strolling about grand rooms, now exchanging a flying shot of recognition, now pausing to pay a compliment to this lady on her singing, to that on her verses, to a third, where he dared, on her dress. For good-natured Tom was profuse of compliments, not without a degree and kind of honesty in them. Now singing one of his own songs to the accompaniment of some gracious goddess, now accompanying the same or some other gracious goddess as she sang, for Tom could do that well enough for people without a conscience in their music. Now in a corner of a conservatory, now in a cosy little third room behind a back drawing-room, talking nonsense with some lady foolish enough to be amused with his folly. Tom meant no harm, and did not do much, was only a human butterfly, amusing himself with other creatures of a day, who have no notion that death cannot kill them, or they might perhaps be more miserable than they are. They think, if they think at all, that it is life, strong in them, that makes them forget death, whereas, in truth, it is death, strong in them, that makes them forget life. Like a humming-bird, all sparkle and flash, Tom flitted through the tropical delights of such society as his uncommon good luck had gained him admission to, forming many an effervescent friendship, and taking many a graceful liberty for which his pleasant looks, confident manners, and free carriage were his indemnity. For Tom seemed to have been born to show what a nice sort of person a fool, well put together, may be, with his high-bred air and his ready replies, for he had also a little of that social element, once highly valued, now less countenanced and rare. I mean wit. He had, indeed, plenty of all sorts of brains, but no amount of talent could reveal to him the reason or the meaning of the fact that wedded life was less interesting than courtship. For the former, the reason lay in himself, and of himself proper he knew, as I have said, next to nothing, while the latter, the meaning of the fact, is profound as eternity. He had no notion that, when he married, his life was thereby, in a lofty and blessed sense, forfeit; that, to save his wife's life, he must yield his own, she doing the same for him, for God himself can save no other way. But the notion of any saving, or the need of it, was far from Tom, nor had Letty, for her part, any thought of it either, except from the tyranny of her aunt. Not the less, in truth, did they both want saving, very much saving, before life could be to either of them a good thing. It is only its inborn possibility of and divine tendency toward blossoming that constitute life a good thing. Life's blossom is its salvation, its redemption, the justification of its existence, and is a thing far off with most of us. For Tom, his highest notion of life was to be recognized by the world for that which he had chosen as his idea of himself, to have the reviews allow him a poet, not grudgingly, nor with abatement of any sort, but recognizing him as the genius he must contrive to believe himself, or perish in his self-contempt. Then he would live and die in the blessed assurance that his name would be forever on the lips, in the hearts of that idol of fools they call posterity, divinely as vague as the old grey fate, and less noble, inasmuch as it is but the supposed concave whence is to rebound the man's own opinion of himself. While duly Tom was idling away time which could yet hardly be called precious, his little brown wife, as I have said, sat at home, such home as a lodging can be for a wife whose husband finds his interest mainly outside of it, inquired after by nobody, thought of by nobody, hardly even taken up by her own poor weary self, now trying in vain after interest in the feeble trash she was reading, now getting into the story for the last half of a chapter, to find herself, when the scene changed after the next, as far out and away as lost as ever, now dropping the book on her knee to sit musing, if, indeed, such poor mental vagaries as hers can be called even musing. Ignorant what was the matter with her, hardly knowing that anything was the matter, yet pining morally, spiritually, physically, now wondering when Tom would be home, now trying to congratulate herself on his being such a favorite, and thinking what an honor it was to a poor country girl like her to be the wife of a man so much courted by the best society. For she never doubted that the people to whose houses Tom went desired his company from admiration of his writings. She had not an idea that never a soul of them, or their guests, cared a straw about what he wrote, except, indeed, here and there, a young lady in her first season, who thought it a grand thing to know an author, as poor Letty thought it a grand thing to be the wife of one. Hail to the coming time when, those who write books outnumbering those who do not, a man will be thought no more of because he can write than because he can sit a horse or brew beer. In that happy time the true writer will be neither an atom the more regarded nor disregarded. He will only be less troubled with birthday books, requests for autographs, and such like irritating attentions. From that time, also, it may be, the number of writers will begin to diminish, for then, it is to be hoped, men will begin to see that it is better to do the inferior thing well than the superior thing after a middling fashion. The man who would not rather be a good shoemaker than a middling author would be no honor to the shoemakers, and can hardly be any to the authors. I have the comfort that in this all authors will agree with me, for which of us is now able to see himself middling? Honorable above all honor that authorship can give is he who can. It was through some of his old college friends that Tom had thus easily stepped into the literary profession. They were young men with money and friends to back them, who, having taken to literature as soon as they chipped the university shell, were already in the full swing of periodical production, when Tom, to quote two rather contradictory utterances of his mother, ruined his own prospects and made Letty's fortune by marrying her. I cannot say, however, that they had found him remunerative employment. The best they had done for him was to bring him into such a half sort of connection with a certain weekly paper that now and then he got something printed in it, and now and then, with the joke of acknowledging an obligation irremunerable, the editor would hand him what he called an honorarium, but what in reality was a £5 note. When such an event occurred, Tom would feel his bosom swell with the imagined dignity of supporting a family by literary labor, and, forgetful of the sparseness of his mother's doles, who delighted to make the young couple feel the bitterness of dependence, would immediately, on the strength of it, invite his friends to supper, not at the lodging where Letty sat lonely, but at some tavern frequented by people of the craft. It was at such times, and in the company of men certainly not better than himself, that Tom's hopes were brightest and his confidence greatest. Therefore such seasons were those of his highest bliss. Especially when his sensitive but poor imagination was stimulated from the nerve side of the brain, was Tom in his glory. And it was not the few glasses of champagne, of which he talked so airily, that had made all the honor of crowning him king of fate and poet of the world. Long after midnight, upon such and many other occasions, would he and his companions sit laughing and jesting and drinking, some saying witty things, and all of them foolish things and worse, inventing stories apropos of the foibles of friends, and relating anecdotes which grew more and more irreverent to God and women as the night advanced, and the wine gained power, and the shamefaced angels of their true selves, made in the image of God, withdrew into the dark, until at last, between night and morning, Tom would reel gracefully home, using all the power of his will, the best use to which it was ever put, to subdue the drunkenness of which, even in its embrace, he had the lingering honor to be ashamed, that he might face his wife with the appearance of the gentleman he was anxious she should continue to consider him. It was an unhappy thing for Tom that his mother, having persuaded her dying husband, for Tom's sake, to leave the money in her power, should not now have carried her tyranny further and refused him money altogether. He would then have been compelled to work harder, and to use what he made in procuring the necessaries of life. There might have been some hope for him then. As it was, His profession was the mere grasping after the honor of a workman without doing of the work, while the little he gained by it was, at the same time, more than enough to foster the self-deception that he did something in the world. With the money he gave her, which was never more than a part of what his mother sent him, Letty had much ado to make both ends meet. And, while he ran in debt to his tailor and bootmaker, she never had anything new to wear. She did sometimes wish he would take her out with him a little oftener of an evening, for sometimes she felt so lonely as to be quite unable to amuse herself. Her resources were not many in her position, and fewer still in herself. But she always reflected that he could not afford it, and it was long ere she began to have any doubt or uneasiness about him, long before she began even to imagine it might be well if he spent his evenings with her, or, at least, in other ways and other company than he did. When first such a thought presented itself, she banished it as a disgrace to herself and an insult to him. But it was no wonder if she found marriage dull, poor child, after such expectations, too, from her Tom. What a pity it seems to our purblind eyes that so many girls should be married before they are women. The woman comes at length, and finds she is forestalled, that the prostitute and mutilated dragon of a girl's divinity is all that is left to her to do the best with she can. But, thank God, in the faithfully accepted and encountered responsibility, the woman must at length become aware that she has under her feet an ascending stair by which to climb to the woman of the divine ideal. There was at present, however, nothing to be called thought in the mind of Letty. She had even lost much of what faculty of thinking had been developed in her by the care of cousin Godfrey. That had speedily followed the decay of the aspiration kindled in her by Mary. Her whole life now, as much of it, that is, as was awake, was Tom, and only Tom. Her whole day was but the continuous and little varied hope of his presence. Most of the time she had a book in her hands, but ever again book and hands would sink into her lap, and she would sit staring before her at nothing. She was not unhappy, she was only not happy. At first it was a speechless delight to have as many novels as she pleased, and she thought Tom the very prince of bounty in not merely permitting her to read them, but bringing them to her, one after the other, sometimes two at once, in spendthrift profusion. The first thing that made her aware she was not quite happy was the discovery that novels were losing their charm, that they were not sufficient to make her day pass, that they were only dessert, and she had no dinner. When it came to difficulty in going on with a new one long enough to get interested in it, she sighed heavily, and began to think that perhaps life was rather a dreary thing, at least considerably diluted with the unsatisfactory. How many of my readers feel the same? How many of them will recognize that the state of things would indeed be desperate if it were otherwise? How many would go on being only butterflies, but for life's dismay? And who would choose to be a butterfly, even if life, and summer, and the flowers were to last forever? I would, I fancy this and that reader saying. Then, I answer, the only argument you are equal to is the fact that life, nor summer, nor the flowers do last forever. I suppose I am made a butterfly, do you say, seeing I prefer to be one? Ah, do you say so, indeed? Then you begin to excuse yourself, and what does that mean? It means that you are no butterfly, for a butterfly, no, nor even an angel in heaven, could never begin excusing the law of its existence. Butterfly brother, the hail will be upon you. I may not then pity Letty that she had to discover that novels taken alone serve one much as sweetmeats ad libitum do children, nor that she had to prove that life has in it that spiritual quinine, precious because bitter, whose part it is to wake the higher hunger. Tom talked of himself as on the staff of the Firefly, such was the name of the newspaper whose editor sometimes paid him, a weekly of great pretense, which took upon itself the mystery of things, as if it were God's spy. It was popular in a way, chiefly in fashionable circles. As regarded the opinions it promulgated, I never heard one, who understood the particular question at any time handled, say it was correct. Its writers were mostly young men, and their passion was to say clever things. If a friend's book came in their way, It was treated worse or better than that of a stranger, but with impartial disregard for truth in either case. Yet many were the authors who would go up endless back stairs to secure from that paper a flattering criticism, and then be as proud of it as if it had been the genuine and unsought utterance of a true man's conviction. And many were the men, immeasurably the superiors of the reviewers, and in a general way acquainted with their character, who would accept as conclusive upon the merits of a book the opinions they gave, nor ever question a mode of quotation by which a book was made to show itself whatever the reviewer chose to call it. A scandalous rumour of any kind, especially from the region styled high life, often false and always incorrect, was the delight both of the paper and of its readers, and the interest it thus awoke, united to the fear it thus caused, was mainly what procured for such as were known to be employed upon it the entree to houses where, if they had had private existence only, their faces would never have been seen. But, to do Tom justice, he wrote nothing of this sort. He was neither ill-natured nor experienced enough for that department. What he did write was clever, shallow sketches of that same society into whose charmed precincts he was but so lately a comer, that much was to him interesting which had long ceased to be observed by eyes turned horny with the glare of the world's footlights. And, while these sketches pleased the young people especially, even their jaded elders enjoyed the sparkling reflex of what they called life, as seen by an outsider, for they were thereby enabled to feel for a moment a slight interest in themselves objectively, along with a galvanized sense of existence as the producers of history. These sketches did more for the paper than the editor was willing to know or acknowledge. But the Firefly produced also a little art on its own account. Not always very original, but, at least, not a sucking of life from the labour of others, as is most of that parasitic thing miscalled criticism. In this branch Tom had a share, in the shape of verse. A ready faculty was his, but one seldom roused by immediate interest, and never by insight. It was not things themselves, but the reflection of things in the art of others, that moved him to produce. Coleridge, I think, says of Dryden, that he took fire with the running of his own wheels. So did Tom, but it was the running of the wheels of others that set his wheels running. He was like some young preachers who spend a part of the Saturday in reading this or that author, in order to get up the mental condition favourable to preaching on the Sunday. He was really fond of poetry, delighted in the study of its external elements for the sake of his craft, possessed not only a good but cultivated ear for verse, which is a rare thing out of the craft, had true pleasure in a fine phrase, in a strong or brilliant word, last and chief, had a special faculty for imitation, from which gifts, graces, and acquirements it came that he could write almost in any style that moved him, so far, at least, as to remind one who knew it of that style, and that every now and then there appeared verses of his in The Firefly. As often as this took place, Letty was in the third heaven of delight. For was not Tom's poetry unquestionably superior to anything else the age could produce? Was the poetry cousin Godfrey made her read once to be compared with Tom's? And was not Tom her own husband? Happy woman she! But, by the time at which my narrative has arrived, the first mist of a coming fog had begun to gather faintly dim in her heart. When Tom would come home happy, but talk perplexingly, when he would drop asleep in the middle of a story she could make nothing of, when he would burst out and go on laughing and refuse to explain the motive, how was she to avoid the conclusion forced upon her that he had taken too much strong drink, and, when she noted that this condition reappeared at shorter and shorter intervals, might she not well begin to be frightened, and to feel, what she had dared not allow, that she was being gradually left alone, that Tom had struck into a diverging path, and they were slowly parting miles from each other? End of chapter 27. Mr. and Mrs. Helmer.
Chapter 28 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 28. Mary and Letty. When her landlady announced a visitor, Letty, not having yet one friend in London, could not think who it should be. When Mary entered, she sprang to her feet and stood staring. What with being so much in the house, and seeing so few people, the poor girl had, I think, grown a little stupid. But when the fact of Mary's presence cleared itself to her, she rushed forward with a cry, fell into her arms, and burst out weeping. Mary held her fast until she had a little come to herself. Then, pushing her gently away to the length of her arms, looked at her. She was not a sight to make one happy. She was no longer the plump, fresh girl that used to go singing about, nor was she merely thin and pale. She looked unhealthy. Things could not be going well with her. Had her dress been only disordered, that might have been accidental, but it looked neglected, was not merely dingy, but plainly shabby, and to Mary's country eyes appeared on the wrong side of clean. Presently, as those eyes got accustomed to the miserable light, they spied in the skirt of her gown a perfunctory darn, revealing but too evidently that to Letty there no longer seemed occasion for being particular. The sadness of it all sunk to Mary's heart. Letty had not found marriage a grand affair. But Mary had not come into the world to be sad, or to help another to be sad. Sorrowful we may often have to be, but to indulge in sorrow is either not to know, or to deny God our Saviour. True, her heart ached for Letty, and the ache immediately laid itself as close to Letty's ache as it could lie. But that was only the advance guard of her army of salvation, the light cavalry of sympathy. The next division was help, and behind that lay patience, and strength, and hope, and faith, and joy. This last, modern teachers, having failed to regard it as a virtue, may well decline to regard as a duty. But he is a poor Christian indeed in whom joy has not at least a growing share, and Mary was not a poor Christian. At least, for the time she had been learning, and as Christians go in the present aeon of their history. Her whole nature drew itself together, comforting the destroyer, whatever he might be, in possession of Letty. How to help she could not yet tell, but sympathy was already at its work. "You are not looking your best, Letty," she said, clasping her again in her arms. With a little choking, Letty assured her she was quite well, only rather overcome with the pleasure of seeing her so unexpectedly. "How is Mr. Helmer?" asked Mary. "Quite well, and very busy," answered Letty. A little hurriedly, Mary thought. "But," she added in a tone of disappointment, "you always used to call him Tom." "Oh," answered Mary with a smile, "one must be careful how one takes liberties with married people. A certain mysterious change seems to pass over some of them. They are not the same somehow, and you have to make your acquaintance with them all over again from the beginning." "I shouldn't think such people's acquaintance worth making over again," said Letty. "How can you tell what it may be worth?" said Mary. "They are so different from what they were. Their friendship may now be one that won't change so easily." "Ah, don't be hard on me, Mary. I have never ceased to love you." "I am so glad," answered Mary. "People don't generally take much to me, at least not to come near me. But you can be friends without having friends," she added, with the sententiousness she had inherited. "I don't quite understand you," said Letty sadly. "But then I never could quite, you know. Tom finds me very stupid." These words strengthened Mary's suspicion, from the first a probability, that all was not going well between the two. But she shrunk from any approach to confidences with one of a married pair. To have such, she felt instinctively, would be a breach of unity, except indeed that were already and irreparably broken. To encourage in any married friend the placing of a confidence that excludes the other is to encourage that friend's self-degradation. But neither was this a fault to which Letty could have been tempted. She loved her Tom too much for it. With all her feebleness, there was in Letty not a little of childlike greatness, born of faith. But, although Mary would make Letty tell nothing, she was not the less anxious to discover that she might, if possible, help. She would observe. Sidelights often reveal more than direct illumination. It might be for Letty, and not for Mrs. Redmain, she had been sent. He who made time, in time, would show. "Are you going to be long in London, Mary?" asked Letty. "Oh, a long time," answered Mary, with a loving glance. Letty's eyes fell, and she looked troubled. "I am so sorry, Mary," she said, "that I cannot ask you to come here. We have only these 2 rooms, and you see, Mrs. Helmer is not very liberal to Tom, and because they don't get on together very well, as I suppose everybody knows, Tom won't consent to "You little goose!" cried Mary. "You don't think I would come down on you like a devouring dragon, without even letting you know and finding whether it would suit you? I have got a situation in London." "A situation?" echoed Letty. "What can you mean, Mary? You haven't left your own shop and gone into somebody else's?" "No, not exactly that," replied Mary, laughing. "But I have no doubt most people would think that by far the more prudent thing to have done." "Then I don't," said Letty, with a little flash of her old enthusiasm. "Whatever you do, Mary, I am sure will always be the best." "I am glad I have so much of your good opinion, Letty, but I am not sure I shall have it still, when I have told you what I have done. Indeed, I am not quite sure myself that I have done wisely. But if I have made a mistake, it is from having listened to love more than to prudence." "What!" cried Letty. "You're married, Mary?" And here a strange thing, yet the commonest in the world, appeared. Had her own marriage proved to Letty the most blessed of fates, she could not have shown more delight at the idea of Mary's. I think men find women a little incomprehensible in this matter of their friends' marriage. In their larger heartedness, I presume, women are able to hope for their friends, even when they have lost all hope for themselves. "No," replied Mary, amused at having thus misled her. "It is neither so bad nor so good as that. But I was far from comfortable in the shop without my father, and kept thinking how to find a life more suitable for me. It was not plain to me that my lot was cast there any longer, and one has no right to choose difficulty; for even if difficulty be the right thing for you, the difficulty you choose can't be the right difficulty. Those that are given to choosing, my father said, are given to regretting. Then it happened that I fell in love, not with a gentleman. Don't look like that, Letty! But with a lady, and as the lady took a small fancy to me at the same time, and wanted to have me about her, here I am." "But surely that is not a situation fit for one like you, Mary?" cried Letty, almost in consternation. For notwithstanding her opposition to her aunt's judgment in the individual case of her friend, Letty's own judgments, where she had any, were mostly of this world. "I suppose you are a kind of companion to your lady friend? Or a kind of lady's maid, or a kind of dressmaker, or a kind of humble friend? Something like a dog, perhaps, only not to be quite so much loved and petted. In truth, Letty, I don't know what I am, or what I'm going to be. But I shall find out before long, and where's the use of knowing, any more than anything else before it's wanted?" "You take my breath away, Mary! The thing doesn't seem at all like you. It's not consistent. Mary Marston in a menial position! I can't get a hold of it." "You remind me," said Mary, laughing, "of what my father said to Mr. Turnbull once. They were nearer quarrelling then than ever I saw them. You remember my father's way, Letty, how he would say a thing too quietly even to smile with it? I can't tell you what a delight it is to me to talk to anybody that knew him. Mr. Turnbull imagined he did not know what he was about, for the thoughts my father was thinking could not have lived a moment in Mr. Turnbull. 'You see, John Turnbull,' my father said, 'no man can look so inconsistent as one whose principles are not understood, for hardly in anything will that man do as his friend must have thought he would.' I suppose you think, Letty," Mary went on, with a merry air, "that, for the sake of consistency, I should never do anything but sell behind a counter. In that case," said Letty, "I ought to have married a milkman, for a dairy's the only thing I understand. I can't help Tom ever so little. But I suppose it wouldn't be possible for two to write poetry together, even if they were husband and wife, and both of them clever." "Something like it has been tried, I believe," answered Mary, "but not with much success. I suppose when a man sets himself to make anything, he must have it all his own way, or he can't do it. I suppose that's it. I know Tom is very angry with the editor when he wants to alter anything he's written. I'm sure Tom's right, too. You can't think how much better Tom's way always is. He makes that quite clear, even to poor stupid me. But then, you know, Tom's a genius. That's one thing there's no doubt of. But you haven't told me yet where you are. You remember Miss Mortimer, of Durnmelling?" "Quite well, of course. She's Mrs. Redmain now. I am with her." "You don't mean it! Why, Tom knows her very well. He has been several times to parties at her house." "And not you, too?" asked Mary. "Oh dear, no!" answered Letty, laughing, superior at Mary's ignorance. "It's not the fashion in London, at least for distinguished persons like my Tom, to take their wives to parties." "Are there no ladies at those parties, then?" "Oh yes," replied Letty, smiling again at Mary's ignorance of the world. "The grandest of ladies, duchesses and all. You don't know what a favorite Tom is in the highest circles." Now Mary could believe almost anything bearing on Tom's being a favorite, for she herself liked him a great deal more than she approved of him, but she could not see the sense of his going to parties without his wife, neither could she see that the height of the circle in which he was a favorite made any difference. She had old-fashioned notions of a man and his wife being one flesh, and felt a breach of the law where they were separated. Whatever the custom, reason there could be none. But Letty seemed much too satisfied to give her any light on the matter. Did it seem to her so natural that she could not understand Mary's difficulty? She could not help suspecting, however, that there might be something in this recurrence of a separation absolute as death, for was it not a passing of one into a region where the other could not follow, to account for the change in her? The same moment, as if Letty divined what was passing in Mary's thought, and were not altogether content with the thing herself, but would gladly justify what she could not explain, she added, in the tone of an unanswerable argument, "Besides, Mary, how could I get a dress fit to wear at such parties? You wouldn't have me go and look like a beggar? That would be to disgrace Tom. Everybody in London judges everybody by the clothes she wears. You should hear Tom's descriptions of the ladies' dresses when he comes home." Mary was on the verge of crying out indignantly, "Then if he can't take you, why doesn't he stop at home with you?" But she bethought herself in time to hold her peace. She settled it with herself, however, that Tom must have less heart, or yet more muddled brains, than she had thought. "So then," reverted Letty, as if willing to turn definitively from the subject, "you are actually living with the beautiful Mrs. Redmain? What a lucky girl you are! You will see no end of grand people. You will see my Tom sometimes, when I can't," she added, with a sigh that went to Mary's heart. "Poor thing," she said to herself. "It isn't anything much out of the way she wants, only a little more of a foolish husband's company." It was no wonder that Tom found Letty dull, for he had just as little of his own in him as she, and thought he had a great store, which is what sends a man most swiftly along the road to that final poverty in which even that which he has shall be taken from him. Mary did not stay so long with Letty as both would have liked, for she did not yet know enough of Hesper's ways. When she got home, she learned that she had a headache, and had not yet made her appearance. End of Chapter 28. Recording by Amanda Friday.
Chapter 29 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 29. The Evening Star. Notwithstanding her headache, however, Mrs. Redmain was going in the evening to a small fancy ball, meant for a sort of rehearsal to a great one when the season should arrive. The part and costume she had chosen were the suggestion of her own name. She would represent the evening star, clothed in the early twilight, and neither was she unfit for the part, nor was the dress she had designed altogether unsuitable, either to herself or to the part. But she had sufficient confidence neither in herself nor her maid to forestall a desire for Mary's opinion. After luncheon, therefore, she sent for Miss Marston to her bedroom. Mary found her half dressed, Folter in attendance, a great heap of pink lying on the bed. "Sit down, Mary," said Hesper, pointing to a chair. "I want your advice. But first I must explain. Where I am going this evening, nobody is to be herself except me. I am not to be Mrs. Redmain, though, but Hesper. You know what Hesper means?" Mary said she knew, and waited, a little anxious, for sideways in her eyes glowed the pink of the chosen Hesperian clouds, and, if she should not like it, what could be done at that late hour? "There is my dress," continued the evening star, with a glance of her eyes, for Folter was busied with her hair. "I want to know your opinion of it." Folter gave a toss of her head that seemed to say, "Have not I spoken?" But what it really did mean, how should the other mortal know? For the main obstructions to understanding are profundity and shallowness, and the latter is far the more perplexing of the two. "I should like to see it on first," said Mary. She was in doubt whether the colour, bright, to suggest the brightest of sunset clouds, would suit Hesper's complexion. Then, again, she had always associated the name Hesper with a later, a solemnly lovely period of twilight, having little in common with the colour so voluminous in the background. Hesper had a good deal of appreciative faculty, and knew therefore when she liked and when she did not like a thing, but she had very little originative faculty, so little that, when anything was wrong, she could do next to nothing to set it right. There was small originality in taking a suggestion for her part from her name, and less in the idea, following by consternation, of adopting for her costume sunset colours upon a flimsy material, which might more than hint at clouds. She had herself, with the assistance of Sepia and Folter, made choice of the particular pink, but, although it continued altogether delightful in the eyes of her maid, it had, upon nearer and prolonged acquaintance, become doubtful in hers, and she now waited, with no little anxiety, the judgment of Mary, who sat silently thinking. "Have you nothing to say?" she asked at length impatiently. "Please, ma'am," replied Mary, "I must think if I am to be of any use. I am doing my best, but you must let me be quiet." Half annoyed, half pleased, Hesper was silent, and Mary went on thinking. All was still, save for the slight noises Folter made as, like a machine, she went on heartlessly brushing her mistress's hair, which kept emitting little crackles, as of dissatisfaction with her handling. Mary would now take a good gaze at the lovely creature, now abstract herself from the visible, and try to call up the vision of her as the real Hesper, not a Hesper dressed up, a process which had in it hope for the lady, but not much for the dress upon the bed. At last Folter had done her part. "I suppose you must see it on," said Hesper, and she rose up. Folter jerked herself to the bed, took the dress, arranged it on her arms, got up on a chair, dropped it over her mistress's head, got down, and, having pulled it this way and that for a while, fastened it here, undone it there, and fastened it again several times, exclaimed, in a tone whose confidence was meant to forestall the critical impertinence she dreaded, "There, ma'am, if you don't look the loveliest woman in the room, I shall never trust my eyes again." Mary held her peace, for the commonplace style of the dress but added to her dissatisfaction with the colour. It was all puffed and bubbled and blown about, here and there and everywhere, so that the form of the woman was lost in the frolic shapelessness of the cloud. The whole, if it could be called, was a miserable attempt at combining fancy and fashion, and, in result, an ugly nothing. "I see you don't like it," said Hesper, with a mingling of displeasure and dismay. "I wish you had come a few days sooner. It's much too late to do anything now. I might just as well have gone without showing it to you. Here, Folter." With a look almost of disgust, she began to pull off the dress, in which, a few hours later, she would yet make the attempt to enchant an assembly. "Oh, ma'am," cried Mary, "I wish you had told me yesterday. There would have been time then, and I don't know," she added, seeing disgust change to mortification on Hesper's countenance, "but something might be done yet." "Oh, indeed," dropped from Folter's lips, with an indescribable expression. "What can be done?" said Hesper angrily. "There can be no time for anything." "If only we had the stuff," said Mary. "That shade doesn't suit your complexion. It ought to be much, much darker. In fact, a different colour altogether." Folter was furious, but restrained herself sufficiently to preserve some calmness of tone, although her face turned almost blue with the effort, as she said, "Miss Marston is not long from the country, ma'am, and don't know what's suitable to a London drawing-room." Her mistress was too dejected to snub her impertinence. "What colour were you thinking of, Miss Marston?" Hesper asked, with a stiffness that would have been more in place had Mary volunteered the opinion she had been asked to give. She was out of temper with Mary from feeling certain she was right, and believing there was no remedy. "I could not describe it," answered Mary, "and, indeed, the colour I have in my mind may not be to be had. I have seen it somewhere, but whether in a stuff or only in nature, I cannot at this moment be certain." "Where's the good of talking like that? Excuse me, ma'am. It's more than I can bear, when the ball comes off in a few hours," cried Folter, ending with eyes of murder on Mary. "If you would allow me, ma'am," said Mary, "I should like very much to try whether I could not find something that would suit you, and your idea too. However well you might look in that, You would owe it no thanks. The worst is, I know nothing of the London shops." "I should think not," remarked Folter, with emphasis. "I would send you in the brougham, if I thought it was of any use," said Hesper. "Folter could take you to the proper places." "Folter would be of no use to me," said Mary. "If your coachman knows the best shops, that will be enough." "But there's no time to make up anything," objected Hesper, despondingly, not the less with a glimmer of hope in her heart. "Not like that," answered Mary. "But there is so much there as unnecessary as it is ugly. If Folter is good at her needle—" "I won't take up a single stitch. It would be a mere waste of labour," cried Folter. "Then please, ma'am," said Mary, "let Folter have that dress ready, and if I don't succeed, you have something to wear." "I hate it. I won't go if you don't find me another." "Some people may like it, though I don't," said Mary. "Not a doubt of that," said Folter. "Ring the bell," said her mistress. The woman obeyed, and the moment afterward repented she had not given warning on the spot instead. The brougham was ordered immediately, and in a few minutes Mary was standing at a counter in a large shop, looking at various stuffs, of which the young man waiting on her soon perceived she knew the qualities and capabilities better than he. She had set her heart on carrying out Hesper's idea, but in better fashion, and after great pains taken, and no little trouble given, left the shop well satisfied with her success. And now for the greater difficulty. She drove straight to Letty's lodging, and there, dismissing the brougham, presented herself, with a great parcel in her arms, for the second time that day, at the door of her room, as unexpected as the first, and even more to the joy of her solitary friend. She knew that Letty was good at her needle, and Letty was, indeed, even now, by fits, fond of using it, and on several occasions, when her supply of novels had run a day short, had asked a dressmaker who lived above to let her help her for an hour or two. Before Mary had finished her story, she was untying the parcel and preparing to receive her instructions. Nor had they been at work many minutes when Letty bethought her of calling in the help of said dressmaker, so that presently there were 3 of them, as busy as bees, one with genius, one with experience, and all with facility. The notions were first very quickly taken up by the other 2, and, the design of the dress being simplicity itself, Mary got all done she wanted in shorter time than she had thought possible. The landlady sent for a cab, and Mary was home with the improbability, in more than time for Mrs. Redmain's toilette. It was with some triumph, tempered with some trepidation, that she carried it to her room. There Folter was in the act of persuading her mistress of the necessity of beginning to dress. Miss Marston, she said, knew nothing of what she had undertaken, and, even if she arrived in time, it would be with something too ridiculous for any lady to appear in. When Mary entered, and was received with a cry of delight from Hesper, in proportion to whose increasing disgust for the pink robe was her pleasure when she caught sight of Mary's colours as she undid the parcel. When she lifted the dress on her arm for a first effect, she was enraptured with it. Aerial in texture, of the hue of a smoky rose, deep and cloudy with overlaying folds, yet diaphanous, a darkness dilute with red. Silent as a tortured maiden, and as grim, Folter approached to try the flimsy thing, scornfully confident that at the first sight of it on it would prove unwearable. But Mary judged her scarcely in a mood to be trusted with anything so ethereal, and begged therefore that, as the dress had, of necessity, been in many places little more than run together, and she knew its weak points, she might, for that evening, be allowed the privilege of dressing Mrs. Redmain. Hesper gladly consented. Folter left the room. Mary, now at her ease, took her place, and presently, more at Hesper's pleasure than Mary's surprise, for she had made and fixed in her mind the results of minute observation before she went, it was found that the dress fitted quite sufficiently well, and, having confined it round the waist with a cincture of thin pale gold, she advanced to her chief anxiety, the head-dress. For this she had chosen such a doubtful green as the sky appears through yellowish smoke, a sad, lovely colour, the fair past clouded with the present, youth not forgotten, but filmed with age. They were all colours of the evening, as it strives to keep its hold of the heavens, with the night pressing upon it from behind. In front, above the lunar forehead, Among the corneal masses, darkly fair, she fixed a diamond star, and over it wound the smoky green like a turbaned vapour, wind-ruffled, through which the diamonds gleamed faintly by fits. Not once would she, while at her work, allow Hesper to look, and the self-willed lady had been submissive in her hands as a child of the chosen, but the moment she had succeeded, for her expectations were more than realized, she led her to the cheval-glass. Hesper gazed for an instant, then, turning, threw her arms around Mary and kissed her. "I don't believe you're a human creature at all," she cried. "You are a fairy godmother, come to look after your poor Cinderella, the sport of stupid ladies' maids and dressmakers." The door opened and Folter entered. "If you please, ma'am, I wish to leave this day month," she said quietly. "Then," answered her mistress with equal calmness, "oblige me by going at once to Mrs. Perkin, and telling her that I desire her to pay you a month's wages, and let you leave the house to-morrow morning. You won't mind helping me to dress till I get another maid, will you, Mary?" she added, and Folter left the room, chagrined at her inability to cause annoyance. "I don't see why you should have another maid so long as I'm with you, ma'am," said Mary. "It should not need many days' apprenticeship to make one woman able to dress another." "Not when she is like you, Mary," said Hesper. "It is well the wretch has done my hair for to-night, though. That would be the main difficulty." "It will not be a great one," said Mary, "if you will allow me to undo it when you come home." "I began almost to believe in a special providence," said Hesper. "What a blessed thing for me that you came to drive away that woman. She has been getting worse and worse." "If I have driven her away," answered Mary, "I am bound to supply her place." As they talked, she was giving her final touches of arrangement to the headdress, with which she found it least easy to satisfy herself. It swept round from behind in a misty cloak, the two colours mingling with and gently obscuring each other, while, between them, the palest memory of light, in the gold cincture, helped to bring about the sombre richness, the delicate darkness of the whole. Searching now again in Hesper's jewel case, Mary found a bracelet of the true oriental topaz, the old chrysolite, of that clear yellow of the sunset sky that looks like the scalped spirit of miser's smoothed gold. This she clasped upon one arm, and when she had fastened a pair of some ancient Mortimer's garnet buckles on her shoes, which she had insisted should be black, and taken off all the rings that Hesper had just put on, except a certain glorious sapphire, she led her again to the mirror, and, if there Hesper was far more pleased with herself than was reasonable or lovely, my reader needs not therefore fear a sermon from the text. Beauty is only skin deep, for that text is out of the devil's Bible. No Baal or Astarte is the maker of beauty, but the same who made the 7 stars and Orion, and his works are past finding out. If only the woman herself and her worshippers knew how deep it is. But the woman's share in her own beauty may be infinitely less than skin deep, and there is but one greater fool than the man who worships that beauty, the woman who prides herself upon it, as if she were the fashioner and not the thing fashioned. But poor Hesper had much excuse, though no justification. She had had many of the disadvantages and scarce one of the benefits of poverty. She had constantly from childhood the most worldly and greedy talk, the commonest expression of abject dependence upon the favours of Mammon, and thus had from the first been in preparation for marrying money. She had been taught no other way of doing her part to procure the things of which the Father knows we have need. She had never earned a dinner, had never done or thought of doing a day's work, of offering the world anything for the sake of which the world might offer her a shilling to do it again. She had never dreamed of being of any use, even to herself. She had learned to long for money, but had never been hungry, never been cold. She had sometimes felt shabby. Out of it all she had brought but the knowledge that this matter of beauty, with which, by some blessed chance, she was endowed, was worth much precious money in the world's market, worth all the dresses she could ever desire, worth jewels and horses and servants, adoration and adulation. Everything, in fact, the world calls fine, and the devil offers to those who, unscared by his inherent ugliness, will fall down and worship him. End of chapter 29. The Evening Star. Chapter 30 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 30. A Scolding. The Evening Star found herself a success. That is, much followed by the men and much complimented by the women. Her triumph, however, did not culminate until the next appearance of The Firefly, containing a song to the Evening Star, which everybody knew to stand for Mrs. Redmain. The chaos of the uninitiated, indeed, exoteric and despicable, remained in ignorance, nor dreamed that the verses meant anybody of note. To them they seemed but the calf-sigh of some young writer so deep in his first devotion that he jumbled up his lady-love, Hesper, and Aphrodite, in the same poetic bundle, of which he left the string ends hanging a little loose, while, upon the whole, it remained a not altogether unsightly bit of prentice work. Tom had not been at the party, but had gathered fire enough from what he heard of Hesper's appearance there to write the verses. Here they are, as nearly as I can recall them. They are in themselves not worth writing out for the printers, but, in their surroundings, they serve to show Tom, and are the last of which I shall trouble the readers of this narrative. To the Evening Star. From the buried sunlight springing, through flame darkened, rosy, loud, native sea hues with thee bringing, in the sky thou reignest proud. Who is like thee, lordly lady, star Caragus of the night? Colour worships, fainting fady, night grows darker with delight. Dusk radiant, far and sombre, in the coolness of thy state, from my eyelids chasing slumber thou dost smile upon my fate. Calmly shinest, not a whisper of my songs can reach thine ear. What is it to thee, O Hesper, that a heart should long or fear? Tom did not care to show Letty this poem. Not that there was anything more in his mind than an artistic admiration of Hesper, and a desire to make himself agreeable in her eyes, but when Letty, having read it, betrayed no shadow of annoyance with its folly, he was a little relieved. The fact was, the simple creature took it as a pardon to herself. "I am glad you have forgiven me, Tom," she said. "What do you mean?" asked Tom. "For working for Mrs. Redmain with your hands," she said, and, breaking into a little laugh, caught his cheeks between those same hands, and reaching up gave him a kiss that made him ashamed of himself, a little, that is, and for the moment, that is. Tom was used to being this or that a little for the moment. For this same dress, which Tom had thus glorified in song, had been the cause of bitter tears to Letty. He came home too late the day of Mary's visit, but the next morning she told him all about both the first and the second surprise she had had, not, however, with much success in interesting the lordly youth. "And then," she went on, "what do you think we were doing all the afternoon, Tom?" "How should I know?" said Tom indifferently. "We were working hard at a dress for a fancy ball." "A fancy ball, Letty? What do you mean? You going to a fancy ball?" "Me?" cried Letty with a merry laugh. "No, not quite me. Who do you think it was for?" "How should I know?" said Tom again, but not quite so indifferently. He was prepared to be annoyed. "For Mrs. Redmain," said Letty, triumphantly, clapping her hands with delight at what she thought the fun of the thing. For was not Mrs. Redmain Tom's friend? Then, stooping a little, it was an unconscious, pretty trick she had, and holding them out, palm pressed to palm, with the fingers toward his face. "Letty," said Tom, frowning, and the frown deepened and deepened. For had he not from the first, if in nothing else, taken trouble to instruct her in what became the wife of Thomas Helmer, Esquire? "Letty, this won't do." Letty was frightened, but tried to think he was only pretending to be displeased. "Oh, don't frighten me, Tom," she said with her merry hands now changed to pleading ones, though their position and attitude remained the same. but he caught them by the wrists in both of his and held them tight. "Letty," he said once more, and with increased severity, "this won't do. I tell you, it won't do." "What won't do, Tom?" she returned, growing white. "There's no harm done." "Yes, there is," said Tom with solemnity. "There is harm done, when my wife goes and does like that. What would people say of me if they were to come to know, God forbid they should, that your husband was talking all the evening to ladies at whose dresses his wife had been working all the afternoon? You don't know what you are doing, Letty. What do you suppose the ladies would think if they were to hear of it?" Poor, foolish Tom, ignorant in his folly, did not know how little those grand ladies would have cared if his wife had been a charwoman. The eyes of such are not discerning of fine social distinctions in women who are not of their set. Neither are the family relations of the Bohemians they invite of the smallest consequence to them. "But, Tom," pleaded his wife, "such a grand lady as that? One you go and read your poetry to? What harm can there be in your poor little wife helping to make a dress for a lady like that?" "I tell you, Letty, I don't choose my wife to do such a thing for the greatest lady in the land. Good heavens! If it were to come to the ears of the staff, it would be the ruin of me. I should never hold up my head again." By this time Letty's head was hanging low, like a flower half broken from its stem, and 2 big tears were slowly rolling down her cheeks. But there was a gleam of satisfaction in her heart notwithstanding. Tom thought so much of his little wife that he would not have her work for the greatest lady in the land. She did not see that it was not pride in her, but pride in himself that made him indignant at the idea. It was not my wife, but my wife with Tom. She looked up again, timidly, into his face, and said, her voice trembling and her cheeks wet, for she could not wipe away the tears because Tom still held her hands as one might those of a naughty child. "But, Tom, I don't exactly see how you can make so much of it, when you don't think me, when you know that I am not fit to go among such people." To this Tom had no reply at hand. He was not yet far enough down the Devil's Turnpike to be able to tell his wife that he had spoken the truth, that he did not think her fit for such company, that he would be ashamed of her in it, that she had no style, that, instead of carrying herself as if she knew herself somebody, as good as anybody there, indeed, being the wife of Tom Helmer, she had the meek look of one who knew herself nobody, and did not know her husband to be anybody. He did not think how little he had done to give the unassuming creature that quiet confidence which a woman ought to gather from the assurance of her husband's satisfaction in her, and the consciousness of being, in dress and everything else, pleasing in his eyes, therefore of occupying the only place in the world she deserves to have. But he did not think that Letty's next question might naturally be, "Why should you not take me with you?" No doubt he could have answered, no one had ever asked her, but then she might rejoin, had he ever put it in anyone's way to ask her? It might even occur to her to inquire whether he had told Mrs. Redmain that he had a wife, and he had heart enough left to imagine it might mortally hurt her to find he lived a life so utterly apart from hers, that she had so little of the relations through all the rights of wifehood. It was no wonder, therefore, if he was more than willing to change the subject. He let the poor imprisoned hands drop so abruptly that, in their abandonment, they fell straight from her shoulders to her sides. "Well, well, child," he said, "put on your bonnet, and we shall be in time for the first piece at the Lyceum." Letty flew, and was ready in 5 minutes. She could dress the more quickly that she was delayed by little doubt as to what she had better wear. She had scarcely a choice. Tom, looking after his own comforts, left her to look after her necessities, and she, having a conscience, and not much spirit, went even shabbier than she yet needed. End of chapter 30. Scolding. Chapter 31 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 31 Sepia. As naturally as if she had been born to that very duty and no other, Mary slid into the office of lady's maid to Mrs. Redmain, feeling in it, although for reasons very different, no more degradation than her mistress saw in it. If Hesper was occasionally a little rude to her, Mary was not one to accept a rudeness, that is, to wrap it up in resentment and put it away safe in the pocket of memory. She could not help feeling things of the kind, sometimes with indignation and anger, but she made haste to send them from her, and shut the doors against them. She knew herself a far more blessed creature than Hesper, and felt the obligation, from the Master himself, of so enduring as to keep every channel of service open between Hesper and her. To Hesper, the change from the vulgar service of Folter to the ministration of Mary was like passing from a shallow purgatory to a gentle paradise. Mary's service was full of live and near presence, as that of dew or summer wind. Folter handled her as if she were dressing a doll, Mary as if she were dressing a baby. Her hands were deft as an angel's, her feet as noiseless as swift. And to have Mary near was not only to have a ministering spirit at hand, but to have a good atmosphere all around. An air, a heaven, out of which good things must momently come. Few could be closely associated with her and not become aware at least of the capacity of being better, if not the desire to be better. In the matter of immediate result, it was a transition from decoration to dress. If in any sense Hesper was well dressed before, she was in every sense well dressed now. Dressed so, that is, as to reveal the nature, the analogies, and the associations of her beauty. No manner of dressing can make a woman look more beautiful than she is, though many a mode may make her look less so. There was one in the house, however, who was not pleased at the change from Folter to Mary. Sepia found herself in consequence less necessary to Hesper. Hitherto Hesper had never been satisfied without Sepia's opinion and final approval in that weightiest of affairs, the matter of dress. But she found in Mary such a faculty as rendered appeal to Sepia unnecessary, for she not only satisfied her idea of herself and how she would choose to look, but showed her taste as much surer than Sepia's as Sepia's was readier than Hesper's own. Sepia was equal to the dressing of herself, she never blundered there, but there was little dependence to be placed upon her in dressing another. She cared for herself, not for another, and to dress another love is needful. Love, the only true artist. Love, the only opener of eyes. She cared nothing to minister to the comfort or beautification of her cousin, and her displeasure did not arise from the jealousy that is born of affection. So far as Hesper's self was concerned, Sepia did not care a straw whether she was well or ill dressed, but, if the link between them of dress was severed, what other so strong would be left? And to find herself in any way a less object in Hesper's eyes would be to find herself on the inclined plane of loss and probable ruin. Another, though smaller point was that hitherto she had generally been able to so dress Hesper as to make of her more or less a foil to herself. My reader may remember that there was between Hesper and Sepia, if not a resemblance, yet a relation of appearance, like, vaguely, that between the twilight and the night. Seen in certain positions and circumstances, the one would recall the other, and it was therefore a matter of no small consequence to Sepia that the relation of her dress to Hesper's should be such as to give herself any advantage to be derived in it from the relation of their looks. This was far more difficult, of course, when she had no longer a voice in the matter of Hesper's dress, and when the loving skill of the new maid presented her rival to her individual best. Mary would have been glad to help her as well, but Sepia drew back as from a hostile nature, and they made no approximation. This was more loss to Sepia than she knew, for Mary would have assisted her in doing the best when she had no money, a condition which often made it the more trying that she had now so little influence over her cousin's adornment. To dress was a far more difficult, though not more important, affair with Sepia than with Hesper, for she had nothing of her own, and from her cousin no fixed allowance. Any arrangement of the kind had been impossible at Durnmelling, where there was no money, and here, where it would have been easy enough, she judged it better to give no hint in its direction, although plainly it had never suggested itself to Hesper. There was nothing of the money mean in her, any more than in her husband. They were, of course, as became people of fashion, regular and unwearied attendants of the Church of Mammon, ordering all their judgments and ways in accordance with the precepts there delivered. But they were none of Mammon's priests, or pew-openers, money-grubbers, or accumulators. They gave liberally where they gave, and scraped no inferior to spend either on themselves or their charities. They had plenty, it is true, but so have many who withhold more than is meet, and take the ewe-lamb to add to their flock. For one thing, they had no time for that sort of wickedness, and no interest in it. So Hesper, although it had not come to her mind to give her the ease of a stated allowance, behaved generously to Sepia, when she thought of it. But she did not love her enough to be love-watchful, and seldom thought how her money must be going, or questioned whether she might not at the moment be in want of more. There are many who will give freely, who do not care to understand need and anticipate want. Hence, at times Sepia's purse would be long empty before the giving thought would wake in the mind of Hesper. When it woke, it was gracious and free. Had Sepia ventured to run up bills with the tradespeople, Hesper would have taken it as a thing of course, and settled them with her own. But Sepia had a certain politic pride in spending only what was given her. Also she saw, or thought she saw, serious reason for avoiding all appearances of taking liberties. From the first of Mr. Redmain's visits to Durnmelling, she had been aware, with an instinct keen in respect of its objects, though blind as to its own nature, that he did not like her, and soon satisfied herself that any overt attempt to please him would but ripen his dislike to repugnance, and her dread was that he might make it a condition with Mr. Mortimer that Hesper's intimacy with her should cease, whereas, if once they were married, the husband's disfavour would, she believed, only strengthen the wife's predilection. Having so far gained her end, it remained, however, almost as desirable as before that she should do nothing to fix or increase his dislike, nay, that if within the possible, she should become pleasing to him. Did not even hate sometimes turn to its mighty opposite? But she understood so little of the man with whom she had to deal that her calculations were ill-founded. She was right in believing that Mr. Redmain disliked her, but she was wrong in imagining that he had therefore any objection to her being for the present in the house. He certainly did not relish the idea of her continuing to be his wife's inseparable companion, but there would be time enough to get rid of her after he had found her out. For she had not been long one of his family before he knew, with insight unerring, that she had to be found out, and was therefore an interesting subject for the exercise of his faculty of moral analysis. He was certain her history was composed mainly of secrets. As yet, however, he had discovered nothing. I must just remind my reader of the intellectual passion I have already mentioned in characterizing Mr. Redmain's mental constitution. His faults and vices were by no means peculiar, but the bent to which I refer, certainly no virtue, and springing originally from predominant evil, was in no small degree peculiar, especially in the degree to which, derived as it was from his father, he had in his own being developed it. Most men, he judged with himself, were such fools as well as rogues, that there was not the least occasion to ask what they were after. They did but turn themselves inside out before you. But, on the other hand, there were not a few who took pains, more or less successful, to conceal their game of life, and such it was the delight of his being to lay bare to his own eyes, not to those of other people. That, he said, would be to spoil his game. Men were his library, he said his history, his novels, his sermons, his philosophy, his poetry, his whole literature, and he did not like to have his books thumbed by other people. Human nature, in its countless aspects, was all about him, he said, every mask crying to him to take it off. Unhappily, it was but the morbid anatomy of human nature he cared to study. For all his abuse of it, he did not yet recognize it as morbid, but took it as normal, and the best to be had. No doubt he therein judged and condemned himself. But that he never thought of, nor perceived, would it not have been a point of any consequence to him. From the first he saw through Mr. Mortimer, and all belonging to him, except Miss Yolland. She soon began to puzzle, and, so far, to please him, though, as I have said, he did not like her. Had he been a younger man, she would have captivated him. As it was, she would have repelled him entirely, but that she offered him a good subject. He said to himself that she was a bad lot, but what sort of a bad lot was not so clear as to make her devoid of interest to him. He must discover how she played her life game. She had a history, and he would fain know it. As I have said, however, so far it had come to nothing, for, upon the surface, Sepia showed herself merely like any other worldly girl who knows on which side her bread is buttered. The moment he had found, or believed he had found, what there was to know about her, he was sure to hate her heartily. For some time after his marriage, he appeared at his wife's parties oftener than he otherwise would have done, just for the sake of having an eye upon Sepia, but had seen nothing, nor the shadow of anything, until one night, by the merest chance, happening to enter his wife's drawing-room, he caught a peculiar glance between Sepia and a young man, not very young, who had just entered, and whom he had not seen before. To not a few it seemed strange that, with her unquestioned powers of fascination, she had not yet married. But London is not the only place in which poverty is as repellent as beauty is attractive. At the same time it must be confessed that there was something about her which made not a few men shy of her. Some found that, if her eyes drew them within a certain distance, there they began to repel them, they could not tell why. Others felt strangely uncomfortable in her presence from the first. Not only much that a person has done, but much of what a person is capable of is, I suspect, written on the bodily presence, and although no human eye is capable of reading more than here and there a scattered hint of the twilight of history, which is the aura of prophecy, the soul may yet shudder with instinctive foreboding it cannot explain, and feel the presence, without recognizing the nature, of the hostile. Sepia's eyes were her great power. She knew the laws of mortar practice in that kind as well as any officer of engineers those of projectiles. There was something about her engines which it were vain to attempt to describe. Their lightest glance was a thing not to be trifled with, and their gaze a thing hardly to be withstood. Sustained and without hurt defied, it could hardly be by man of woman born. They were large, but no fool would be taken with mere size. They were dark as ever eyes of woman, but our older poets delighted in eyes as grey as glass. Certainly not in their darkness lay their peculiar witchery. They were grandly proportioned, neither almond-shaped nor round, neither prominent nor deep-set, but even shape by itself is not much. If I go on to say they were luminous, plainly there the danger begins. Sepia's eyes, I confess, were not the lords of the deepest light, for she was not true, but neither was theirs a surface light, generated of mere physical causes. Through them, concentrating her will upon their utterance, she could establish a physical contact with almost any man she chose. The power was an evil, selfish shadow of original, universal love. By them she could produce at once, in the man on whom she turned their play, a sense as it were of some primordial, fatal affinity between her and him, of an aboriginal understanding, the rare possession of but a few of the pairs made male and female. In those eyes she would call up her soul, and there make it sit, flashing light, in gleams and sparkles, shoots and coruscations, not from great black pupils alone, to whose size there were who said the suicidal belladonna lent its aid, but from great dark irids as well, nay, from eyeballs, eyelashes, and eyelids, as from spiritual catapult to culverin would she dart the lightnings of her present soul, invading with influences irresistible as subtle the soul of the man she chose to assail, who, thenceforward, for a season, if he were such as she took him for, scarce had choice but to be her slave. She seldom exerted their full force, however, without some further motive than mere desire to captivate. There are women who fly their falcons at any game, little birds and all. But Sepia did not so waste herself. A quarry must be worth her hunt. She must either love him or need him. Love, did I say? Alas, if ever holy word was put to unholy use, love is that word. When Diana goes to hell, her name changes to Hecate, but love among the devils is called love still. In more than one country, whatever might be the cause, Sepia found the men less shy of her than here, and she had almost begun to think her style was not generally pleasing to English eyes. Whether this had anything to do with the fact that now in London she began to amuse herself with Tom Helmer, I cannot say with certainty. But almost if not quite the first time they met, that morning, namely, when first he called, and they sat in the bay window of the drawing-room in Glamis Square, she brought her eyes to play upon him, and although he addressed the Firefly poem to Hesper in the hope of pleasing her, it was for the sake of Sepia chiefly that he desired the door of her house to be an open one to him. Whether at that time she knew he was a married man, it is hardly necessary to inquire, seeing it would have made no difference whatever to one like her, whose design was only to amuse herself with the youth, and possibly to make of him a screen. She went so far, however, as to allow him, when there was opportunity, to draw her into quiet corners, and even to linger when the other guests were gone, and he had his full share of champagne. Once, indeed, they remained together so long in the little conservatory, lighted only by an alabaster lamp, pale as the moon in the dawning, that she had to unbolt the door to let him out. This did not take place without coming to the knowledge of both Mr. and Mrs. Redmain, but the former was only afraid there was nothing in it, and was far from any wish to control her, and Sepia herself was the informant of the latter. To her she would make game of her foolish admirer, telling how, on this and that occasion, it was all she could do to get rid of him. End of chapter 31. Sepia. Chapter 32 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 32. Honor. Having now gained a partial insight into Letty's new position, Mary pondered what she could do to make life more of life to her. Not many knew better than she that the only true way to help a human heart is to lift it up. But she knew also that every kind of loving aid tends more or less to that uplifting, and that, if we cannot do the great thing, we must be ready to do the small. If we do not help in little things, how shall we be judged fit to help in greater? We must help where we can, that we may help where we cannot. The first and only thing she could think for a time of was to secure for Letty, if possible, a share in her husband's pleasures. Quietly, yet swiftly, a certain peaceful familiarity had established itself between Hesper and Mary, to which the perfect balance of the latter and her sense of the only true foundation of her position contributed far more than the undefined partiality of the former. The possibility of such a conversation as I am now going to set down was one of the results. "Do you like Mr. Helmer, ma'am?" asked Mary one morning as she was brushing her hair. "Very well. How do you know anything about him?" "Not many people within 10 miles of Testbridge do not know Mr. Helmer," answered Mary. Yes, I remember," said Hesper. "He used to ride about on a long-legged horse, and talked to anybody that would listen. But there was always something pleasing about him, and he is much improved. Do you know, he is considered really very clever." "I am not surprised," rejoined Mary. "He used to be rather foolish, and that is a sign of cleverness. At least, many clever people are foolish, I think." "You can't have had much opportunity for making the observation, Mary." "Clever people think as much of themselves in the country as they do in London, and that is what makes them foolish," returned Mary. "But I used to think Mr. Helmer had very good points, and was worth doing something for, if one only knew what. "He does not seem to want anything done for him," said Hesper. "I know of one thing you could do for him, and it would be no trouble," said Mary. "I will do anything for anybody that is no trouble," answered Hesper. "I should like to know something that is no trouble." "It is only, the next time you ask him, to ask his wife," said Mary. "He is married, then?" returned Hesper with indifference. "Is the woman presentable? Some shopkeeper's daughter, I suppose?" Mary laughed. "You don't imagine the son of a lawyer would be likely to marry a shopkeeper's daughter?" she said. "Why not?" returned Hesper, with a look of non-intelligence. "Because a professional man is so far above a tradesman." "Oh," said Hesper. "But he should have told me if he wanted to bring his wife with him. I don't care who she is, so long as she dresses decently and holds her tongue. What are you laughing at, Mary?" Hesper called it laughing, but Mary was only smiling. "I can't help being amused," answered Mary, "that you should think it such an out-of-the-way thing to be a shopkeeper's daughter, and here I am all the time, feeling quite comfortable, and proud of the shopkeeper whose daughter I am." "Oh, I beg your pardon!" exclaimed Hesper, growing hot for, I almost believe, the first time in her life, and therein, I fear, showing a drop of bad blood from somewhere, probably her father's side of the creation, for not even the sense of having hurt the feelings of an inferior can make the thoroughbred woman of the world aware of the least discomfort, and here was Hesper, not only feeling like a woman of God's making, but actually showing it. "How cruel of me!" she went on. "But, you see, I never think of you, when I'm talking to you, as one of that class." Mary laughed outright this time. She was amused, and thought it better to show it, for that would also show she was not hurt. Hesper, however, put it down to insensibility. "Surely, dear Mrs. Redmain," said Mary, "you cannot think the class to which I belong is itself so objectionable that it is rude to refer to it in my hearing." "I am very sorry," repeated Hesper, but in a tone of some offence. It was one thing to confess a fault, another to be regarded as actually guilty of the fault. "Nothing was further from my intention than to offend you. I have not a doubt that shopkeepers are a most respectable class, in their way." "Excuse me, dear Mrs. Redmain," said Mary again, "but you quite mistake me. I am not in the least offended. I don't care what you think of the class. There are a great many shopkeepers who are anything but respectable, as bad, indeed, as any of the nobility." "I was not thinking of morals," answered Hesper. "In that, I dare say, all classes are pretty much alike, but, of course, there are differences." "Perhaps one of them is, that, in our class, we make respectability more a question of the individual than you do in yours." "That may be very true," returned Hesper. "So long as a man behaves himself, we ask no questions." "Will you let me tell you how the thing looks to me?" said Mary. "Certainly. You do not suppose I care for the opinions of the people about me. I, too, have my way of looking at things." So said Hesper, yet it was just the opinions of the people about her that ruled all those of her actions that could be said to be ruled at all. No one boasts of freedom except the willing slave, the man so utterly a slave that he feels nothing irksome in his fetters. Yet, perhaps, but for the opinions of those about her, Hesper would have been worse than she was. "Am I right, then, in thinking," began Mary, "that people of your class care only that a man should wear the look of a gentleman, and carry himself like one? That, whether his appearance be a reality or a mask, you do not care, so long as no mask is removed in your company? That he may be the lowest of men, but, so long as other people receive him, you will, too, counting him good enough?" Hesper held her peace. She had by this time learned some facts concerning the man she had married which, beside Mary's question, were embarrassing. "It is interesting," she said at length, "to know how the different classes in a country regard each other." But she spoke wearily. It was interesting in the abstract, not interesting to her. "The way to try a man," said Mary, "would be to turn him the other way, as I saw the gentleman who was taking your portrait do yesterday trying a square. Change his position quite, I mean, and mark how far he continued to look a true man. He would show something of his real self then, I think. Make a nobleman a shopkeeper, for instance, and see what kind of shopkeeper he made. If he showed himself just as honourable when a shopkeeper as he had seemed when a nobleman, there would be good reason for counting him an honourable man. "What odd fancies you have, Mary," said Hesper, yawning. "I know my father would have been as honourable as a nobleman as he was when a shopkeeper," persisted Mary. "That I can well believe. He was your father," said Hesper, kindly, meaning what she said, too, so far as her poor understanding of the honourable reached. "Would you mind telling me," asked Mary, "how you would define the difference between a nobleman and a shopkeeper?" Hesper thought a little. The question to her was a stupid one. She had never had interest enough in humanity to care a straw for what any shopkeeper ever thought or felt. Such people inhabited a region so far below her as to be practically out of her sight. They were not of her kind. It had never occurred to her that life must look to them much the same as it looked to her, that, like Shylock, they had feelings and would bleed if cut with a knife. But, although she was not interested, she peered about sleepily for an answer. Her thoughts, in a lazy fashion, tumbled in her like waves without wind, which, indeed, was all the sort of thinking she knew. At last, with the decision of conscious superiority, and the judicial air afforded by the precision of utterance belonging to her class, a precision so strongly conjoined with the lack of truth and logic both, she said, in a tone that gave to the merest puerility the consequence of a judgment between contending sages, "The difference is that the nobleman is born to ease and dignity and affluence, and the shopkeeper to buy and sell for his living." "Many a nobleman," suggested Mary, "buys and sells without the necessity of making a living." "That is the difference," said Hesper. "Then the nobleman buys and sells to make money, and the shopkeeper to make a living?" "Yes," granted Hesper, lazily. "Which is the nobler end, to live or to make money?" But this question was too far beyond Hesper. She did not even choose to hear it. "And," she said, resuming her definition instead, "the nobleman deals with great things, the shopkeeper with small." "When things are finally settled," said Mary. "Gracious, Mary!" cried Hesper. "What do you mean? Are not things settled for good this many a century? I am afraid I have been harbouring an awful radical, what do they call it? A communist." She would have turned the whole matter out of doors, for she was tired of it. "Things hardly look as if they are going to remain just as they are at this precise moment," said Mary. "How could they, when, from the very making of the world, they have been going on changing and changing, hardly ever seeming to stand still?" "You frighten me, Mary. You will do something terrible in my house, and I shall get the blame of it," said Hesper, laughing. But she did in truth feel a little uncomfortable. The shadow of dismay, a formless apprehension, overclouded her. Mary's words recalled sentiments which at home she had heard alluded to with horror, and, however little parents may be loved or respected by their children, their opinions will yet settle, and, until they are driven out by better or worse, will cling. "When I tell you what I was really thinking of, you will not be alarmed at my opinions," said Mary, not laughing now, but smiling a deep, sweet smile. "I do not believe there ever will be any settlement of things but one. They cannot and must not stop changing until the kingdom of heaven is come. Into that they must change, and rest." "You are leaving politics for religion now, Mary. That is the one fault I have to find with you. You won't keep things in their proper places. You're always mixing them up, like that Mrs. What's her name, who will mix religion and love in her novels, though everybody tells her they have nothing to do with each other. It's so irreverent." "Is it irreverent to believe that God rules the world he made, and that he is bringing things to his own mind in it?" "You can't persuade me religion means turning things upside down." "It means that a good deal more than people think. Did not our Lord say that many that are first shall be last, and the last first?" "What has that to do with this 19th century?" "Perhaps that the honourable shopkeeper and the mean nobleman will one day change places." "Oh," thought Hesper, "that is why the lower classes take so to religion." But what she said was, "Oh, yes, I dare say. But everything then will be so different that it won't signify. When we are all angels, nobody will care who is first and who is last. I'm sure, for one, it won't be anything to me." Hesper was a tolerant attendant at church. I will not say whether high or low church, because I should be supposed to care. "In the kingdom of heaven," answered Mary, "things will always look what they are. My father used to say people will grow their own dresses there, as surely as a leopard his spots. He had to do with dresses, you know. There, not only will an honourable man look honourable, but a mean or less honourable man must look what he is." "There will be nobody mean there." "Then a good many won't be there who are called honourable here." "I have no doubt there will be a good deal of allowance made for some people," said Hesper. "Society makes such demands." End of chapter 32. Honour. Chapter 33 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 33. The Invitation. When Letty received Mrs. Redmain's card, inviting her with her husband to an evening party, it raised in her a bewildered flutter, of pleasure, of fear, of pride, of shyness, of dismay. How dared she show her face in such a grand assembly? She would not know a bit how to behave herself. But it was impossible, for she had no dress fit to go anywhere. What would Tom say if she looked a dowdy? He would be ashamed of her, and she dared not think what might come of it. But close upon the postman came Mary, and a long talk followed. Letty was full of trembling delight, but Mary was not a little anxious with herself how Tom would take it. The first matter, however, was Letty's dress. She had no money, and seemed afraid to ask for any. The distance between her and her husband had been widening. Their council of ways and means lasted a good while, including many digressions. At last, though unwillingly, Letty accepted Mary's proposal that a certain dress, her best indeed, though she did not say so, which she had scarcely worn, and was not likely to miss, should be made to fit Letty. It was a lovely black silk, the best her father had been able to choose for her the last time he was in London. A little pang did shoot through her heart at the thought of parting with it, but she had too much of that father in her not to know that the greatest honour that can be shown anything is to make it serve a person, that the dearest gift of love, withheld from human necessity, is handed over to the moth and the rust. But little idea had Letty, much as she appreciated her kindness, what a sacrifice Mary was making for her that she might look her own sweet self, and worthy of her renowned Tom. When Tom came home that night, however, the look of the world and all that is in it changed speedily for Letty, and terribly. He arrived in a great good humour. Somebody had been praising his verses, and the joy of the praise overflowed on his wife. But when, pleased as any little girl with the prospect of a party and a new frock, she told him, with gleeful gratitude, of the invitation, and the heavenly kindness which had rendered it possible for her to accept it, the countenance of the great man changed. He rejected the idea of her going with him to any gathering of his grand friends, objected most of all to her going to Mrs. Redmain's. Alas, he had begun to allow to himself that he had married in too great haste, and beneath him. Wherever he went, his wife could be no credit to him, and her presence would take from him all sense of liberty. Not choosing, however, to acknowledge either of these objections, and not willing, besides, to appear selfish in the eyes of the woman who had given herself to him, he was only too glad to put all upon another, to him, equally genuine ground. Controlling his irritation for the moment, he set forth with lordly kindness the absolute impossibility of accepting such an offer as Mary's. Could she for a moment imagine, he said, that he would degrade himself by taking his wife out in a dress that was not her own? Here Letty interrupted him. "Mary has given me the dress," she sobbed, "for my very own." "A second-hand dress! A dress that has been worn!" cried Tom. "How could you dream of insulting me so? The thing is absolutely impossible. Why, Letty, just think! There should I be, going about as if the house were my own, and there would be my wife in the next room, or perhaps at my elbow, dressed in the finery of a lady's maid of the house. It won't bear thinking of. I declare it makes me so ashamed, as I lie here, that I feel my face quite hot in the dark. To have to reason about such a thing, with my own wife, too." "It's not finery," sobbed Letty, laying hold of the one fact within her reach. "It's a beautiful black silk." "It matters not a straw what it is," persisted Tom, adding humbug to cruelty. "You would be nothing but a sham, a live dishonesty, a jackdaw in peacock's feathers. I am sorry, Letty. Your own sense of truth and uprightness should not prevent even the passing desire to act such a lie. Your fine dress would just be a fine fib. Yourself would be but a walking fib. I've been taking too much for granted with you. I must bring you no more novels. A volume or two of Carlyle is what you want." This was too much. To lose her novels and her new dress together, and be threatened with nasty moral medicine, for she had never read a word of Carlyle beyond his translation of that dream of Richter's, and imagined him dry as a sand-pit, was bad enough, but to be so reproved by her husband was more than she could bear. If she was a silly and ignorant creature, she had the heart of a woman-child, and that precious thing in the sight of God, wounded and bruised by the husband in whom lay all her pride, went on beating laboriously for him only. She did not blame him. Anything was better than that. The dear simple soul had a horror of rebuke. It would break hedges and climb stone walls to get out of the path of judgment, 10 times more eagerly if her husband were the judge. She wept and wailed like a sick child, until at length the hard heart of selfish Tom was touched, and he sought, after the fashion of a foolish mother, to read the inconsolable lesson of wisdom. But the truer a heart, the harder it is to console with the false. By and by, however, sleep, the truest of things, did for her what even the blandishments of her husband could not. When she awoke in the morning, he was gone. He had thought of an emendation in a poem that had been set up the day before, and made haste to the office, lest it should be printed without the precious betterment. Mary came before noon, and found sadness where she had left joy. When she had heard as much as Letty thought proper to tell her, she was filled with indignation, and her first thought was to compass the tyrant's own exclusion from the paradise whose gates he had closed against his wife. But second thoughts are sometimes best, and she saw the next moment not only that punishment did not belong to her, but that the weight of such would fall on Letty. The sole thing she could think of to comfort her was to ask her to spend the same evening with her in her room. The proposal brightened Letty up at once. Some time or other in the course of the evening she would, she fancied, see, or at least catch a glimpse of Tom in his glory. The evening came, and with beating heart Letty went up the back stairs to Mary's room. She was dressing her mistress, but did not keep her waiting long. She had provided tea beforehand, and, when Mrs. Redmain had gone down, the two friends had a pleasant while together. Mary took Letty to Mrs. Redmain's room while she put away her things, and there showed her many splendours, which, moving no envy in her simple heart, yet made her sad, thinking of Tom. As she passed to the drawing-room, Sepia looked in, and saw them together. But, as the company kept arriving, Letty grew very restless. She could not talk of anything for 2 minutes together, but kept creeping out of the room and half-way down the stair, to look over the banister rail and have a bird's-eye peep of a portion of the great landing, where indeed she caught many a glimpse of beauty and state, but never a glimpse of her Tom. Alas, she could not even imagine herself near him. What she saw made her feel as if her idol were miles away, and she could never draw nigh him again. How should the familiar associate of such splendid creatures care a pin's point for his humdrum wife? Worn out at last, and thoroughly disappointed, she wanted to go home. It was then past midnight. Mary went with her, and saw her safe in bed before she left her. As she went up to her room on her return, she saw, through the door by which the gardener entered the conservatory, Sepia standing there, and Tom, with flushed face, talking to her eagerly. Letty cried herself to sleep, and dreamed that Tom had disowned her before a great company of grand ladies, who mocked her from their sight. Tom came home while she slept, and in the morning was cross and miserable. in part because he had been so abominably selfish to her. But the moment that, half frightened, half hopeful, she told him where she was the night before, he broke into the worst anger he had ever yet shown her. His shameful pride could not brook the idea that, where he was a guest, his wife was entertained by one of the domestics. "How dare you be guilty of such a disgraceful thing?" he cried. "Oh, don't, Tom. Dear Tom," pleaded Letty in terror. "It was you I wanted to see, not the great people, Tom. I don't care if I never see one of them again." "Why should you ever see one of them again, I should like to know? What are they to you, or you to them?" "But you know, I was asked to go, Tom." "You are not such a fool as to fancy they cared about you. Everybody knows they are the most heartless set of people in the world." "Then why do you go, Tom?" said Letty, innocently. "That's quite another thing. A man has to cultivate connections his wife need not know anything about. It is one of the necessities laid on my position." Letty supposed it all truer than it was either intelligible or pleasant, and said no more, but let poor, self-abused, fine fellow Tom scold and argue and reason away till he was tired. She was not sullen, but bewildered and worn out. He got up and left her without a word. Even at the risk of hurt to his dignity, of which there was no danger from the presence of his sweet, modest little wife in the best of company, it had been well for Tom to have allowed Letty the pleasure within her reach, for that night Sepia's artillery played on him ruthlessly. It may have been merely for her amusement. Time, you see, moves so slowly with such as have no necessities they must themselves supply, and recognize no duties they must perform. Without those two main pillars of life, necessity and duty, how shall the temple stand, when the huge, weary Samson comes tugging at it? The wonder is, there is not a great deal more wickedness in the world. For listlessness and boredness and nothing-to-do-ness are the best of soils for the breeding of the worms that never stop gnawing. Anyhow, Sepia had flashed on Tom, the tinder of Tom's heart had responded, and, any day when Sepia chose, she might blow up a wicked as well as a foolish flame. Nor, if it should suit her purpose, was Sepia one to hesitate in the use of the fire-fan. All the way home her eyes haunted him, and it is a more dreadful thing than most are aware to be haunted by anything, good or bad, except the being who is our life. And those eyes, though not good, were beautiful. Evil, it is true, has never part nor lot in beauty. It is absolutely hostile to it, and will at last destroy it utterly. But the process is a long one, so long that many imagine badness and beauty vitally associable. Tom yielded to the haunting, and it was in part the fault of those eyes that he used such hard words to his wife in the morning. Wives have not seldom to suffer sorely for discomforts and wrongs in their husband of which they know nothing. But the thing will be set right one day, and in a better fashion than if all the women's rights committees in the world had their will of the matter. About this time, from the top left-hand corner of the last page of The Firefly, it appeared that twilight had given place to night, for the first of many verses began to show themselves in which twilight, or Hesper, or Vesper, or the evening star, was no more once mentioned, but only and always Nox, or Hecate, or the dark Diana. Tenebrious was a great word with Tom about this time. He was fond also of the word interlunar. I will not trouble my reader with any specimen of the outcome of Tom's new inspiration, partly for this reason, that the verses not infrequently came so near being good, nay, sometimes were really so good, that I do not choose to set them down where they would be treated with mockery they do not in themselves deserve. He did not direct his wife's attention to them, nor did he compose them at home or at the office. Mostly he wrote them between acts at the theatre, or in any public place where something in which he was not interested was going on. Of all that read them, and here was a nemesis awful in justice, there was not one less moved by them than she who had inspired them. She saw in them, it is true, a reflex on her own power, and that pleased, but it did not move her. She took the devotion and pocketed it, as a greedy boy might an orange or a bull's-eye. The verses in which Tom delighted were but the merest noise in the ears of the lady to whom of all he would have had them acceptable. One momentary reflection as to how she regarded them would have been enough to release him from his foolish enthrallment. Indignation, chagrin, and mortification would have soon been the death of such poor love as Tom's. Mary and Sepia were on terms of politeness, of readiness to help on the one side, and condescension on the other. Sepia would have condescended to the mother Mary. The pure human was an idea beyond her, as beyond most people. They have not enough religion toward God to know there is such a thing as religion toward their neighbor. But Sepia never made an enemy, if she could help it. She could not afford the luxury of hating, openly at least. But I imagine she would have hated Mary heartily could she have seen the way she regarded her, the look of pitiful love, of compassionate and waiting helpfulness which her soul would now and then cast upon her. Of all things she would have resented pity, and she took Mary's readiness to help her for servility. And naturally, seeing in herself willingness came from nothing else, though she called it prudence and necessity, she knew no shame because of it. Her children justify the heavenly wisdom, but the worldly wisdom justifies her children. Mary could not but feel how Sepia regarded her service, but service, to be true, must be divine, that is, to the just and the unjust, like the sun and the rain. Between Sepia and Mr. Redmain continued a distance too great for either difference or misunderstanding. They met with a cold good morning, and parted without any good night. Their few words were polite, and their demeanour was civil. At the breakfast table, Sepia would silently pass things to Mr. Redmain. Mr. Redmain would thank her, but never trouble himself to do as much for her. His attentions, indeed, were seldom wasted at home, but he was not often rude to anybody save his wife and his man, except when he was ill. It was a long time before he began to feel any interest in Mary. He knew nothing of her save as a nice-looking maid his wife had got, rather a prim-looking puss, he would have said, had he occasion to describe her. What Mary knew of him was merely the reflection of him in the mind of his wife, but the first time she saw him, she felt she would rather not have to speak to him. End of chapter 33. The Invitation.
Chapter 34 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 34. A Stray Sound. Mary went to see Letty as often as she could, and that was not seldom. But she had scarcely a chance of seeing Tom. Either he was not up, or had gone to the office, Letty supposed. She had no more idea of where the office was, or of the other localities haunted by Tom, than he himself had of what spirit he was of. One day, when Mary could not help remarking upon her pale, weary looks, Letty burst into tears, and confided to her a secret of which she was not the less proud that it caused her anxiety and fear. As soon as she began to talk about it, the joy of its hope began to predominate, and before Mary left her she might have seemed to a stranger the most blessed little creature in the world. The greatness of her delight made Mary sad for her. To any thoughtful heart it must be sad to think what a little time the joy of so many mothers lasts, not because their babies die, but because they live. But Mary's mournfulness was caused by the fear that the splendid dawn of Mother Hope would soon be swallowed in dismal clouds of Father Fault. For mothers and for wives there is no redemption, no unchaining of love, save by the coming of the kingdom, in themselves. Oh, why do not mothers, sore-hearted mothers at least, if none else on the face of the earth, rush to the feet of the Son of Mary? Yet every birth is but another link in the golden chain by which the world shall be lifted to the feet of God. It is only by the birth of new children, ever fresh material for the creative spirit of the Son of Man to work upon, that the world can finally be redeemed. Letty had no ideas about children, only the usual instincts of appropriation and indulgence. Mary had a few, for she recalled with delight some of her father's ways with herself. Him she knew as, next to God, the source of her life. So well had he fulfilled that first duty of all parents, the transmission of life. About such things she tried to talk to Letty, but soon perceived that not a particle of her thought found its way into Letty's mind. She cared nothing for any duty concerned, only for the joy of being a mother. She grew paler yet and thinner. Dark hollows came about her eyes. She was parting with life to give it to her child. She lost the girlish gaiety Tom used to admire, and the something more lovely that was taking its place he was not capable of seeing. He gave her less and less of his company. His countenance did not shine on her. In her heart she grew aware that she feared him, and ever as she shrunk, he withdrew. Had it not now been for Mary, she would likely have died. She did all for her that a friend could. As often as she seemed able, she would take her for a drive, or on the river, that the wind, like a sensible presence of God, might blow upon her, and give her fresh life to take home with her. So little progress did she make with Hesper, that she could not help thinking it must have been for Letty's sake she was allowed to go to London. Mr. and Mrs. Redmain went again to Durnmelling, but Mary begged Hesper to leave her behind. She told her the reason, without mentioning the name of the friend she desired to tend. Hesper shrugged her shoulders, as much as to say she wondered at her taste, but she did not believe that was in reality the cause of her wish, and setting herself to find another, concluded she did not choose to show herself at Testbridge in her new position, and, afraid of losing if she opposed her, let her have her way. Nor indeed was she so necessary to her at Durnmelling, where there were few visitors and comparatively little dressing was required. For the mere routine of such ordinary days Jemima was enough, who now and then called by Mary to her aid, had proved herself handy and capable, and had learned much. So all through the hottest of the late summer and autumn weather, Mary remained in London, where every pavement seemed like the floor of a baker's oven, and for all the life with which the city swarmed, the little winds that wandered through it seemed to have lost their vitality. How she longed for the common and the fields and the woods, where the very essence of life seemed to dwell in the atmosphere even when stillest, and the joy that came pouring from the throats of the birds seemed to flow first from her own soul into them. The very streets and lanes of Testbridge looked like paradise to Mary in London, but she never wished herself in the shop again, although almost every night she dreamed of the glad old time when her father was in it with her, and when, although they might not speak from morning to night, their souls kept talking across crowds and counters, and each was always aware of the other's supporting presence. Longing, however, is not necessarily pain. It may, indeed, be intensest bliss, and if Mary longed for the freedom of the country, it was not to be miserable that she could not have it. Her mere thought of it was to her a greater delight than the presence of all its joys is to many who desire them the most. That such things, and the possibility of such sensations from them, should be in the world, was enough to make Mary jubilant. But then she was at peace with her conscience, and had her heart full of loving duty. Besides, an active patience is a heavenly power. Mary could not only walk along a pavement dry and lifeless as the Sahara, enjoying the summer that brooded all about and beyond the city, but she bore the refreshment of blowing winds and running waters into Letty's hot room, with the clanging street in front and the little yard behind, where from a cord stretched across between the walls hung a few pieces of ill-washed linen, motionless in the glare, 2 plump sparrows picking up crumbs in their shadow. Into this live death Mary would carry a tone of breeze, and sailing cloud and swaying tree-top. In her the life was so concentrated and active that she was capable of communicating life, the highest of human endowments. One evening, as Letty was telling her how the dressmaker upstairs had been for some time unwell, and Mary was feeling reproachful that she had not told her before, that she might have seen what she could do for her, they became aware, it seemed gradually, of one softest, sweetest, faintest music tone coming from somewhere, but not seemingly sufficient of this world to disclose whence. Mary went to the window. There was nothing capable of music within sight. It came again, and intermittingly came and came. For some time they would hear nothing at all, and then again the most delicate of tones would creep into their ears, bringing with it more, it seemed to Mary in the surprise of its sweetness, than she could have believed a single tone capable of carrying. Once or twice a few consecutive sounds made a division strangely sweet, and then again, for a time nothing would reach them but a note here and a note there of what she was fain to imagine a wonderful melody. The visitation lasted for about an hour, then ceased. Letty went to bed, and all night long dreamed she heard the angels calling her. She woke weeping that her time was come so early, while as yet she had tasted so little of the pleasures of life. But the truth was, she had as yet, poor child, got so little of the good of life, that it was not at all time for her to go. When her hour drew near, Tom condescended. Unwillingly, I am sorry to say, for he did not take the trouble to understand her feelings, to leave word where he might be found if he should be wanted. Even this assuagement of her fears Letty had to plead for. Mary being so much with her was to him reason, and he made it excuse for absence. He had begun to dread Mary. Nor, when at length he was sent for, was he in any great haste. All was well over ere he arrived. But he was a little touched when, drawing his face down to hers, she feebly whispered, "He's as like to you, Tom, as ever small thing was to great." She saw the slight emotion, and fell asleep comforted. It was night when she woke. Mary was sitting by her. "Oh, Mary," she cried, "the angels have been calling me again. Did you hear them?" "No," answered Mary, a little coldly, for if ever she was inclined to be hard, it was towards self-sentiment. "Why do you think the angels should call you? Do you suppose them very desirous of your company?" "They do call people," returned Letty, almost crying, "and I don't know why they mightn't call me. I'm not such a very wicked person." Mary's heart smote her. She was refusing Letty the time God was giving her. She could not wake her up, and while God was waking her, she was impatient. "I heard the call too, Letty," she said, "but it was not the angels. It was the same instrument we heard the other night. Who can there be in the house to play like that? It was clearer this time. I thought I could listen to it a whole year." "Why didn't you wake me?" said Letty. "Because the more you sleep the better, and the doctor says I mustn't let you talk. I will get you something, and then you must go to sleep again." Tom did not appear any more that night, and if they wanted him now, they would not have known where to find him. He was about nothing very bad, only supping with some friends, such friends as he did not even care to tell that he had a son. He was ashamed of being in London at this time of the year, and, but that he had not money enough to go anywhere except to his mother's, he would have gone and left Letty to shift for herself. With his child he was pleased, and would not seldom take him for a few moments, but when he cried, he was cross with him, and showed himself the unreasonable baby of the two. The angels did not want Letty just yet, and she slowly recovered. For Mary it was a peaceful time. She was able to read a good deal, and although there were no books in Mr. Redmain's house, she generally succeeded in getting such as she wanted. She was also able to practice as much as she pleased, for now the grand piano was entirely at her service, and she took the opportunity of having a lesson every day. End of chapter 34. A Stray Sound. Recording by Rhonda Federman. Chapter 35 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 35. The Musician. One evening, soon after the baby's arrival, as Mary sat with him in her lap, the sweet tones they had heard twice before came creeping into her ears so gently that she seemed to be aware of their presence only after they had been for some time coming and going. She laid the baby down, and, stealing from the room, listened on the landing. Certainly the sounds were born in the house, but whether they came from below or above she could not tell. Going first down the stair, and then up, she soon satisfied herself that they came from above, and thereupon ventured a little farther up the stair. She had already been to see the dressmaker, whom she had come to know through the making of Hesper's twilight robe of cloud, had found her far from well, and had done what she could for her. But she was in no want, and of more than ordinary independence. A Yorkshire woman, about 40 years of age, delicate, but of great patience and courage. A plain, fair, freckled woman, with a belief in religion rather than in God. Very strict, therefore, in her observances. She thought a great deal more of the Sabbath than of man, a great deal more of the Bible than of the truth, and 10 times more of her creed than of the will of God. And had she heard any one utter such words as I have just written, would have said he was an atheist. She was a worthy creature, notwithstanding, only very unpleasant if one happened to step on the toes of a pet ignorance. Mary soon discovered that there was no profit in talking with her on the subjects she loved most. Plainly she knew little about them, except at second hand, that is, through the forms of other minds than her own. Such people seem intended for the special furtherance of the saints in patience. Being utterly unassailable by reason, they are especially trying to those who desire to stand on brotherly terms with all men, and so are the more sensitive to the rudeness that always goes with moral stupidity. Intellectual stupidity may coexist with the loveliness of an angel. It is one of the blessed hopes of the world to come that there will be none such in it. But why so many words? I say to myself, will one of such as I mean recognize his portrait in my sketch? Many such have I met in my young days, and in my old days I find they swarm still. I could wish that all such had to earn their own bread like Anne Byron. Had she been rich, she would have been unbearable. Women like her, when they are well-to-do, walk with a manly stride, make the tails of their dresses go like the screw of a steamer behind them, and are not unfrequently Scotch. As Mary went up, the music ceased, but hoping Miss Byron would be able to enlighten her concerning its source, she continued her ascent and knocked at her door. A voice, rather wooden, yet not without character, invited her to enter. Anne sat near the window, for although it was quite dusk, a little use might yet be made of the lingering ghost of the daylight. Almost all Mary could see of her was the reflection from the round eyes of a pair of horn spectacles. "How do you do, Miss Byrom?" she said. "Not at all well," answered Anne, almost in a tone of offence. "Is there nothing I can do for you?" asked Mary. "We are to owe no man anything but love, the apostle tells us." "You must owe a good deal of that, then," said Mary, 1 part vexed and 2 parts amused, "for you don't seem to pay much of it." She was just beginning to be sorry for what she had said, when she was startled by a sound, very like a little laugh, which seemed to come from behind her. She turned quickly, but before she could see anything through the darkness, the softest of violin tones thrilled the air close beside her, and then she saw, seated on the corner of Anne's bed, the figure of a man. Young or old, she could not tell. How could he have kept so still? His bow was wandering slowly about over the strings of his violin. But presently, having overcome, as it seemed with the help of his instrument, his inclination to laugh, he ceased, and all was still. "I came," said Mary, turning again to Anne, "hoping you might be able to tell me where the sweet sounds came from which we heard now 2 or 3 times. But I had no idea there was any one in the room besides yourself. They come at intervals a great deal too long," she added, turning toward the figure in the darkness. "I'm afraid my ear is out sometimes," said the man, mistaking her remark. "I think it comes of the anvil." The voice was manly, though gentle, and gave an impression of utter directness and simplicity. It was Mary's turn, however, not to understand, and she made no answer. "I am very sorry," the musician went on, "if I annoyed you, miss." Mary was hastening to assure him that the fact was quite the other way, when Anne prevented her. "I told you so," she said. "You make an idol of your foolish playthings, but other people take it only for the nuisance it is." "Indeed, you never were more mistaken," said Mary. "Both Mrs. Helmer and myself are charmed with the little that reaches us. It is indeed seldom one hears tones of such purity." The player responded with a sigh of pleasure. "Now there you are, miss," cried Anne, "a flattering his folly till not a word I say will be of the smallest use." "If your words are not wise," said Mary, with suppressed indignation, "the less he heeds them the better. It ain't wise, to my judgment, miss, to make a man think himself something when he is nothing. It is quite enough a man should deceive his own self, without another to come along and help him." "To speak the truth is not to deceive," replied Mary. "I have some knowledge of music, and I say only what is true. What good can it be spending his time scraping horsehair athwart catgut?" "They must fancy some good in it up in heaven," said Mary, "or they wouldn't have so much of it there." "There ain't no fiddles in heaven," said Anne with indignation. "They've nothing but harps and trumpets." Mary turned to the man, who had not said a word. "Would you mind coming down with me," she said, "and playing a little, very softly, to my friend? She has a little baby and is not strong. It would do her good." "She'd better read her Bible," said Anne, who, finding she could no longer see, was lighting a candle. "She does read her Bible," returned Mary, "and a little music would, perhaps, help her to read it to better purpose." "There, Anne!" cried the player. The woman replied with a scornful grunt. "Two fools don't make a wise man, for all the franchise," she said. But Mary had once more turned towards the musician, and in the light of the candle was met by a pair of black eyes, keen yet soft, looking out from tinder and overhanging ridge of forehead. The rest of the face was in shadow, but she could see by the whiteness, through a beard that clouded all the lower part of it, that he was smiling to himself. Mary had said what pleased him, and his eyes sought her face, and seemed to rest on it with a kind of trust, and a look as if he was ready to do whatever she might ask of him. "You will come?" said Mary. "Yes, miss, with all my heart," he replied, and flashed a full smile that rested upon Anne, and seemed to say he knew her not so hard as she looked. Rising, he tucked his violin under his arm, and showed himself ready to follow. "Good night, Miss Byrom," said Mary. "Good night, miss," returned Anne grimly. "I'm sorry for you both, miss." but until the spirit is poured out from on high, it's nothing but a stumbling in the dark." This last utterance was a reflection rather than a remark. Mary made no reply. She did not care to have the last word, nor did she fancy her cause lost when she had not at hand the answer that befitted folly. She ran down the stair, and at the bottom stood waiting her new acquaintance, who descended more slowly, careful not to make a noise. She could now see, by the gas-light that burned on the landing, a little more of what the man was. He was powerfully built, rather over middle height, and about the age of 30. His complexion was dark, and the hand that held the bow looked grimy. He bore himself well, but a little stiffly, with a care over his violin like that of a man carrying a baby. He was decidedly handsome, in a rugged way. Mouth and chin but hinted through a thick beard of darkest brown. "Come this way," said Mary, leading him into Letty's parlour. "I will tell my friend you are come. Her room, you see, opens off this, and she will hear you delightfully. Pray, take a seat." "Thank you, miss," said the man, but remained standing. "I have caught the bird, Letty," said Mary, loud enough for him to hear her, "and he has come to sing a little to you, if you feel strong enough for it." "It will do me good," said Letty. "How kind of him!" The man, having heard, was already tuning his violin when Mary came from the bedroom, and sat down on the sofa. The instant he had got it to his mind, he turned, and going to the farthest corner of the room, closed his eyes tight, and began to play. But how shall I describe that playing? How convey an idea of it, however remote? I fear it is nothing less than presumption in me, so great is my ignorance, to attempt the thing. But would it be right, for dread of bringing shame upon me through failure, to leave my readers without any notion of it at all? On the other hand, I shall at least have the merit of daring to fail, a merit of which I could well be ambitious. If then my reader will imagine some music-loving sylph attempting to guide the wind among the strings of an Aeolian harp, every now and then for a moment succeeding, and then again for a while the wind having its own way, he will gain, I think, something like a dream notion of the man's playing. Mary tried hard to get hold of some clue to the combinations and sequences, but the motive of them she could not find. Whatever their source, there was, either in the composition itself or in his mode of playing, not a little of the inartistic, that is, the lawless. Yet every now and then would come a passage of exquisite melody, owing much, however, no doubt, to the marvellous delicacy of the player's tones, and the utterly tender expression with which he produced them. But ever as she thought to get some insight into the movement of the man's mind, still would she be swept away on the storm of some change, seeming of mood incongruous. At length came a little pause. He wiped his forehead with a blue cotton handkerchief, and seemed ready to begin again. Mary interrupted him with the question, "Will you please tell me whose music you have been playing?" He opened his eyes, which had remained closed even while he stood motionless, and with a smile sweeter than any she had ever seen on such a strong face, answered, "It's nobody's, miss." "Do you mean you have been extemporizing all this time?" "I don't know exactly what that means." "You must have learned it from notes." "I couldn't read them if I had any to read," he answered. "Then what an ear and what a memory you must have! How often have you heard it?" "Just as often as I've played it, and no oftener. Not being able to read, and seldom hearing any music I care for, I'm forced to be content with what runs out at my fingers when I shut my eyes. It all comes of shutting my eyes. I couldn't play a thing but for shutting my eyes. It's a wonderful deal that comes of shutting your eyes. Did you never try it, miss?" Mary was so astonished by both what he said and the simplicity with which he said it, having clearly no notion that he was uttering anything strange, that she was silent, and the man, after a moment's returning, began again to play. Then did Mary gather all her listening powers, and brace her attention to the tightest, but at first with no better success. And indeed that was not the way to understand. It seems to me, at least in my great ignorance, that one cannot understand music unless he is humble toward it, and consents, if need be, not to understand. When one is quiescent, submissive, opens the ears of the mind, and demands of them nothing more than the hearing, when the rising waters of question retire to their bed, and individuality is still, then the dews and rains of music, finding the way clear for them, soak and sink through the sands of the mind, down, far down, below the thinking place, down to the region of music, which is the hidden workshop of the soul, the place where lies ready the divine material for man to go making withal. Weary at last with vain effort, she ceased to endeavor, and in a little while was herself being molded by the music unconsciously received to the further understanding of it. It wrought in her mind pictures, not thoughts. It is possible, however, my later knowledge may affect my description of what Mary then saw with her mind's eye. First there was a crowd in slow, then rapid movement. Arose cries and entreaties. Came hurried motions, disruption, and running feet. A pause followed. Then woke a lively melody, changing to the prayer of some soul too grateful to find words. Next came a bar or two of what seemed calm, lovely speech, then a few slowly delivered chords, and all was still. She came to herself, and then first knew that, like sleep, the music had seized her unawares, and she had been understanding, or at least enjoying, without knowing it. The man was approaching her from his dark corner. His face was shining, but plainly he did not intend more music, for his violin was already under his arm. He made her a little awkward bow, not much more than a nod, and turned to the door. He had it half open, and not yet could Mary speak, for Letty, she was fast asleep. From the top of the stair came the voice of Anne screaming, "Here's your hat, Joe. I knew you'd be going when you played that. You'd have forgotten it, I know." Mary heard the hat come tumbling down the stair. "Thank you, Anne," returned Joe. "Yes, I'm going. The ladies don't care much for my music. Nobody does but myself. But then it's good for me." The last two sentences were spoken in soliloquy, but Mary heard them, for he stood with the handle of the door in his hand. He closed it, picked up his hat, and went softly down the stair. The spell was broken, and Mary darted to the door, but just as she opened it the outer door closed behind the strange musician, and she had not even learned his name. End of Chapter 35. The Musician. Recording by Rhonda Federman. Chapter 36 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 36. A Change. As soon as Letty had strength enough to attend to her baby without help, Mary, to the surprise of her mistress and the destruction of her theory concerning her stay in London, presented herself at Durnmelling, found that she was more than welcome than looked for, and the same hour resumed her duties about Hesper. It was with curiously mingled feelings that she gazed from her window on the chimneys of Thornwick. How much had come to her since first, in the summer seat at the end of the yew hedge, Mr. Wardour opened to her the door of literature. It was now autumn, and the woods, to get young again, were dying their yearly death. For the moment she felt as if she too had begun to grow old. Ministration had tired her a little, but oh, how different its weariness from that which came of labour amid obstruction and insult! Her heart beat a little slower, perhaps, but she could now be sad without losing a jot of hope. Nay, rather the least approach of sadness would begin at once to wake her hope. She regretted nothing that had come, nothing that had gone. She believed more and more that not anything worth having is ever lost, that even the most evanescent shades of feeling are safe for those who grow after their true nature, toward that for which they were made, in other and higher words, after the will of God. But she did for a moment taste some bitterness in her cup, when one day, on the footpath of Testbridge, near the place where that memorable Sunday she met Mr. Wardour, she met him again, and, looking at her, and plainly recognizing her, he passed without salutation. Like a sudden wave the blood rose to her face and then sank to the deeps of her heart. And from somewhere came the conviction that one day the destiny of Godfrey Wardour would be in her hands. He had done more for her than any but her father, and when that day was come, he should not find her fail him. She was then on her way to the shop. She did not at all relish entering it, but as she had a large money interest in the business, she ought at least, she said to herself, to pay the place a visit. When she went in, Turnbull did not at first recognize her, and taking her for a customer, blossomed into repulsive suavity. The change that came over his countenance, when he knew her, was a shadow of such mingled and conflicting shades that she felt there was something peculiar in it which she must attempt to analyze. It remained hardly a moment to encounter question, but was almost immediately replaced with a politeness evidently false. Then first she began to be aware of distrusting the man. Asking a few questions about the business, to which he gave answers most satisfactory, she kept casting her eye about the shop, unable to account for the impression the look of it made upon her. Either her eyes had formed for themselves another scale, and could no more rightly judge between past and present, or the aspect of the place was different, and not so satisfactory. Was there less in it, she asked herself, or was it only not so well kept as when she left it? She could not tell. Neither could she understand the profound but distant consideration with which Mr. Turnbull endeavoured to behave to her, treating her like a stranger to whom he must, against his inclination, manifest all possible respect, while he did not invite her even to call at the villa. She bought a pair of gloves of the young woman who seemed to occupy her place, paid for them, and left the shop without speaking to anyone else. All the time George was standing behind the opposite counter, staring at her, but much to her relief he showed no other sign of recognition. Before she went to find Beenie, who was still at Testbridge, in a cottage of her own, she felt she must think over these things, and come if possible to some conclusion about them. She left the town, therefore, and walked homeward. What did it all mean? She knew very well they must look down on her 10 times more than ever, because of the menial position in which she had placed herself, sinking thereby beyond all pretence to be regarded as their equal. But if that was what the man's behaviour meant, why was he so studiously, not so much polite as respectful? That did not used to be Mr. Turnbull's way, where he looked down upon one. And then, what did the shadow preceding this behaviour mean? Was there not in it something more than annoyance at the sight of her? It was with an effort he dismissed it. She had never seen that look upon him. Then there was the impression the shop made on her. Was there anything in that? Somehow it certainly seemed to have a shabby look. Was it possible anything was wrong or going wrong with the concern? Her father had always spoken with great respect of Mr. Turnbull's business faculties, but she knew he had never troubled himself to look into the books or know how they stood with the bank. She knew also that Mr. Turnbull was greedy after money, and that his wife was ambitious and hated the business. But if he wanted to be out of it, would he not naturally keep it up to the best, at least in appearance, that he might part with his share in it to the better advantage? She turned, and, walking back to the town, sought Beenie. The old woman being naturally a gossip, Mary was hardly seated before she began to pour out the talk of the town, in which came presently certain rumours concerning Mr. Turnbull, mainly hints at speculation and loss. The result was that Mary went from Beenie to the lawyer in whose care her father had left his affairs. He was an old man and had been ill, had no suspicion of anything being wrong, but would look into the matter at once. She went home and troubled herself no more. She had been at Durnmelling but a few days when Mr. Redmain, wishing to see how things were on his estate in Cornwall, and making up his mind to run down, carelessly asked his wife if she would accompany him. It would be only for a few days, he said, but a breeze or two from the Atlantic would improve her complexion. This was gracious, but he was always more polite in the company of Lady Margaret, who continued to show him the kindness no one else dared or was inclined to do. For some years he had suffered increasingly from recurrent attacks of the disease to which I have already referred, and whatever might be the motive of his mother-in-law's behaviour, certainly in those attacks it was a comfort to him to be near her. On such occasions in London his sole attendant was his man Mewks. Mary was delighted to see more of her country. She had travelled very little, but was capable of gathering 10 times more from a journey to Cornwall than most travellers from one through Switzerland itself. The place to which they went was lonely and lovely, and Mary for the first few days enjoyed it unspeakably. But then suddenly, as was not unusual, Mr. Redmain was taken ill. For some reason or other he had sent his man to London, and the only other they had with them, besides the coachman, was useless in such a need, while the housekeeper who lived at the place was nearly decrepit, so that of the household Mary alone was capable of fit attendance in the sick-room. Hesper shrunk almost with horror, certainly with disgust, from the idea of having anything to do with her husband as an invalid. When she had the choice of her company, she said, she would not choose his. Mewks was sent for at once, but did not arrive before the patient had some experience of Mary's tendance, nor after he came was she altogether without opportunity of ministering to him. The attack was a long and severe one, delaying for many weeks their return to London, where Mr. Redmain declared he must be at any risk before the end of November. End of Chapter 36. A Change. Recording by Rhonda Federman.
Chapter 37 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 37. Lydgate Street. Letty's whole life was now gathered about her boy, and she thought little, comparatively, about Tom. And Tom thought so little about her that he did not perceive the difference. When he came home, he was always in a hurry to be gone again. He had always something important to do, but it never showed itself to Letty in the shape of money. He gave her a little now and then, of course, and she made it go incredibly far, but it was ever with more of a grudge that he gave it. The influence over him of Sepia was scarcely less now that she was gone, but if she cared for him at all, it was mainly that, being now not a little stale-hearted, his devotion reminded her pleasurably of a time when other passions than those of self-preservation were strongest in her, and her favour even now tended only to the increase of Tom's growing disappointment. For, like Macbeth, he had begun already to consider life but a poor affair. Across the cloud of this death gleamed certainly the flashing of Sepia's eyes, or the softly enfolding dawn of her smile, but only the next hour, nay, the next moment, to leave all darker than before. Precious is the favour of any true, good woman, be she what else she may. But what is the favour of one without heart or faith or self-giving? Yet is their testimony only too strong and terrible to the demoniacal power, enslaving and absorbing as the arms of the kraken, of an evil woman over an imaginative youth. Possibly, did he know beforehand her nature, he would not love her, but knowing it only too late, he loves and curses, calls her the worst of names, yet cannot or will not tear himself free. After a fashion he still calls love. He loves the demon, and hates her thraldom. Happily Tom had not reached this depth of perdition. Sepia was prudent for herself, and knew none better what she was about. So far as the near future was concerned, therefore held him at arm's length, where Tom basked in a light that was of hell. For what is a hell, or a woman like Sepia, but an inverted creation? His nature, in consequence, was in all directions dissolving. He drank more and more strong drink, fitting fuel to such his passion, and Sepia liked to see him approach with his eyes blazing. There are not many women like her. She's a rare type, but not therefore to be passed over in silence. It's a little consolation that the man-eating tiger is a rare animal, if one of them be actually on the path, and to the philosopher a possibility is a fact. But the true value of the study of abnormal development is that, in the deepest sense, such development is not abnormal at all, but the perfected result of the laws that avenge law breach. It is in and through such that we get glimpses down the gulf of a moral volcano to the infernal possibilities of the human, the lawless rot of that which, in its attainable idea, is nothing less than divine, imagined, foreseen, cherished, and laboured for by the Father of the human. Such inverted possibility, the infernal possibility, I mean, lies latent in every one of us, and except we stir ourselves up to the right, will gradually from a possibility become an energy. The wise man dares not yield to a temptation, were it only for the terror that, if he do, he will yield the more readily again. The commonplace critic, who recognizes life solely from his own conscious level, mocks equally at the ideal and its antipode, incapable of recognizing the art of Shakespeare himself as true to the human nature that will not be human. I have said that Letty did her best with what money Tom gave her, but when she came to find that he had not paid the lodging for 2 months, that the payment of various things he had told her to order and he would see to had been neglected, and that the tradespeople were getting persistent in their applications, that, when she told him anything of the sort, he treated it at one time as a matter of no consequence, which he would speedily set right, at another as behaviour of the creditor hugely impertinent, which he would punish by making him wait his time, her heart at length sank within her, and she knew there was no bulwark between her and a sea of troubles. She felt as if she lay already in the depths of a debtor's jail. Therefore, sparing as she had been from the first, she was more sparing than ever. Not only would she buy nothing for which she could not pay down, having often in consequence to go without proper food, but even when she had a little in hand, she would live like an anchorite. She grew very thin, and indeed, if she had not been of the healthiest, could not have stood her own treatment many weeks. Her baby soon began to show suffering, but this did not make her alter her way or drive her to appeal to Tom. She was ignorant of the simplest things a mother needs to know, and never imagined her abstinence could hurt her baby. So long as she went on nursing him, it was all the same, she thought. He cried so much that Tom made it a reason with himself, and indeed gave it as one to Letty, for not coming home at night. The child would not let him sleep. How was he to do his work if he had not his night's rest? It mattered little with semi-mechanical professions like medicine or the law, but how was a man to write articles such as he wrote, not to mention poetry, except he had the repose necessary to the reintegration of his exhausted brain? The baby went on crying, and the mother's heart was torn. The woman of the house said he must be already cutting his teeth, and recommended some devilish syrup. Letty bought a bottle with the next money she got, and thought it did him good because, lessening his appetite, it lessened his crying, and also made him sleep more than he ought. At last one night Tom came home very much the worst of drink, and in maudlin affection insisted on taking the baby from its cradle. The baby shrieked. Tom was angry with the weakling, rated him soundly for ingratitude to the author of his being, and shook him roughly to teach him the good manners of the world he had come to. Thereat in Letty sprang up the mother, erect and fierce. She darted to Tom, snatched the child from his arms, and turned to carry him to the inner room. But as the mother rose in Letty, the devil rose in Tom. If what followed was not the doing of the real Tom, it was the doing of the devil to whom the real Tom had opened the door. With one stride he overtook his wife, and mother and child lay together on the floor. I must say for him that, even in his drunkenness, he did not strike his wife as he would have struck a man. It was an open-handed blow he gave her, what in familiar language is called a box on the ear. But for days she carried the record of it on her cheek in 5 red finger marks. When he saw her on the floor, Tom's bedazed mind came to itself. He knew what he'd done, and was sobered. But alas, even then he thought more of the wrong he had done to himself as a gentleman than of the grievous wound he had given his wife's heart. He took the baby, who had ceased to cry as soon as he was in his mother's arms, and laid him on the rug, then lifted the bitterly weeping Letty, placed her on the sofa, and knelt beside her, not humbly to entreat her pardon, but, as was his wont, to justify himself by proving that all the blame was hers, and that she had wronged him greatly in driving him to do such a thing. This for apology poor Letty, never having had from him fuller acknowledgment of wrong, was fain to accept. She turned on the sofa, threw her arms about his neck, kissed him, and clung to him with utter forgiveness. But all it did for Tom was to restore his good opinion of himself, and enable him to go on feeling as much of a gentleman as before. Reconciled, they turned to the baby. He was pale, his eyes were closed, and they could not tell whether he breathed. In a horrible fright, Tom ran for the doctor. Before he returned with him, the child had come to, and the doctor could discover no injury from the fall they told him he had had. At the same time, he said he was not properly nourished, and must have better food. This was a fresh difficulty to Letty. It was a call for more outlay, and now their landlady, who had throughout been very kind, was in trouble about her own rent, and began to press for part at least of theirs. Letty's heart seemed to labour under a stone. She forgot that there was a thing called joy. So sad she looked that the good woman, full of pity, assured her that, come what might, she would not be turned out, but at the worst would only have to go a story higher, to inferior rooms. The rent should wait, she said, until better days. But this kindness relieved Letty only a little, for the rent past and the rent to come hung upon her like a cloak of lead. Nor was even debt the worst that now oppressed her, for possibly from the fall, but more from the prolonged want of suitable nourishment and wise treatment. After that terrible night the baby grew worse. Many were the tears the sleepless mother shed over the sallow-faced and wasted limbs of her slumbering treasure, her one antidote to countless sorrows, and many were the foolish means she tried to restore his sinking vitality. Mary had written to her, and she had written to Mary, but she had said nothing of the straits to which she was now reduced. That would have been to bring blame upon Tom. But Mary, with her fine human instinct, felt that things must be going worse with her than before, and when she found that her return was indefinitely postponed by Mr. Redmain's illness, she ventured at last, in her anxiety, upon a daring measure. She wrote to Mr. Wardour, telling him she had reason to fear things were not going well with Lady Helmer, and suggesting in the gentlest way whether it might not now be time to let bygones be bygones, and make some inquiry concerning her. To this letter Godfrey returned no answer. For all her denial, he had never ceased to believe that Mary had been Letty's accomplice throughout that miserable affair, and the very name, the Letty and the Helmer, stung him to the quick. He took it, therefore, as a piece of utter presumption in Mary to write to him about Letty, and that in the tone, as he interpreted it, of one reading him a lesson of duty. But while he was thus indignant with Mary, he was also vexed with Letty that she should not herself have written to him if she was in any need, forgetting that he had never hinted at any door of communication opened between him and her. His heart quivered at the thought that she might be in distress. He had known for certain, he said, the fool would bring her to misery. For himself, the thought of Letty was an ever-open wound, with an ever-present pain, now dull and aching, now keen and stinging. The agony of her desertion, he said, would never cease gnawing at his heart until it was laid in the grave. Like most heathen Christians, he thought of death as the end of all joys, sorrows, and interests generally of this life. But while thus he brooded, a fierce and evil joy awoke in him at the thought that now at last the expected hour had come where he would heap coals of fire on her head. He was still fool enough to think of her as having forsaken him, although he had never given her ground for believing, and she had never had conceit enough to imagine, that he cared the least for her person. If he could let her have a glimmer of what she had lost in losing him, she knew what she had gained in Tom Helmer. He passed a troubled night, dreamed painfully, and started awake to renewed pain. Before morning he made up his mind to take the first train to London, but he thought far more of being her deliverer than of bringing her deliverance. End of chapter 37, Lydgate Street. Recording by Maria Brook. Chapter 38 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 38. Godfrey and Letty. It was a sad, gloomy, kindless November night when Godfrey arrived in London. The wind was cold, the pavements were cold, the houses seemed to be not only cold, but feeling it. The very dust that blew in his face was cold. Now cold is a powerful ally of the commonplace, and imagination therefore was not very busy in the bosom of Godfrey Warder as he went to find Letty Helmer, which was just as well in the circumstances. He was cool to the very heart when he walked up to the door indicated by Mary and rung the bell. Mrs. Helmer was at home. Would he walk upstairs? It was not a house of ceremonies. He was shown up and into the room where she sat, without a word carried before to prepare her for his visit. It was so dark that he could see nothing but the figure of one at work by a table, on which stood a single candle. There was but a spark of fire in the dreary grate, and Letty was colder than anyone could know, for she was at the moment making down the last woolly garment she had, in the vain hope of warming her baby. She looked up. She had thought it was the landlady, and waited for her to speak. She gazed for a moment in bewilderment, saw who it was, and jumped up, half frightened, half ready to go wild with joy. All the memories of Godfrey rushed in a confused heap upon her, and overwhelmed her. She ran to him, and the same moment was in his arms, with her head on his shoulder, weeping tears of such gladness as she had not known since the first week of her marriage. Neither spoke for some time. Letty could not, because she was crying, and Godfrey would not, because he did not want to cry. Those few moments were pure, simple happiness to both of them. To Letty, because she had loved him from childhood, and hoped that all was to be as of old between them. To Godfrey, because for a moment he had forgotten himself, and had neither thought of injury nor hope of love, remembering only the old days and the Letty that used to be. It may seem strange that, having never once embraced her all the time they lived together, he should do so now, but Letty's love would any time have responded to the least show of affection, and when at the sight of his face, into which memory had called up all his tenderness, she rushed into his arms, how could he help kissing her? The pity was that he had not kissed her long before. Or was it a pity? I think not. But the embrace could not be a long one. Godfrey was the first to relax its strain, and Letty responded with an instant collapse, for instantly she feared she had done it all, and disgusted Godfrey. But he led her gently to the sofa, and sat down beside her on the hard old slippery horsehair. Then first he perceived what a change had passed upon her. Pale she was, and thin, and sad, with such big eyes, and the bone tightening the skin upon her forehead. He felt as if she were a spectre Letty, not the Letty he had loved. Glancing up, she caught his troubled gaze. "I'm not ill, cousin Godfrey," she said. "Do not look at me so, or I shall cry again. You know you never like to see me cry." "My poor girl," said Godfrey in a voice which, if he had not kept it lower than natural, would have broken. "You are suffering." "Oh, no, I'm not," replied Letty, with a pitiful effort at cheerful. "I'm only so glad to see you again, cousin Godfrey." She sat on the edge of the sofa, and had put her open hands palm to palm between her knees in a childish way, looking like one chidden who had not deserved it, but was ready to endure. For a moment Godfrey sat gazing at her with troubled heart and troubled looks, then between his teeth muttered, "Damn the rascal!" Letty sat up straight and turned upon him eyes of appeal, scared yet ready to defend. Her hands were now clenched, one on either side of her. She was poking the little fists into the squab of the sofa. "Cousin Godfrey," she cried, "if you mean Tom, you must not, you must not. I will go away if you speak a word against him. I will, I must, you know." Godfrey made no reply, neither apologized nor sought to cover. "Why, child," he said at last, "you are half starved." Pity and tenderness of both word and tone were too much for her. She had not been at all pitying herself, but with such an utterance from the man she loved like an elder brother, so wrought upon her enfeebled condition that she broke into a cry. She strove to suppress her emotion, and fought with it. In her agony she would have rushed from the room, had not Godfrey caught her, drawn her down beside him, and kept her there. "You shall not leave me," he said in that voice Letty had always been used to obey. "Who has a right to know how things go with you if I have not? Come, you must tell me all about it." "I have nothing to tell, cousin Godfrey," she replied with some calmness, for Godfrey's decision had enabled her to conquer herself, "except that baby is ill, and looks as if he would never get better, and it is like to break my heart." "Oh, he is such a darling, cousin Godfrey. Let me see him," said Godfrey, in his heart detesting the child, the visible sign that another was nearer to Letty than he. She jumped up, almost ran into the next room, and coming back with her little one, laid him in Godfrey's arms. The moment he felt the weight of the little, sad-looking, sleeping thing, he grew human toward him, and saw in him Letty, and not Tom. "Good God! The child is starving too!" he exclaimed. "Oh no, cousin Godfrey," cried Letty, "he's not starving. He had a fresh laid egg for breakfast this morning, and some arrowroot for dinner, and some bread and milk for tea." "London milk," said Godfrey. "Well, it's not like the milk in the dairy at Thornwick," admitted Letty. "If he had milk like that, he would soon be well." But Godfrey dared not say, "Bring him to Thornwick." He knew his mother too well for that. "When were you anywhere in the country?" he asked, in a negative kind of way. He was still nursing the baby. "Not since we were married," she answered sadly. "You see, poor Tom can't afford it." Now Godfrey happened to have heard, from the best authority, that Tom's mother was far from illiberal to him. "Mrs. Helmer allows him so much a year, does she not?" he said. "I know he gets money from her, but it can't be much," she answered. Godfrey's suspicions against Tom increased every moment. He must learn the truth. He would have it, if by even cruel experiment. He sat for a moment silent, then said, with assumed cheerfulness, "Well, Letty, I suppose, for the sake of old times, you will give me some dinner." Then, indeed, her courage gave way. She turned from him, laid her head on the end of the sofa, and sobbed so that the room seemed to shake with the convulsions of her grief. "Letty," said Godfrey, laying his hand upon her head, "it's no use any more trying to hide the truth. I don't want any dinner. In fact, I dined long ago. But you would not be open with me, and I was forced to find out for myself. You have not enough to eat, and you know it. I will not say a word about who is to blame. For anything I know, it may be no one. I am sure it is not you. But this must not go on. See, I have brought you a little pocket-book. I will call again tomorrow, and you will tell me then how you like it." He laid the pocket-book on the table. There was 10 times as much in it as ever Letty had had at once, but she never knew what was in it. She rose with instant resolve. All the woman in her waked at once. She felt that a moment was come when she must be resolute, or lose her hold on life. "Cousin Godfrey," she said, in a tone he scarcely recognized as hers, It frightened him as if it came from a sepulchre. "If you do not take that purse away, I will throw it in the fire without opening it. If my husband cannot give me enough to eat, I can starve as well as another. If you loved Tom, it would be different, but you hate him, and I will have nothing from you. Take it away, cousin Godfrey." Mortified, hurt, miserable, Godfrey took the purse, and without a word walked from the room. Somewhere down in his secret heart was dawning an idea of Letty beyond anything he used to think of her, but in the meantime he was only blindly aware that his heart had been shot through and through. Nor was this the time for him to reflect that, under his training, Letty, even if he had married her, would never have grown to such dignity. It was, indeed, only in that moment she had become capable of the action. She had been growing as none, not Mary, still less herself, knew, under the heavy snows of affliction, and this was her first blossom. Not many of my readers will mistake me, I trust. Had it been in Letty pride that refused help from such an old friend, that pride I should count no blossom, but one of the meanest rags that ever fluttered to scare the birds. But the dignity of her refusal was in this, that she would accept nothing in which her husband had and could have no human, that is, no spiritual share. She had married him because she loved him, and would hold by him wherever that might lead her. Not wittingly would she allow the finest edge, even of ancient kindness, to come between her Tom and herself. To accept from her cousin Godfrey the help her husband ought to provide her, would be to let him, however innocently, step into his place. There was no reasoning in her resolve. It was allied to that spiritual insight which, in simple natures, and in proportion to their simplicity, approaches or amounts to prophecy. As the presence of death will sometimes change even an ordinary man to a prophet, in times of sore need, the childlike nature may very well receive a vision sufficing to direct the doubtful step. Letty felt that taking of that money would be the opening of a gulf to divide her and Tom for ever. The moment Godfrey was out of the room, she cast herself on the floor and sobbed as if her heart must break. But her sobs were tearless. And oh, agony of agonies! Unsought came the conviction, and she could not send it away. To this had sunk her lofty idea of her Tom, that he would have had her take the money. More than once or twice, in the ill humours that followed a forced hilarity, he had forgotten his claims to be a gentleman so far as, not exactly to reproach her with having brought him to poverty, but to remind her that, if she was poor, she was no poorer than she had been when dependent on the charity of a distant relation. The baby began to cry. She rose and took him from the sofa where Godfrey had laid him when he was getting out the pocket-book, held him fast to her bosom, as if by laying their two aching lives together they might both be healed, and rocking him to and fro, said to herself for the first time that her trouble was greater than she could bear. "Oh, baby, baby, baby!" she cried, and her tears streamed on the little wan face. But as she sat with him in her arms, the blessed sleep came, and the storm sank to a calm. End of chapter 38. Godfrey and Letty. Recording by Maria Brook. Chapter 39 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 39. Relief. It was dark, utterly dark, when she woke. For a minute she could not remember where she was. The candle had burned out. It must be late. The baby was on her lap, still, very still. One faint gleam of satisfaction crossed her during dark at the thought that he slept so peacefully, hidden from the gloom which somehow appeared to be all the same gloom outside and inside of her. In that gloom she sat alone. Suddenly a prayer was in her heart. It was moving there as of itself. It had come there by no calling of it thither, by no conscious will of hers. "Oh God," she cried, "I am desolate. Is there no help for me?" And therewith she knew that she had prayed, and knew that never in her life had she prayed before. She started to her feet in an agony. A horrible fear had taken possession of her. With one arm she held the child fast to her bosom, with the other searched in vain to find a match. And still as she searched, the baby seemed to grow heavier upon her arm, and the fear sickened more and more at her heart. At last she had light, and the face of the child came out of the darkness, but the child himself had gone away into it. The unspeakable had come while she slept, had come and gone, and taken her child with him. What was left of him was no more good to kiss than the last doll of her childhood. When Tom came home, there was his wife on the floor as if dead, and a little way from her the child, dead indeed, and cold with death. He lifted Letty and carried her to the bed, amazed to find how light she was. It was long since he had had her thus in his arms. Then he laid her dead baby by her side, and ran to rouse the doctor. He came and pronounced the child quite dead, from lack of nutrition, he said. To see Tom, no one could have helped contrasting his dress and appearance with the look and surroundings of his wife. But no one would have been ready to lay blame on him, and as for himself, he was not in the least awake to the fact of his guilt. The doctor gave the landlady, who had responded at once to Tom's call, full directions for the care of the bereaved mother. Tom handed her the little money he had in his pocket, and she promised to do her best. And she did it, for she was one of those, not a few, who, knowing nothing of religion toward God, are yet full of religion towards their fellows. And with the Son of Man that goes a long way. As soon as it was light, Tom went to see about the burying of his baby. He betook himself to the first editor of the Firefly, but had to wait a long time for his arrival at the office. He told him his baby was dead, and he wanted money. It was forthcoming at once, for literary men, like all other artists, are in general as ready to help each other as the very poor themselves. There is less generosity, I think, among business men than in any other class. The more honour to the exceptions. But, said the editor, who had noted the dry burning palm, and saw the glazed fiery eye of Tom, my dear fellow, you ought to be in bed yourself. It's no use taking on about the poor little kid. You couldn't help it. Go home to your wife, and tell her she's got you to nurse, and if she's in a fix, tell her to come to me. Tom went home, but did not give his wife the message. She lay all but insensible, never asked for anything, or refused anything that was offered her, never said a word about her baby, or about Tom, or seemed to be more than when she lay in her mother's lap. Her baby was buried, and she knew nothing of it. Not until 9 days were over did she begin to revive. For the first few days, Tom moved with undefined remorse, tried to take a part in nursing her. She took things from him, as she did from the landlady, without heed or recognition. Just once, opening suddenly her eyes wide upon him, she uttered a feeble wail of "Baby!" and turned her head, did not look at him again. Then first Tom's conscience gave him a sharp sting. He was far from well. The careless and in many respects desolate life he had been leading had more than begun to tell on a constitution by no means strong. But he had never become aware of his weakness, nor had ever felt really ill until now. But that sting, although the first sharp one, was not his first warning of a waking conscience. Ever since he took his place at his wife's bedside, he had been fighting off the conviction that he was a brute. He would not, he could not believe it. What? Tom Helmer, the fine, indubitable fellow, such as he had always known himself? He had to cower before his own consciousness as a man unworthy and greatly to be despised. The chaos was come again. And verily chaos was there, but not by any means newly come. And moreover, when chaos begins to be conscious of itself, then is the dawn of an ordered world at hand. Nay, the creation of it is already begun, and the pangs of the waking conscience are the prophecy of the new birth. With that pitiful cry of his wife after her lost child, disbelief in himself got within the lines of his defence. He could do no more, and began to loathe that conscious self which had hitherto been his pride. Whatever the effect of illness may be upon the temper of some, it is most certainly an ally of the conscience. All pains indeed, and all sorrows, all demons, yea, and all sins themselves under the suffering care of the highest minister, are but the ministers of truth and righteousness. I never came to know the condition of such as seemed exceptionally afflicted, but I seemed to see reason for their affliction, either an exceptional faultiness of character, or the greatness of the good it was doing them. But conscience reacts on the body, for sickness until it is obeyed, for health thereafter. The moment conscience spoke thus plainly to Tom, the little that was left of his physical endurance gave way. His illness got the upper hand, and he took to his bed. All he could have for bed, that is, namely the sofa in the sitting-room, widened out with chairs, and a mattress over all. There he lay, and their landlady had enough to do. Not that either of her patients was exacting. They were both too ill and miserable for that. It is the self-pitiful, self-coddling invalid that is exacting. Such, I suspect, require something sharper still. Tom groaned and tossed and cursed himself, and soon passed into delirium. Straightway his visions, animate with shame and confusion of soul, were more distressing than even his ready tongue could have told. Dead babies and ghastly women pursued him everywhere. His fever increased. The cries of terror and dismay that he uttered reached the ears of his wife, and were the first thing that roused her from her lethargy. She rose from her bed, and, just able to crawl, began to do what she could for him. If she could get but near enough to him, the husband would yet be dearer than any child. She had him carried to the bed, and thereafter took on the sofa what rest there was for her. To and fro between bed and sofa she went, let the landlady say what she might, gave him all the food he could be got to take, cooled his burning hands and head, and cried over him, because she could not take him on her lap like the baby that was gone. Once or twice, in a quieter interval, he looked at her pitifully, and seemed about to speak, but the back-surging fever carried far away the word of love for which she listened so eagerly. The doctor came daily, but Tom grew worse, and Letty could not get well. End of chapter 39. Relief. Recording by Maria Brook. Chapter 40 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 40. Godfrey and Sepia. When the Redmains went to Cornwall, Sepia was left at Durnmelling, in the expectation of joining them in London within a fortnight at latest. The illness of Mr. Redmain, however, caused her stay to be prolonged, and she was worn out with ennui. The self she was so careful over was not by any means good company. Not seldom during her life had she found herself capable of almost anything to get rid of it, short of suicide or repentance. This autumn at Durnmelling she would even, occasionally, with that object, when the weather was fine, go for a solitary walk, a thing, I need not say, she hated in itself, though now it was her forlorn hope in the poor possibility of falling in with some distraction. But the hope was not altogether a vague one, for was there not a man somewhere underneath those chimneys she saw over the roof of the laundry? She had never spoken to him, but Hesper and she had often talked about him, and often watched him ride, never man more to her mind. In her wanderings she had come upon the breach in the Halla, and clambering up, found herself on the forbidden ground of a neighbour whom the family did not visit. To no such folly would Sepia be a victim. The analysis of such a nature as hers, with her story to set it forth, would require a book to itself, and I must happily content myself with but a fact here and there in her history. In one of her ramblings on his ground, she had her desire, and met Godfrey Wardour. He lifted his hat, and she stopped and addressed him by way of apology. "I'm afraid you think me very rude, Mr. Wardour," she said. "I know I'm trespassing, but this field of yours is higher than the ground around Durnmelling, and seems to take pounds off the weight of the atmosphere." For all he had gone through, Godfrey was not yet less than courteous to ladies. He assured Miss Yolland that Thornwick was as much at her service as if it were part of Durnmelling, though indeed, he added with a smile, it would be more correct to say as if Durnmelling were part of Thornwick, for that was the real state of the case once upon a time. The statement interested or seemed to interest Miss Yolland, giving rise to many questions, and a long conversation ensued. Suddenly she woke, or seemed to wake, to the consciousness that she had forgotten herself and the proprieties together. Hastily, and to all appearance with some confusion, she wished him a good morning, but she was not too much confused to thank him again for the permission he had given her to walk on his ground. It was not by any intention on the part of Godfrey that they met several times after this, but they always had a little conversation before they parted, nor did Sepia find any difficulty in getting him sufficiently within their range to make him feel the power of her eyes. She was too prudent, however, to bring to bear upon any man all at once the full play of her mesmeric battery, and things had got no further when she went to London, a week or two before the return of the Redmains, ostensibly to get things in some special readiness for Hesper, but that this may have been a pretence appears possible from the fact that Mary came from Cornwall on the same mission a few days later. I have just mentioned an acquaintance of Sepia's who attracted the notice and roused the peculiar interest of Mr. Redmain, because of a look he saw pass betwixt them. This man spoke both English and French with a foreign accent, and gave himself out as a Georgian. Count Galofta, he called himself. I believe he was a prince in Paris. At this time he was in London, and during the 10 days that Sepia was alone, came to see her several times, called early in the forenoon first, and the next day in the evening, when they went together to the opera, and once came and stayed late. Whether from her dark complexion making her look older than she was, or from the subduing air which her experience had given her, or merely from the fact that she belonged to nobody much, Miss Yolland seemed to have carte blanche to do as she pleased, and come and go when and where she liked, as one knowing well enough how to take care of herself. Mary, arriving unexpectedly at the house in Glamis Square, met him in the hall as she entered. He had just taken leave of Sepia, who was going up the stair at the moment. Mary had never seen him before, but something about him caused her to look at him again as she passed. Somehow Tom also had discovered Sepia's return, and had gone to see her more than once. When Mr. and Mrs. Redmain arrived, there was so much to be done for Hesper's wardrobe that, for some days, Mary found it impossible to go and see Letty. Her mistress seemed harder to please than usual, and more doubtful of humour than ever before. This may have arisen, but I doubt it, from the fact that, having gone to church the Sunday before they left, she had there heard a different sort of sermon from any she had heard in her life. Before, sermons have something to do with the history of the world. However, many of them may be no better than a withered leaf in the blast. The morning after her arrival, Hesper, happening to find herself in want of Mary's immediate help, instead of calling her as she generally did, opened the door between their rooms and saw Mary on her knees by her bedside. Now Hesper had heard of saying prayers, night and morning both, and when a child had been expected and indeed compelled to say her prayers. But to be found on one's knees in the middle of the day looked to her a thing exceedingly odd. Mary, in truth, was not much in the way of kneeling at such a time. She had to pray much too often to kneel always, and God was too near her, wherever she happened to be, for the fancy that she must seek him in any particular place. But so it happened now. She rose, a little startled rather than troubled, and followed her mistress into her room. "I am sorry to have disturbed you, Mary," said Hesper, herself a little annoyed. It is not quite easy to say why. "But people do not generally say their prayers in the middle of the day." "I say mine when I need to say them," answered Mary, a little cross that Hesper should take any notice. She would rather the thing had not occurred, and it was worse to have to talk about it. "For my part, I don't see any good in being righteous overmuch," said Hesper. I wonder if there was another saying in the Bible she would have been so ready to quote. "I don't know what that means," returned Mary. "I believe it is somewhere in the Bible, but I'm sure Jesus never said it, for he tells us to be righteous as our Father in heaven is righteous." "But the thing is impossible," said Hesper. "How is one with such claims on her as I have to attend to these things? Society has claims, no one denies that." "And God has none?" asked Mary. Many people think now there is no God at all, returned Hesper, with an almost petulant expression. If there is no God, that settles the question, answered Mary. But if there should be one, how then? Then I'm sure he would never be hard on one like me. I do just like other people. One must do as people do. If there is one thing that must be avoided more than another, it is peculiarity. How ridiculous it would be of any one to set herself against society! Then you think the judge will be satisfied if you say, Lord, I had so many names in my visiting book, and so many invitations I could not refuse, that it was impossible for me to attend to those things. I don't see that I am at all worse than other people, persisted Hesper. I can't go and pretend to be sorry for sins I should commit again the next time there was a necessity. I don't see what I've got to repent of. Nothing had been said about repentance. Here I imagine the sermon may have come in. Then, of course, you can't repent, said Mary. Hesper recovered herself a little. I'm glad you see the thing as I do, she said. I don't see it at all as you do, ma'am, answered Mary gently. Why, exclaimed Hesper, taken by surprise. What have I got to repent of? Do you really want me to say what I think? Asked Mary. Of course I do, returned Hesper, getting angry and at the same time uneasy. She knew Mary's freedom of speech upon occasion, but felt that to draw back would be to yield the point. What have I got to be ashamed of, pray? Some ladies are ready to plume themselves upon not having been guilty of certain great crimes. Some thieves, I dare say, console themselves that they have never committed murder. If I had married a man I did not love, answered Mary, I should be more ashamed of myself than I can tell. That is the way of looking at such things in the class you belong to, I dare say, rejoined Hesper. But with us it is quite different. There is no necessity laid upon you. Our position obliges us. But what if God should not see it as you do? If that is all you have got to bring against me, said Hesper, with a forced laugh. But that is not all, replied Mary. When you married, you promised many things, not one of which you have ever done. Really, Mary, this is intolerable, cried Hesper. I'm only doing what you asked me, ma'am, said Mary, and I have said nothing that every one about Mr. Redmain does not know as well as I do. Hesper wished heartily she had never challenged Mary's judgment. But, she resumed more quietly, how could anyone, how could God himself, hard as he is, ask me to fulfill the part of a loving wife to a man like Mr. Redmain? There is no use mincing matters with you, Mary. But you promised, persisted Mary. It belongs, besides, to the very idea of marriage. There are 1,000 promises made every day which nobody is expected to keep. It is the custom, the way of the world. How many of the clergy now believe the things they put their names to? They must answer for themselves. We're not clergymen, but women who ought never to say a thing except when we mean it, and when we have said it, to stick to it. But just look around you and see how many there are in precisely the same position. Will you dare to say they are all going to be lost because they do not behave like angels to their brutes of husbands? I say they have got to repent of behaving to their husbands as their husbands behave to them. And what if they don't? Mary paused a little. Do you expect to go to heaven, ma'am? She asked. I hope so. Do you think you will like it? I must say I think it will be rather dull. Then, to use your own word, you must be very like lost anyway. There does not seem to be a right place for you anywhere, and that is very like being lost, is it not? Hesper laughed. I'm pretty comfortable where I am, she said. Husband and all, thought Mary, but she did not say that. What she did say was, but you know you can't stay here. God is not going to keep up this way of things for you. Can you ask it, seeing you don't care a straw what he wants of you? But I have sometimes thought, what if hell be just a place where God gives everybody everything she wants and lets everybody do whatever she likes, without once coming nigh to interfere? What a hell that would be! For God's presence in the very being, and nothing else is bliss. That, then, would be altogether the opposite of heaven, and very much the opposite of this world. Such a hell would go on, I suppose, till every one had learned to hate every one else in the same world with her. This was beyond Hesper, and she paid no attention to it. "You can never, in your sober senses, Mary," she said, "mean that God requires of me to do things for Mr. Redmain that the servants can do a great deal better. That would be ridiculous. Not to mention that I oughtn't and couldn't and wouldn't do them for any man." "Many a woman," said Mary, with a solemnity in her tone which she did not intend to appear there, "has done many more trying things for persons of whom she knew nothing." "I dare say, but such women go in for being saints, and that is not my line. I was not made for that." "You were made for that, and far more," said Mary. "There are such women, I know," persisted Hesper, "but I do not know how they can find it possible." "I can tell you how they find it possible. They love every human being just because he is human. Your husband might be a demon from the way you behave to him." "I suppose you find it agreeable to wait upon him. He is civil to you, I dare say." "Not very," replied Mary, with a smile. "But the person who can not bear with a sick man or a baby is not fit to be a woman." "You may go to your own room," said Hesper. For the first time, a feeling of dislike to Mary awoke in the bosom of her mistress, very naturally, all my readers will allow. The next few days she scarcely spoke to her, sending directions for her work through Sepia, who discharged the office with dignity. End of chapter 40. Godfrey and Sepia. Recording by Maria Brook.
Chapter 41 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tiffany, Halla, Colonna. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 41. The Helper. At length one morning, when she believed Mrs. Redmain would not rise before noon, Mary felt she must go and see Letty. She did not find her in the quarters where she had left her, but a story higher, in a mean room, sitting with her hands in her lap. She did not lift her eyes when Mary entered. Where hope is dead, curiosity dies. Not until she had come quite near did she raise her head, and then she seemed to know nothing of her. When she did recognize her, she held out her hand in a mechanical way, as if they were two spectres met in a miserable dream, in which they were nothing to each other, and neither could do, or cared to do, anything for the other. "My poor Letty!" cried Mary, greatly shocked. "What has come to you? Are you not glad to see me? Has anything happened to Tom?" She broke into a low, childish wail, and for a time that was all Mary heard. Presently, however, she became aware of a feeble moaning in the adjoining chamber, the sound of a human sea in trouble, mixed with a wandering babble, which to Letty was but as the voice of her own despair, and to Mary was a cry for help. She abandoned the attempt to draw anything from Letty, and went into the next room, the door of which stood wide. There lay Tom, but so changed that Mary took a moment to be certain it was he. Going softly to him, she laid her hand on his head. It was burning. He opened his eyes, but she saw their sense was gone. She went back to Letty, and, sitting down beside her, put her arm about her, and said, "Why didn't you send for me, Letty? I would have come to you at once. I will come now, tonight, and help you to nurse him. Where is the baby?" Letty gave a shriek, and, starting from her chair, walked wildly about the room, wringing her hands. Mary went after her, and, taking her in her arms, said, "Letty, dear, has God taken your baby?" Letty gave her a lackluster look. "Then," said Mary, "he is not far away, for we are all in God's arms." But what is the use of the most sovereign of medicines while they stand on the sick man's table? What is the mightiest of truths, so long as it is not believed? The spiritually sick still mocks at the medicine offered. He will not know its cure. Mary saw that, for any comfort to Letty, God was nowhere. It went to her very heart. Death and desolation and the enemy were in possession. She turned to go that she might return able to begin her contest with ruin. Letty saw that she was going, and imagined her offended and abandoning her to her misery. She flew to her, stretching out her arms like a child, but was so feeble that she tripped and fell. Mary lifted her and laid her wailing on the couch. "Letty," said Mary, "you didn't think I was going to leave you. But I must go for an hour, perhaps 2, to make arrangements for staying with you till Tom is over the worst." Then Letty clasped her hands in her old beseeching way, and looked up with a faint show of comfort. "Be courageous, Letty," said Mary. "I shall be back as soon as ever I can. God has sent me to you." She drove straight home, and heard that Mrs. Redmain was annoyed that she had gone out.
"I offered to dress her," said Jemima, "and she knows I can quite well, but she would not get up till you came, and made me fetch her a book. So there she is, awaiting for you."
"I am sorry," said Mary, "but I had to go, and she was fast asleep." When she entered her room, Hesper gave her a cold glance over the top of her novel, and went on with her reading. Mary proceeded to get her things ready for dressing, but by this time she had got interested in the story. "I shall not get up yet," she said. "Then, please, Mum," replied Mary, "would you mind letting Jemima dress you? I want to go out again, and should be glad if you could do without me for some days. My friend's baby is dead, and both she and her husband are very ill."
Hesper threw down her book, and her eyes flamed. "What do you mean by using me so, Miss Marston?" she said.
"I am very sorry to put you to inconvenience," answered Mary, "but the husband seems dying, and the wife is scarcely able to crawl."
"I have nothing to do with it," interrupted Hesper. "When you made it necessary for me to part with my maid, you undertook to perform her duties. I did not engage you as a sick nurse for other people."
"No, Mum," replied Mary, "but this is an extreme case, and I cannot believe you will object to my going."
"I do object. How, pray, is the world to go on, if this kind of thing be permitted? I may be going out to dinner, or to the opera tonight, for anything you know, and who is there to dress me? No, on principle, and for the sake of example, I will not let you go."
"I thought," said Mary, not a little disappointed in Hesper, "I did not stand to you quite in the relation of an ordinary servant."
"Certainly you do not. I look for a little more devotion from you than from a common, ungrateful creature who thinks only of herself. But you are all alike."
More and more distressed to find one she had loved so long show herself so selfish, Mary's indignation had almost got the better of her. But a little heightening of her colour was all the show it made. "Indeed, it is quite necessary, Mum," she persisted, "that I should go."
"The law has fortunately made provision against such behaviour," said Hesper. "You cannot leave without giving me a month's notice."
"The understanding on which I came to you was very different," said Mary sadly.
"It was, but, since then, you consented to become my maid."
"It is ungenerous to take advantage of that," returned Mary, growing angry again.
"I have to protect myself, and the world in general, from the consequences that must follow were such lawless behaviour allowed to pass."
Hesper spoke with calm severity, and Mary, making up her mind,
answered now with almost equal calmness. "The law was made for both sides, Mum. And, as you bring the law to me, I will take refuge in the law. It is, I believe, a month's warning, or a month's wages. And, as I have never had any wages, I imagine I am at liberty to go. Goodbye, Mum." Hesper made her no answer, and Mary left the room. She went to her own, stuffed her immediate necessities into a bag, let herself out of the house, called a cab, and, with a great lump in her throat, drove to the help of Letty. First she had a talk with the landlady, and learned all she could tell. Then she went up, and began to make things as comfortable as she could. All was in sad disorder and neglect. With the mere inauguration of cleanliness, and the first dawn of coming order, the courage of Letty began to revive a little. The impossibility of doing all that ought to be done had, in her miserable weakness, so depressed her that she had not done even as much as she could, except where Tom was immediately concerned. There she had not failed of her utmost. Mary next went to the doctor to get instructions, and then to buy what things were most wanted. And now she almost wished Mrs. Redmain had paid her for her services, for she must write to Mr. Turnbull for money, and that she disliked. But by the very next post she received, enclosed in a business memorandum in George's writing, the cheque for £50 she had requested. She did not dare write to Tom's mother, because she was certain, were she to come up, her presence would only add to the misery, and take away half the probability of his recovery, and of Letty's too. In the case of both, nourishment was the main thing, and to the fit providing and the administering of it she bent her energy. For a day or two she felt at times as if she could hardly get through what she had undertaken, but she soon learned to drop asleep at any moment, and wake immediately when she was wanted, and thereafter her strength was by no means so sorely tried. Under her skilful nursing, skilful not from experience, but simply from her faith, whence came both conscience of, and capacity for, doing what the doctor told her, things went well. It is from their want of this faith, and their consequent arrogance and conceit, that the ladies who aspire to help in hospitals give the doctors so much trouble. They have not yet learned obedience, the only path to any good, the one essential to the saving of the world. One who cannot obey is the merest slave, essentially, and in himself, a slave. The crisis of Tom's fever was at length favorably passed, but the result remained doubtful. By late hours and strong drink, he had done not a little to weaken a constitution, in itself, as I have said, far from strong. While the unrest of what is commonly and foolishly called a bad conscience, with misery over the death of his child, and the conduct which had disgraced him in his own eyes, and ruined his wife's happiness, combined to retard his recovery. While he was yet delirious, and grief and shame and consternation operated at will on his poetic nature, the things he kept saying over and over were very pitiful, but they would have sounded more miserable by much in the ears of one who did not look so far ahead as Mary. She, trained to regard all things in their true import, was rejoiced to find him loathing his former self, and beyond the present suffering saw the gladness at hand for the sorrowful man, the repenting sinner. Had she been mother or sister to him, she could hardly have waited on him with more devotion or tenderness. One day, as his wife was doing some little thing for him, he took her hand in his feeble grasp, and, pressing it to his face, wet with the tears of reviving manhood, said, "We might have been happy together, Letty, if I had but known how much you were worth, and how little I was worth myself. Oh me! Oh me!" He burst into an incontrollable wail
that tortured Letty with its likeness to the crying of her baby.
"Tom, my own darling Tom," she cried. "When you speak as if I belong to you, it makes me as happy as a queen. When you are better, you will be happy too, dear. Mary says you will."
"Oh, Letty,"
he sobbed.
"The baby."
"The baby's all right," Mary says, "and some day, she says, he will run into your arms and know you for his father."
"And I shall be ashamed to look at him,"
said Tom. An hour or so after, he woke from a short sleep, and his eyes sought Letty's watching face.
"I have seen baby,"
he said.
"and he has forgiven me. I dare say it was only a dream,"
he added.
"but somehow it makes me happier. At least I know how the thing might be."
"It was true, whether it was but a dream or something more," said Mary, who happened to be by.
"Thank you, Mary," he returned. "You and Letty have saved me from what I dare not think of. I could die happy now, if it weren't for one thing."
"What is that?" asked Mary.
"I am ashamed to say," he replied. "But I ought to say it, and bear the shame, for the man who does shamefully ought to be ashamed. It is that, when I am in my grave, or somewhere else, for I know Mary does not like people to talk about being in their graves. You say it is heathenish, don't you, Mary? When I am where they can't find me, then it is horrid to think that people up here will have a hold on me and a right over me still, because of debts I shall never be able to pay them."
"Don't be too sure of that, Tom," said Mary cheerfully. "I think you will pay them yet. But I have heard it said," she went on, "that a man in debt never tells the truth about his debts, as if he had only the face to make them, not to talk about them. Can you make a clean breast of it, Tom?"
"I don't exactly know what they are, but I always did mean to pay them, and I have some idea about them. I don't think they would come to more than £100.
"Your mother would not hesitate to pay that for you," said Mary.
"I know she wouldn't, but then I'm thinking of Letty."
He paused, and Mary waited.
"You know, when I am gone," he resumed, "there will be nothing for her but to go to my mother, and it breaks my heart to think of it. Every sin of mine she will lay to her charge, and how am I to lie still in my grave? Oh, I beg your pardon, Mary."
"I will pay your debts, Tom, and gladly," said Mary, "if they don't come to much more than you say, than you think, I mean."
"But don't you see, Mary, that would only be a shifting of my debt from them to you. Except for Letty, it would not make the thing any better."
"What?" said Mary. "Is there no difference between owing a thing to one who loves you and one who does not, to one who would always be wishing you had paid him, and one who is glad to have even the poor bond of a debt between you and her? All of us who are sorry for our sins are brothers and sisters. But I will tell you what will be better. Let your mother pay your debts, and I will look after Letty. I will care for her like my own sister, Tom."
"Then I shall die happy,"
said Tom, and from that day began to recover. Many who would pay money to keep a man alive, or to deliver him from pain, would pay nothing to take a killing load off the shoulders of his mind. Hunger they can pity, not mental misery. Tom would not hear of his mother being written to.
"I have done Letty wrong enough already," he said, "without subjecting her to the cruel tongue of my mother. I have conscience enough left not to have anybody else abuse her."
"But, Tom," expostulated Mary, "if you want to be good, one of your first duties is to be reconciled to your mother."
I am very sorry things are all wrong between us, Mary,
said Tom.
but if you want her to come here, you don't know what you are talking about. She must have everything her own way, or storm from morning to night. I would gladly make it up with her, but live with her, or die with her, I could not. To make either possible, you must convert her too. When you have done that, I will invite her at once.
Never mind me, Tom, said Letty. So long as you love me, I don't care what even your mother thinks of me. I will do everything I can to make her comfortable and satisfied with me.
Wait till I am better, anyhow, Letty. For I solemnly assure you, I haven't a chance if my mother comes. I will tell you what, Mary, I promise you, if I get better, I will do what is possible to become a son to my mother. And for the present, I will dictate a letter, if you will write it, bidding her goodbye, and asking her pardon for everything I have done wrong by her, which you will please send if I should die. I cannot and I will not promise more.
He was excited and exhausted, and Mary dared not say another word, nor truly did she at the moment see what more could be said. Where all relation has been perverted, things cannot be set right by force. Perhaps all we can do sometimes is to be willing and wait. The letter was dictated and written, a lovely one, Mary thought, and it made her weep as she wrote it. Tom signed it with his own hand. Mary folded, sealed, addressed it, and laid it away in her desk. The same evening Tom said to Letty, putting his thin, long hand in hers,
Mary thinks we shall know each other there, Letty.
Tom, interrupted Letty, don't talk like that. I can't bear it. If you do, I shall die before you.
All I wanted to say, persisted Tom, was that I should sit all day looking out for you, Letty.
End of chapter 41. Recorded by Tiffany, Halla, Colonna.
Chapter 42 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 42. The Leper. The faint, sweet, luminous jar of bow and string, as betwixt them they tore the silky air into a dying sound, came hovering. Neither could have said whether it was in the soul only, or there and in the outer world too. "What is that?" said Tom. "Mary!" Letty called into the other room. "There is our friend with the violin again. Don't you think Tom would like to hear him?" "Yes, I do," answered Mary. "Then would you mind asking him to come and play a little to us? It would do Tom good, I do think." Mary went up the one stair, all that now divided them, and found the musician with his sister, his half-sister she was. "I thought you should have come in upon us," said Anne. "Joe thinks he can play so as nobody can hear him, and I was fool enough to let him try. I am sorry." "I am glad," rejoined Mary, "and am come to ask him downstairs. For Mrs. Helmer and I think it will do her husband good to hear him. He's very fond of music." "Much help music will be to him, poor young man," said Anne scornfully. "Wouldn't you give a sick man a flower, even if it only made him a little happier for a moment with its scent and its loveliness?" asked Mary. "No, I wouldn't. It would only be to help the deceitful heart to be more desperately wicked." I will not continue the conversation, although they did a little longer. Anne's father had been a preacher among the followers of Whitefield, and Anne was a follower of her father. She laid hold upon the garment of a hard master, a tyrannical God. Happy he who has learned the gospel according to Jesus, as reported by John, that God is light, and in him is no darkness at all. Happy he who finds God his refuge from all the lies that are told for him, and in his name. But it is love that saves, and not opinion that damns, and let the master himself deal with the weeds in his garden as with the tares in his field. "I read my Bible a good deal," said Mary at last, "but I never found one of those things you say in it." "That's because you were never taught to look for them," said Anne. "Very likely," returned Mary. "In the meantime, I prefer the violin. That is, with one like your brother to play it." She turned to the door, and Joseph Jasper, who had not spoken a word, rose and followed her. As soon as they were outside, Mary turned to him and begged he would play the same piece with which he had ended on the former occasion. "I thought you did not care for it. I am so glad," he said. "I care for it very much," replied Mary, "and have often thought of it since, but you left in such a haste before I could find words to thank you." "You mean the 10 lepers, don't you? But of course you do. I always end off with them." "Is that how you call it?" returned Mary. "Then you have given me the key to it, and I shall understand it much better this time, I hope." "That is what I call it," said Joseph. "To myself, I mean, not to Anne. She would count it blasphemy. God has made so many things that she thinks must not be mentioned in his hearing." When they entered the room, Joseph, casting a quick look around it, made at once for the darkest corner. 3 swift strides took him there, and without more preamble than if he had come upon a public platform to play, he closed his eyes and began. And now at last Mary understood at least this specimen of his strange music, and was able to fill up the blanks in the impression it formerly made upon her. Alas, that my helpless ignorance should continue to make it impossible for me to describe it! A movement, even and rather slow, full of unexpected chords, wonderful to Mary, who did not know that such things could be made on the violin, brought before her eyes the man who knew all about everything, and loved the child more than a sage, walking in the hot day upon the border between Galilee and Samaria. Sounds arose which she interpreted as the stir of village life, the crying and calling of domestic animals, and of busy housewives at their duties, carried on half out of doors in the homeliness of country custom. Presently the instrument began to tell the gathering of a crowd, with the bee-like hum and the crossing of voice with voice, but at a distance the sounds confused and obscure. Swiftly then they seemed to rush together, to blend and lose themselves in the unity of an imploring melody, in which she heard the words uttered afar, with uplifted hands and voices, drawing nearer and nearer, as often repeated, "Jesus, Master, have mercy on us." Then came a brief pause, and then what, to her now fully roused imagination, seemed the voice of the Master saying, "Go show yourselves unto the priests." Then followed the slow, half unwilling, not hopeful march of timeless feet, then a clang, as of something broken, then a silence, as of sunrise, then air and liberty, long-drawn notes divided with quick, hurried ones, then the trampling of many feet, going farther and farther, merrily with dance and song, once more with a sudden pause, and a melody in which she read the awestruck joyous return of one. Steadily, yet eagerly, the feet drew nigh, the melody growing at once in awe and jubilation, as the man came nearer and nearer to him whose word had made him clean, until at last she saw him fall on his face before him, and heard his soul rushing forth in a strain of adoring thanks, which seemed to end only because it was choked with tears. The violin ceased, but as if its soul had passed from the instrument into his, the musician himself took up the strain, and in a mellow tenor voice, with a mingling of air and recitative, and an expression which to Mary was entrancing, sang the words, "And he was a Samaritan." At the sound of his own voice, he seemed to wake up, hung his head for a moment, as if ashamed of having shown his emotion, tucked his instrument under his arm, and walked from the room, without a word spoken on either side. Nor, while he played, had Mary once seen the face of the man. Her soul sat only in the porch of her ears, and not once looked from the windows of her eyes. End of chapter 42. The Leper. Recording by Maria Brook. Chapter 43. Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 43. Mary and Mr. Redmain. A few rudiments of righteousness lurked in their original undevelopment, but still in a measure active in the being of Mr. Redmain. There had been in the soul of his mother, I suspect, a strain of generosity, and she had left a mark of it upon him, and it was the best thing about him. But in action these rudiments took an evil shape. Preferring inferior company, and full of that suspicion which puts the last edge upon what the world calls knowledge of human nature, he thought no man his equal in penetrating the arena of motive, and reading actions in the light of motive, and that the fundamental principle of all motive was self-interest, he assumed to be beyond dispute. With this candle, not that of the Lord, he searched the dark places of the soul, but where the soul was light, his candle could show him nothing, served only to blind him yet further, if possible, to what was there present. And because he did not seek the good, never yet in all his life had he come near enough to a righteous man to recognize that in something or other that man was different from himself. As for woman, there was his wife, of whom he was willing to think of well as she would let him, and she firmly, did he believe, was an angel beside Sepia, of whom, bad as she was, it's quite possible he thought yet worse than she deserved. Alas for the woman who is not good, and falls under the judgment of a bad man. The good woman he can no more hurt than the serpent can bite the adamant. He believed he knew Sepia's self, although he did not know her history, and he scorned her the more that he was not a hair better himself. He had regard enough for his wife, and what virtue his penetration conceded her, to hate their intimacy, and ever since his marriage had been scheming how to get rid of Sepia, only, however, through finding her out. He must unmask her. There would be no satisfaction in getting rid of her without his wife's convinced acquiescence. He had been, therefore, almost all the time more or less on the watch to uncover the wickedness he felt sure lay at no great depth beneath her surface, and in the meantime, and for the sake of this end, he lived on terms of decent domiciliation with her. She had no suspicion how thin was the crust between her and the lava. In Cornwall he began at length to puzzle himself about Mary. Of course she was just like the rest, but he did not at once succeed in fitting what he saw to what he entirely believed of her. She remained, like Sepia, a riddle to be solved. He was not so ignorant as his wife concerning the relations of the different classes, and he felt certain there must be some reason, of course a discreditable one, for her leaving her former and taking her present position. The attack he had in Cornwall afforded him unexpected opportunity of making her out, as he called it. Upon this occasion it was also that Mary first ventured to expostulate with her mistress on her neglect of her husband. She heard her patiently, and the same day, going to his room, paid him some small attention, handed him his medicine, I believe, but clumsily, because ungraciously. The next moment, one of his fits of pain coming on, he broke into such a torrent of cursing as swept her in stately dignity from the room. She would not go near him again. "Brought up as you have been, Mary," she said, "you cannot enter into the feelings of one in my position, to whom the very tone, even of coarse language, is unspeakably odious. It makes me sick with disgust. Coarseness is what no lady can endure. I beg you will not mention Mr. Redmain to me again." "Dear Mrs. Redmain," said Mary, "ugly as such language is, there are many things worse. It seems to me worse that a wife should not go near her husband when he is suffering, than that he should in his pain speak bad words." She had been on the point of saying that a thin skin was not purity, but bethought herself in time. "You are scarcely in a position to lay down the law for me, Mary," said Hesper. "We will, if you please, drop the subject." Mary's words were overheard, as was a good deal in the house more than was reckoned on, and reached Mr. Redmain, whom they perplexed. What could the young woman hope from taking his part? One morning after the arrival of Mewks, his man, Mary heard Mr. Redmain calling him in a tone which betrayed that he had been calling for some time. The house was an old one, and the bells were neither in good trim, nor was his in a convenient position. She thought first to find Mewks, but pity rose in her heart. She ran to Mr. Redmain's door, which stood half open, and showed herself. "Can I not do something for you, sir?" she said. "Yes, you can. Go and tell that lumbering idiot to come to me instantly. No, here, you! There's a good girl. Oh, damn! Just give me your hand, and help me to turn an inch or two." Change of posture relieved him a little. "Thank you," he said. "That is better. Wait a few moments, will you, till the rascal comes?" Mary stood back a little behind him, thinking not to annoy him with the sight of her. "What are you doing there?" he cried. "I like to see what people are about in my room. Come in front here. Let me look at you." Mary obeyed, and with a smile that took the position he pointed out to her. Immediately followed another agony of pain, in which he looked beset with demons, whom he not feared but hated. Mary hurried to him, and in the compassion which she inherited long back of Eve, took his hands, the fingers of which were twisting themselves into shapes like tree roots. With a hoarse roar, he dashed hers from him, as if it had been a serpent. She returned to her place and stood. "What did you mean by that?" he said, when he came to himself. "Do you want to make a fool of me?" Mary did not understand him, and made no reply. Another fit came. This time she kept her distance. "Come here!" he howled. "Take my head in your hands!" She obeyed. "Damn nice hands you've got!" he gasped. "Much nicer than your mistress's." Mary took no notice. Gently she withdrew her hands, for the fit was over. "I see! That's the way of you!" he said as she stepped back. "But come now, tell me, how is it that a nice, well-behaved, handsome girl like you should leave a position where they tell me you were your own mistress, and take a cursed place as lady's maid to my wife?" "It was because I liked Mrs. Redmain so much," answered Mary. "But indeed I was not very comfortable where I was." "What the devil did you see to like in her? I never saw anything." "She's so beautiful," said Mary. "Is she? Oh!" he laughed. "What is that to another woman? You are new to the trade, girl, if you think that will go down. One woman taking to another because she's so beautiful. He repeated Mary's words with an indescribable contempt, and his laugh was insulting to a degree, but it went off in a cry of suffering. "Hypocrisy mustn't be too barefaced," he resumed. Then again his torture abated. "I didn't make you stop to amuse me. It's little of that this beastly world has got for me. Come, a better reason for waiting on my wife." "That she was kind to me," said Mary. "May be a better reason, but it's not a truer." "It's more than she ever was to me. What wages does she give you?" "We have not spoken of that yet, sir." "You haven't had any?" "I haven't wanted any yet." "Then what the deuce ever made you come to this house?" "I hoped to be of some service to Mrs. Redmain," said Mary, growing troubled. "And you ain't of any? Is that why you don't want wages?" "No, sir, that's not the reason." "Then what is the reason? Come, trust me, I will be much better to you than your mistress. Out with it! I knew there was something." "I would rather not talk about it," said Mary, knowing that her feeling in relation to Hesper would be altogether incredible, and the notion of it ridiculous to him. "You needn't mind telling me. I know all about such things. Look here, give me that pocket-book on the table." Mary brought him the pocket-book. He opened it, and taking from it some notes, he held them out to her. "If your mistress won't pay you your wages, I will. There, take that, you're quite welcome. What matter which pays you? It all comes out of the same stocking foot." "I don't know yet," answered Mary, "whether I shall accept wages from Mrs. Redmain. Something might happen to make it impossible, or if I had taken money to make me regret it." "I like that. There, you keep a hold on her," said Mr. Redmain in a confidential tone, while in his heart he was more puzzled than ever. "There's no occasion, though, for all that," he went on, "to go without your money when you can have it, and she be none the wiser. There, take it. I swear you any oath you like not to tell my stingy wife." "She's not stingy," said Mary, "and if I don't take wages from her, I certainly shall not from anyone else." Besides, she added, it would be dishonest. "Oh, that's the dodge," said Mr. Redmain to himself, but aloud. "Where would be the dishonesty when the money is mine to do with as I please?" "Where the dishonesty, sir?" exclaimed Mary, astounded. "To take wages from you, and pretend to Mrs. Redmain I was going without?" "Oh, the first time, no doubt, you ever pretended anything." "It would be," said Mary, "so far as I can at the moment remember." "Go along," cried Mr. Redmain, losing or pretending to lose patience with her. "You're too unscrupulous a liar for me to deal with." Mary turned and left the room. As she went, his keen glance caught the expression of her countenance, and noted the indignant red that flushed her cheeks, and the lightening of wronged innocence in her eyes. "I ought not to have said it," he remarked to himself. He did not for a moment fancy she had spoken the truth, but the look of her went to a deeper place in him than he knew even the existence of. "Hey, stop!" he cried as she was disappearing. "Come back, will you?" "I will find Mr. Mewks," she answered, and went. After this, Mary naturally dreaded conference with Mr. Redmain, and he, thinking she must have time to get over the offence he had given her, made for the present no fresh attempt to come, by her own aid, at a bird's eye view of her character and scheme of life. His curiosity, however, being in no degree assuaged concerning the odd human animal whose spoor he had for the moment failed to track, he meditated how best to renew the attempt in London. Not small, therefore, was his annoyance to find, a few days after his arrival, that she was no longer in the house. He questioned his wife as to the cause of her absence, and told her she was utterly heartless in refusing her leave to go and nurse her friend, whereupon Hesper, neither from desire to do right, nor from regard to her husband's opinion, but because she saw, or fancied she saw, that, now Mary did not dress her, she no longer caused the same sensation on entering a room, resolved to write to her, as if taking it for granted she had meant to return as soon as she was able. And to prick the sides of this intent came another spur, as will be seen from the letter she wrote. "Dear Mary, can you tell me what has become of my large sapphire ring? I have never seen it since you brought my case up with you from Cornwall. I have been looking for it all the morning, but in vain. You must have it. I shall be lost without it, for you know it has not its equal for colour and brilliance. I do not believe you intended for a moment to keep it, but only to punish me for thinking I could do without you. If so, you have your revenge, for I find I cannot do without either of you, you or the ring, so you will not carry the joke further than I can bear. If you cannot come at once, write and tell me it is safe, and I shall love you more than ever. I am dying to see you again. Yours faithfully, H.R." By this time Letty was much better, and Tom no longer required such continuous attention. Mary therefore betook herself at once to Mr. Redmain's. Hesper was out shopping, and Mary went to her own room to wait for her, where she was glad of the opportunity of getting at some of the things she had left behind her. While she was looking for what she wanted, Sepia entered, and was, or pretended to be, astonished to see her, in a strange, sarcastic tone. "Ah, you there!" she said. "I hope you will find it." "If you mean the ring, that is not likely, Miss Yolland," Mary answered. Sepia was silent for a moment or two, then said, "How is your cousin?" "I have no cousin," replied Mary. "The person, I mean, you have been staying with." "Better, thank you." "Almost a pity, is it not, if there should come trouble about this ring?" "I do not understand you." "The ring will, of course, be found," returned Mary. "In any case, the blame will come on you. It was in your charge." "The ring was in the case when I left." "Oh, you will have to prove that." "I remember quite well." "That no one will question." Beginning at last to understand her insinuations, Mary was so angry she dared not speak. "But it will hardly go to clear you," Sepia went on. "Don't imagine I mean you have taken it. I'm only warning you how the matter will look, that you may be prepared. Mr. Redmain is one to believe the worst of the best people." "I'm obliged to you," said Mary, "but I'm not anxious." "It is necessary you should know also," continued Sepia, "that there is some suspicion attached to a female friend of yours as well, a young woman who used to visit you. The wife of the other, it is supposed. She was here, I remember. One night there was a party. I saw you together in my cousin's bedroom. She had just dressed and gone down." "I remember," said Mary. "It was Mrs. Helmer." "Well, it's very unfortunate, certainly, but the truth must be told. A few days before you left, one of the servants, hearing some one in the house in the middle of the night, got up and went down, but only in time to hear the front door open and shut. In the morning a hat was found in the drawing-room with the name Thomas Helmer in it. That is the name of your friend's husband, I believe." "I'm aware Mr. Helmer was a frequent visitor," said Mary, trying to keep cool for what was to come. This that Sepia told her was true enough, though she was not accurate as to the time of its occurrence. I will relate briefly how it came about. Upon a certain evening, a few days before Mary's return from Cornwall, Tom would have gone to see Miss Yolland had he not known that she meant to go to the play with a Mr. Hemmett, a cousin of the Redmains. Before the hour arrived, however, Count Galofta called, and Sepia went out with him, telling the man who opened the door to ask Mr. Emmet to wait. The man was rather deaf, and did not catch with certainty the name she gave. Mr. Emmet did not appear, and it was late before Sepia returned. Tom, jealous even to hatred, spent the greater part of his evening in a tavern on the borders of the city, in gloomy solitude, drinking brandy and water, and building castles of the most foolish type, for castles are as different as the men that build them. Through all the rooms of them glided the form of Sepia, his evil genius. He grew more and more excited as he built and as he drank. He rose at last, paid his bill, and, a little suspicious of his equilibrium, stalked into the street. There, almost unconsciously, he turned and walked westward. It was getting late. Before long the theatres would be emptying. He might have a peep of Sepia as she came out, but where was the good when that fellow was with her? "But," thought Tom, growing more and more daring as in an adventurous dream, "why should I not go to the house and see her after he has left her at the door?" He went to the house and rang the bell. The man came, and said immediately that Miss Yolland was out, but had desired him to ask Mr. Helmer to wait, whereupon Tom walked in and up the stair to the drawing-room, thence into a second and a third drawing-room, and from the last into the conservatory. The man went down and finished his second pint of ale. From the conservatory, Tom, finding himself in danger of havoc among the flower-pots, turned back into the third room. He threw himself on the couch and fell asleep. He woke in the middle of the night in pitch darkness, and it was some time before he could remember where he was. When he did, he recognized that he was in an awkward predicament, but he knew the house well, and would make the attempt to get out undiscovered. It was foolish, but Tom was foolish. Feeling his way, he knocked down a small table with a great crash of china, and, losing his equanimity, rushed for the stair. Happily the hall lamp was still alight, and he found no trouble with bolts or lock. The door was not in any way secured. The first breath of the cold night air brought with it such a gush of joy as he rarely experienced, and he trod the silent streets with something of the pleasure of an escaped criminal, until, alas, the wind, at the first turning, let him know that he had left his hat behind him. He felt as if he had committed a murder, and left his card-case with the body. A vague terror grew upon him as he hurried along. Justice seemed following on his track. He found the door on the latch. If anything was missing, how should he explain the presence of his hat without his own? The devil of the brandy he had drunk was gone out of him, and only the grey ashes of its evil fire were left in his sick brain. But it had helped first to kindle another fire, which was now beginning to glow unsuspected, that of a fever whose fuel had been slowly gathering for some time. He opened the door with his pass-key and hurried up the stair, his long legs taking 3 steps at a time. Never before had he felt as if he were fleeing to a refuge when going home to his wife. He opened the door of the sitting-room, and there on the floor lay Letty and little Tom, as I have already told. "Why have I heard nothing of this before?" said Mary. I'm not aware of any right you have to know what happens in this house." "Not from you, of course, Miss Yolland. Perhaps not from Mrs. Redmain. But the servants talk of most things, and I have not heard a word." "How could you?" interrupted Sepia, "when you were not in the house? And so long as nothing was missed, the thing was of no consequence," she added. "Now it's different." This confused Mary a little. She stopped to consider. One thing was clear, that if the ring was not lost till after she left, and of so much she was sure, it could not be Tom that had taken it, for he was then ill in bed. Something to this effect she managed to say. "I told you already," returned Sepia, "that I had no suspicion of him. At least, I desire to have none, but you may be required to prove all you say, and it is well to let you understand, though there is no reason why I should take the trouble, that your going to those very people at the time, and their proving to be friends of yours, adds to the difficulty." "How?" asked Mary. "I am not on the jury," replied Sepia with indifference. The scope of her remarks seemed to Mary intended to show that any suspicion of her would be only natural. For the moment the idea amused her, but Sepia's way of talking about Tom, whatever she meant by it, was disgraceful. "I am astonished that you should seem so indifferent," she said, "if the character of a gentleman with whom you have been so intimate is so seriously threatened as you would imply. I know he has been to see you more than once while Mr. and Mrs. Redmain were not yet returned." Sepia's countenance changed. An evil fire glowed in her eyes, and she looked at Mary as if she would search her to the bone. The poorer the character, the more precious the repute. "The foolish fellow!" she returned, with a smile of contempt. "Chose to fall in love with me, a married man, too." "If you understood that, how did he come to be here so often?" asked Mary, looking her in the face. But Sepia knew better than declare war a moment before it was unavoidable. "Have I not just told you," she said in a haughty tone, "that the man was in love with me?" "And have you not just told me he was a married man? Could he have come to the house so often without at least your permission?" Mary was actually taking the upper hand with her. Sepia felt it with scarcely repressed rage. "He deserved the punishment," she replied with calmness. "You do not seem to have thought of his wife." "Certainly not. She never gave me offence." "Is offence the only ground for casting a regard on a fellow creature?" "Why should I think of her?" "Because she is your neighbour, and you are doing her a wrong." "Once for all, Marston," cried Sepia, overcome at last, "this kind of thing will not do with me. I may not be a saint, but I have honesty enough to know the genuine thing from humbug. You have thrown dust in a good many eyes in this house, but none in mine." By this time Mary had got her temper quite in hand, taking a lesson from the serpent, who will often keep his when the dove loses hers. She hardly knew what fear was, for she had in her something a little stronger than what generally goes by the name of faith. She was therefore able to see that she ought, if possible, to learn Sepia's object in talking thus to her. "Why do you say all this to me?" she asked quietly. "I cannot flatter myself it's from friendship." "Certainly not, but the motive may be worthy for all that. You are not the only one involved. People who would pass for better than their neighbours will never believe any good purpose in one who does not choose to talk their slang." Sepia had repressed her rage, and through it looked aggrieved. "She confesses to a purpose," said Mary to herself, and waited. "They are not all villains who are not saints," Sepia went on. "This man's wife is your friend?" "She is." "Well, the man himself is my friend, in a sort of sense." A strange shiver went through Mary, and seemed to make her angry. Sepia went on. "I confess I allowed the poor boy, he is little more, to talk foolishly to me. I was amused at first, but perhaps I have not quite escaped unhurt, and as a woman you must understand that when a woman has once felt in that way, if but for a moment, she would at least be sorry." Here her voice faltered, and she did not finish the sentence, but began afresh. "What I want of you is, through his wife, or any way you think best, to let the poor fellow know he had better slip away, to France, say, and stop there till the thing blow over." "But why should you imagine he has anything to do with the matter? The ring will be found, and then the hat will not signify." "Well," replied Sepia, putting on an air of openness, and for that sake an air of familiarity, "I must tell you the whole truth. I never did for a moment believe Mr. Helmer had anything to do with the business, though when you put me out of temper I pretended to believe it, and that you were in it as well. That was mere irritation. But there is sure to be trouble, for my cousin is miserable about her sapphire, which she values more than anything she has, and if it's not found, the affair will be put into the hands of the police, and then what will become of poor Mr. Helmer, be he as innocent as you and I believe him? But even if the judge should declare that he leaves the court without a blot on his character, Newgate mud is sure to stick, and he will be half looked upon as a thief for the rest of his days. The world is so unjust. Nor is that all, for they will put you in the witness box, and make you confess the man an old friend of yours from the same part of the country, whereupon the counsel for the prosecution will not fail to hint that you ought to be standing beside the accused. Believe me, Mary, that if Mr. Helmer is taken up for this, you will not come out of it clean." "Still, you explain nothing," said Mary. "You would not have me believe it is for my sake that you are giving yourself all this trouble." "No, but I thought you would see where I was leading you, and now for the whole truth, although nothing can touch the character of one in my position, it would be worse than awkward for me to be spoken of in connection with the poor fellow's visits to the house. My honesty would not be called into question as yours would, but what is dear to me as my honesty might, nay, it certainly would. You see now why I came to you. You must go to his wife, or better still, to Mr. Helmer himself, and tell him what I have been saying to you. He will at once see the necessity of disappearing for a while." Mary had listened attentively. She could not help fearing that something worse than unpleasant might be at hand, but she did not believe in Sepia, and in no case could consent that Tom should compromise himself. Danger of this kind must be met, not avoided. Still, whatever could be done ought to be done to protect him, especially in his present critical state. A breath of such a suspicion as this reaching him might be the death of him, and of Letty too. "I will think over what you have said," she answered, "but I cannot give him the advice you wish me. What I shall do I cannot say. The thing has come upon me with such a shock." "You have no choice that I see," said Sepia. "It's either what I propose or ruin. I give you fair warning that I will stick at nothing where my reputation is concerned. You and yours shall be trod in the dirt before I allow a spot on my character." To Mary's relief, they were here interrupted by the hurried entrance of Mrs. Redmain. She almost ran up to her, and took her by both hands. "You dear creature, you have brought me my ring," she cried. Mary shook her head with a little sigh. "But you have come to tell me where it is?" "Alas, no, dear Mrs. Redmain," said Mary. "Then you must find it," she said, and turned away with an ominous-looking frown. "I will do all I can to help you find it." "Oh, you must find it. My jewel case was in your charge." "But there has been time to lose everything in it, the one after the other, since I gave it up. The sapphire ring was there, I know, when I went." "That cannot be. You gave me the box, and I put it away myself, and the next time I looked into it, it was not there." "I wish I had asked you to open it when I gave it you," said Mary. "I wish you had," said Hesper. "But the ring must be found, or I shall send for the police." "I will not make matters worse, Mrs. Redmain," said Mary, with as much calmness as she could assume, and much was needed, "by pointing out what your words imply. If you really mean what you say, it is I who must insist on the police being sent for." "I'm sure, Mary," said Sepia, speaking for the first time since Hesper's entrance, "that your mistress has no intention of accusing you." "Of course not," said Hesper. "Only what am I to do? I must have my ring. Why did you come if you had nothing to tell me about it?" "How could I stay away when you were in trouble? Have you searched everywhere?" "Everywhere I can think of." "Would you like me to help you look? I feel certain it will be found." "No, thank you. I'm sick of looking." "Shall I go, then? What would you like me to do?" "Go to your room, and wait till I send for you." "I must not be long away from my invalids," said Mary, as cheerfully as she could. "Oh, indeed! I thought you'd come back to your work." "I did not understand from your letter you wished that, ma'am, though indeed I could not have come just yet in any case." "Then you mean to go, and leave things just as they are?" "I'm afraid there's no help for it, if I could do anything. But I will call again to-morrow, and every day till the ring is found, if you like." "Thank you," said Hesper dryly. "I don't think that will be of much use." "I will call anyhow," returned Mary, "and inquire whether you would like to see me. I'll go to my room now, and while I wait will get some things I want." "As you please," said Hesper. Scarcely was Mary in her room, however, when she heard the door, which had the trick of falling to of itself, closed and locked, and she knew she was a prisoner. For one moment a frenzy of anger overcame her. The next, she remembered where her life was hid, knew that nothing could touch her, and was calm. When she took from her drawers the things she wanted, and put them in her handbag, she heard the door unlocked, but as no one entered, she sat down to wait what would next arrive. Mrs. Redmain, as soon as she was aware of her loss, had gone in her distress to tell her husband, whose gift the ring had been. Unlike his usual self, he had showed interest in the affair. She attributed this to the value of the jewel, and the fact that he had himself chosen it. He was rather, and thought himself very knowing in stones, and the sapphire was in truth a most rare one, but it was for quite other reasons that Mr. Redmain cared about its loss. It would, he hoped, like the famous carbuncle, cast a light all around it. He was as yet by no means well, and had not been from the house since his return. The moment Mary was out of the room, Hesper rose. "I should be a fool to let her leave the house," she said. "Hesper, you will do nothing but mischief," cried Sepia. Hesper paid no attention, but going after Mary, locked the door of her room, and running to her husband's, told him she had made her a prisoner. No sooner was she in her husband's room than Sepia hastened to unlock Mary's door, but just as she did so, she heard someone on the stair above, and retreated without going in. She would have then turned the key again, but now she heard steps on the stair below, and once more withdrew. Mary heard a knock at her door. Mewks entered. He brought a request from his master that she would go to his room. She rose and went, taking her bag with her. "You may go now, Mrs. Redmain," said her husband when Mary entered. "Get out, Mewks," he added, and both lady and valet disappeared. "So," he said with a grin of pleasure, "here's a pretty business. You may sit down, though. You haven't got the ring in that bag there?" "Nor anywhere else, sir," answered Mary. "Shall I shake it out on the floor, or on the sofa would be better?" "Nonsense! You don't imagine me such a fool as to suppose, if you had it, you would carry it about in your bag?" "You don't believe I have it, sir, do you?" she returned in a tone of appeal. "How am I to know what to believe? There is something dubious about you. You have yourself all but admitted that. How am I to know that robbery mayn't be your little dodge? All that rubbish you talked down at Litchford about honesty and taking no wages and loving your mistress and all that rot looks devilishly like something off the square. That ring, now, the stone of it alone is worth £700. One might let pretty good wages go for a chance like that." Mary looked him in the face, and made him no answer. He spied a danger. If he irritated her, he would get nothing out of her. "My girl," he said, changing his tone, "I believe you know nothing about the ring. I was only teasing you." Mary could not help a sigh of relief, and her eyes fell, for she felt them beginning to fill. She could not have believed that the judgment of such a man would ever be of consequence to her, but the unity of the race is a thing that cannot be broken. Now, although Mr. Redmain was by no means so sure of her innocence as he had pretended, he did at least wish and hope to find her innocent, from no regard for her, but because there was another he would more glad to find concerned in the ugly affair. "Mrs. Redmain," he went on, "would have me hand you over to the police, but I won't. You may go home when you please, and you need fear nothing." He had the house where the Helmers lodged already watched, and knew this much, that someone was ill there, and that the doctor came almost every day. "I certainly shall fear nothing," said Mary, not quite trusting him. "My fate is in God's hands." "Oh, we know all about that," said Mr. Redmain. "I'm up to most dodges, but look here, my girl, it wouldn't be prudent in me, lest there should be such a personage as you have just mentioned, be hard upon any of my fellow creatures. I am one day pretty sure to be in misfortune myself. You mightn't think it of me, but I am not quite a heathen, and do reflect a little at times. You may be as wicked as myself, or as good as Joseph for anything I know or care, for, as I say, it ain't my business to judge you. Tell me now what you're up to, and I will make it the better for you." Mary had been trying hard to get at what he was up to, but found herself quite bewildered. I'm sorry, sir," she faltered, "but I haven't the slightest idea what you mean." "Then you go home," he said. "I will send for you when I want you." The moment she was out of the room, he rang his bell violently. Mewks appeared. "Go after that young woman, do you hear? You know her, Miss damn it, what's her name? Harland or Cranston or hang it, you know well enough, you rascal." "Do you mean Miss Marston, sir?" "Why didn't you say so before? Go after her, I tell you, and make haste. If she goes straight home, you know where, come back as soon as she's inside the door." "Yes, sir." "Damn you, go, or you'll lose sight of her." "I'm a listening after the street door, sir. It ain't gone yet. There it is now." And with the word he left the room. Mary was too much absorbed in her own thoughts to note that she was followed by a man with the collar of his greatcoat up to his eyes, and a woollen comforter round his face. She walked on steadily for home, scarce seeing the people that passed her. It was clear to Mewks that she had not a suspicion of being kept in sight. He saw her in at her own door, and went back to his master. End of chapter 43. Mary and Mr. Redmain. Recording by Maria Brook. Chapter 44 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Chapter 44. Joseph Jasper. Another fact Mewks carried to his master, namely that, as Mary came near the door of the house, she was met by a rough-looking man, who came walking slowly along, as if he had been going up and down, waiting for her. He made her an awkward bow as she drew near, and she stopped and had a long conversation with him. Such at least it seemed to Mewks, annoyed that he could hear nothing of it, and fearful of attracting their attention, after which the man went away, and Mary went into the house. This report made his master grin, for through the description Mewks gave, he suspected a thief disguised as a workman, but his hopes being against the supposition, he dwelt the less upon it. The man who stopped Mary, and whom indeed she would have stopped, was Joseph Jasper, the blacksmith. That he was rough in appearance, no one who knew him would have wished himself able to deny, and one less like a thief would have been hard to find. His hands were very rough, and ingrained with black. His fingers were long, but chopped off square at the points, and had no resemblance to the long, tapering fingers of an artist or pickpocket. His clothes were of corduroy, not very grimy because of the huge apron of thick leather he wore at his work. They looked none the better that he had topped them with his tall Sunday hat. His complexion was a mixture of brown and browner. His black eyebrows hung far over the blackest of eyes, the brightest flashing of which was never seen, because all the time he played he kept them closed tight. His face wore its natural clothing, a moustache thick and well-shaped, and a beard not too large, of a colour that looked like black burned brown. His hair was black and curled all over his head. His whole appearance was that of a working man. A careless glance could never have suspected him a poet-musician, as little could even such a glance have failed to see in him an honest man. He was powerfully built, over the middle height, but not tall. He spoke very fair old-fashioned English, with the Yorkshire tone and turn. His walk was rather plodding, and his movements slow and stiff, but in communion with his violin they were free enough, and the more delicate for the strength that was in them. At the anvil they were as supple as powerful. On his face dwelt an expression that was not to be read by the indifferent, a waiting in the midst of work, as of a man to whom the sense of the temporary was always present, but present with the constant reminder that, just therefore, work must be as good as work can be, that things may last their due time. The following was the conversation concerning the purport of which Mewks was left to what conjecture was possible to a serving man of his stamp. Mary held out her hand to Jasper, and it disappeared in his. He held it for a moment with a great but gentle grasp, as he let it go and said, I took liberty of watching for you, miss. I wanted to ask a favour of you. It seemed you would take no offence." "You might be sure of that," Mary answered. "You have a right to anything I can do for you." He fixed his gaze on her for a moment, as if he did not understand her. "That's where it is, miss," he said. "I've done nothing for your people. It's all very well to go playing and playing, but that's not doing anything. And if he had done nothing, there would have been no fiddling. You understand me, miss, I know. Work comes before music, and makes a soul of it. It's not music that makes to doing. I'm a poor hand at saying without my fiddle, miss. You'll excuse me." Mary's heart was throbbing. She had not heard a word like this, not since her father went to what people called the long home, as if a home could be too long. What do we want but an endless home? Only it is not the grave. She felt as if the spirit of her father had descended on the strange workman and sent him to her. She looked at him with shining eyes, and did not speak. He resumed, as fearing he had not conveyed his thought. "What I think is, miss, if working of miracles in his name wouldna do it, it's not likely playing fiddle well." "Oh, I understand you so well," said Mary in a voice hardly her own. "So well. It makes me happy to hear you. Tell me what I can do for you." "That poor gentleman in there must want all the help you can give him, and more. There must be somewhat left sorely for a man to do. He must want lifting at times, for instance, and that's not fit for either of you ladies." "Thank you," said Mary heartily. "I will mention it to Mrs. Helmer, and I'm sure she will be very glad of your help sometimes." "Couldn't you ask her no, miss? I should like to know what hour I might call, but perhaps 'tis best way would be to walk about here in the evening after my day's work is over, and then you could run down any time and look out. That would be enough. I should be there. Saturday nights I could just as well be there all night." To Tom and Letty it seemed not a little peculiar that a man so much a stranger should be ready to walk about the street in order to be at hand with help for them, but Mary was only delighted, not surprised, for what the man had said to her made the thing not merely intelligible, but absolutely reasonable. Joseph was not, however, allowed to wander the street. The arrangement made was that as soon as his work was over, he should come and see whether there was anything he could do for them. And he never came but there was plenty to do. He took a lodging close by, that he might be with them earlier and stay later, and when nothing else was wanted of him, he was always ready to discourse on his violin. Sometimes Tom enjoyed his music much, though he found no little fault with his mode of playing. For Tom knew something about everything, and could render many a reason. At other times he preferred having Mary read to him. On one of these latter occasions, Mary, occupied in cooking something for the invalid, asked Joseph to read for her. He consented, but read very badly, as if he had no understanding of the words, but on the other hand, stopping every few lines apparently to think and master what he had read. This was not good reading anyway, least of all for an invalid who required the soothing of half thought, molten and diluted in sweet, even, monotonous sound. And it was long before Mary asked him again. Many things showed he had had little education, and therefore probably the more might be made of him. Mary saw that he must be what men call a genius, for his external history had been, by his own showing, of an altogether commonplace type. His father, who was a blacksmith before him, and a local preacher, had married a second time, and Joseph was the only child of the second marriage. His father had brought him up to his own trade, and after his death Joseph came to work in London, whither his sister had preceded him. He was now 30, and had from the first been saving what he could of his wages, in the hope of one day having a smithy of his own, and his time more at his ordering. Mary saw too that in his violin he possessed a grand, fundamental, undeveloped education. He was like a man going about the world with a £10,000 note in his pocket, and not many sixpences to pay his way with. but there was another education working in him far deeper and already more developed than that which divine music even was giving him. This also Mary thoroughly recognized. This it was in him that chiefly attracted her, and the man himself knew it as underlying all his consciousness. Though he could ill read aloud, he could read well for his inward nourishment, and he could write tolerably, and if he could not spell, that mattered a straw and no more. He had never read a play of Shakespeare, and never seen a play, knew nothing of grammar or geography or of history, except the one history comprising all. He knew nothing of science, but he could shoe a horse as well as any man in the 3 ridings, and make his violin talk about things far beyond the ken of most men of science. So much of a change had passed upon Tom in his illness that Mary saw it not unreasonable to try upon him now and then a poem of her favourite singer. Occasionally, of course, the feeling was altogether beyond him, but even then he would sometimes enter in the literary merit of the utterance. "I had no idea there were such gems in George Herbert, Mary," he said once. "I declare some of them are, even in the structure, finer than many things that have nothing in them except the structure." "That is not to be wondered at," replied Mary. "No," said Joseph, "it's not to be wondered at, for it's clear to me that old gentleman played a good bow. I can see that plain enough." "Tell us how you see it," said Mary, more interested than she would have liked to show. "Easily," he said. "There was one poem," he pronounced it poem, "you just read no." "Which? Interrupted Mary eagerly. "That I cannot tell you, but all the time you were reading it, I heard the gentleman, Mr. George Herbert, you called him, playing the tune to it." "If you heard him so well," ventured Mary, "you could, I fancy, play the tune over again to us?" "I think I could," he answered, and rising went for his instrument, which he always brought, and hung on an old nail in the wall the moment he came in. He played a few bars of a prelude, as if to get himself into harmony with the recollection of what he had heard the master play, and then began a lively melody, in which he seemed as usual to pour out his soul. Long before he reached the end of it, Mary had reached the poem. "This is the one you mean, is it not?" she said, as soon as he had finished, and read it again. In his turn he did not speak till she had ended. "That's it, miss," he said. "Then I cannot mistake it, for the minute you began, there was old gentleman again with his fiddle." "And you know now what it says, don't you?" asked Mary. "I heard nothing but that gentleman," answered the musician. Mary turned to Tom. "Would you mind if I tried to show Mr. Jasper what I see in the poem? He can't get a hold of it himself for the master's violin in his ears. It won't let him think about it." "I should like myself to hear what you've got to say about it, Mary." "Go on," said Tom. Mary had now for a long time been a student of George Herbert, and anything of a similar life experience goes infinitely further to make one understand another than any amount of learning or art. Therefore, better than many a poet, Mary was able to set forth the scope and design of this one. Herself at the heart of the secret from which came all his utterance, she could fit herself into most of the convolutions of the shell of his expression, and was hence able also to make others perceive in his verse not a little of what they were of themselves unable to see. "We shall have you lecturing at the Royal Institution yet, Mary," said Tom. "Only it will be long before its members care for that sort of antique." Tom's insight had always been ahead of his character, and of late he had been growing. People do grow very fast in bed sometimes. Also, he had in him plenty of material, to which a childlike desire now began to give shapes and sequences. The musician's remark consisted in taking his violin and once more giving the idea of the old gentleman's music, but this time was a richer expression and fuller harmonies. Mary had every reason to be satisfied with her experiment. From that time she talked a good deal more about her favourite writers, and interested both the critical taste of Tom and the artistic instinct of the blacksmith. But Joseph's playing had great faults. How could it be otherwise? And to Mary great seemed the pity that genius should not be made perfect in faculty, that it should not have that redemption of its body for which unwittingly it groaned. And the man was one of those childlike natures which may indeed go a long time without discovering this or that external fault in themselves. Patent to the eye of an inferior onlooker, for the simple soul is the last to see its own outside, but once they become aware of it, begin that moment to set the thing right. At the same time, he had not enough of knowledge to render it easy to show him by words wherein any fault consisted, the nature, the being of the fault, that is, what it simply was. But Mary felt confident that the moment he saw a need, he would obey its law. She had taken for herself the rooms below, formerly occupied by the Helmers, with the hope of seeing them before long reinstated in them, and there she had a piano, the best she could afford to hire. With its aid she hoped to do something towards the breaking of the invisible bonds that tied the wings of Jasper's genius. His great fault lay in his time. Dare I suggest that he contented himself with the measuring it to his inner ear, and let his fingers, like horses which he knew he had safe in hand, play what pranks they pleased. A reader may, I think, be measuring verse correctly to himself, and yet make of it nothing but rugged prose to his hearers. Perhaps this may be how severe masters of quantity in the abstract are so careless of it in the concrete, in the audible, namely where alone of its value. Shall I analogize a little further, and suggest the many who admire righteousness and work iniquity, who say, Lord, Lord, and seldom or never obey? Anyhow, a man may have a good enough ear, with which he holds all the time a secret understanding, and from carelessness offend grievously the ears he ought to please, and it was thus with Joseph Jasper. Mary was too wise to hurry anything. One evening, when he came as usual, and she knew he was not at the moment wanted, she asked him to take a seat while she played something to him. But she was not a little disappointed in the reception he gave her offering, a delicate morsel from Beethoven. She tried something else, but with no better result. He showed little interest. He was not a man capable of showing where nothing was, for he never meant to show anything. His expression was only the ripple of the unconscious pool to the sway and swirl of the fishes below. It seemed as if he had only a narrow entrance for the admission of music into his understanding, but a large outlet for the spring that rose within him, and was, therefore, a somewhat remarkable exception to the common run of mortals. In such the capacity for reception far exceeds the capability of production. His dominant thoughts were in musical form, and easily found their expression in music, but mainly, no doubt from want of practice in reception, and experience of variety in embodiment. The forms in which others gave themselves utterance could not with corresponding readiness find their way to the sympathetic place in him. But pride or repulsion had no share in this defect. The man was open and inspired, and stupid as a child. The next time she made the attempt to open this channel between them, something she played did find him, and for a few minutes he seemed lost in listening. "How nice it would be," she said, "if we could play together sometimes." "Do you mean both at once, miss?" "Yes, you on your violin and I on the piano." "Oh, that could hardly be, afraid, miss," he answered. "For you see, I don't always know exactly what I'm going to play, and if I don't know, and you don't know, how are we going to keep together?" "Nobody can play your own things but yourself, of course. That is, until you are able to write them down. But if you would learn something, we could play that together." "I don't know how to learn. I've heard tell of that notes and all that, but I don't know how to work them." "You have heard the choir in the church, all keeping with the organ," said Mary. "Scarcely since I was a child, and not very often then, though my mother took me sometimes. But I was always wanting to get out again, and never gave heed." "Do you never go to church now?" "No, miss, not for long. Time's too precious to waste." "How do you spend it then?" "As soon as I've had my breakfast, that's on Sunday, I mean, I get up and lock my door, and set myself to have a day of it. Then read the next thing where it stopped last, whether it be chapter or verse, till gets sense of it. If can't get that, it's no matter of use to me. And I generally know when I've got it by finding bow in one hand and fiddle in t'other, then with two together is go stirring and stirring about at story, and music keeps come, and when it stops, when it does sometimes, all at once, then I go back to book.
But you don't go on like that all day, do you? Said Mary.
I generally go on till I'm hungry. Then I go out for somewhat to eat. My landlady won't get me any dinner. Then I come back and begin again.
Will you let me teach you to read music? Said Mary, more and more delighted with him, and desirous of contributing to his growth, the one great service of the universe.
If you would, miss, perhaps then I might be able to learn. You see, I never was like other people. Mother was only one that didn't take me for an innocent. She used to talk big things about me, and the rest used to laugh at her. She gave me her large testament when she was dying, but if it hadn't been for MaryAnn, I should never have been able to read it well enough to understand it. And now MaryAnn tells me I'm heathen and worship my fiddle because I don't go chapel with her. But it does seem such a waste of good time. I'll go to church though, miss, if you tell me it's the right thing to do. Only it's hard to work all week and be weary all the Sunday. I should only be longing for my fiddle all the time. You don't think that a great person like God cares whether we pray to him in room or in chapel?
No, I don't, answered Mary. For my own part, I find I can pray best at home.
So can I, said Joseph with solemn fervour. Indeed, miss, I couldn't at all sometimes till I get my fiddle under chin, and then it says prayers for me till I grow able to pray myself. And sometimes, when I seem to have got to the outside of prayer, and my soul is hungrier than ever, only I can't tell what I want, all at once I'm at my fiddle again, and it's praying for me. And then sometimes it seems as if I lost myself altogether, and God took me, for I'm nowhere and everywhere all at once.
Mary thought of the groanings that cannot be uttered. Perhaps that is just what music is meant for, to say the things that have no shape, therefore can have no words, yet are intensely alive, the unembodied children of thought, the eternal child. Certainly the musician can groan the better with the aid of his violin. Surely this man's instrument was the gift of God to him. All God's gifts are a giving of himself. The spirit can better dwell on a violin than in an ark or in the mightiest of temples. But there was another side to the thing, and Mary felt bound to present it.
But you know, Mr. Jasper, she said, when many violins play together, each taking a part in relation to all the rest, a much grander music is the result than any single instrument could produce. I've heard tell of such things, miss, but I've never heard them.
He had never been to a concert or oratorio any more than the play. Then you shall hear them, said Mary, her heart filling with delight at the thought. But what if there should be some way in which the prayers of all souls may blend like many violins? We are all brothers and sisters, you know. And what if the gathering together in church be one way of making up a concert of souls? Imagine one mighty prayer, made up of all the desires of all the hearts God ever made, breaking like a huge wave against the foot of his throne.
Oh, there would be some force in wave like that, miss, said Joseph. But answer me one question. Ain't it Christ that teaches men to pray?
Surely, answered Mary. He taught them with his mouth when he was on the earth, and now he teaches them with his mind.
Then, miss, I will tell you why it seems to me that churches can't be the places to tune fiddles for that kind of consort. And that's just why I more than don't care to go into one of them. I've never heard a sermon
that didn't seem to be taking my Christ from me, and burying him where I should never find him any more. For the somebody the clergy talk about is not only no wise like my Christ, but no wise like a live man at all. It always seems to me more like a guy they had dressed up and called by his name than the man I read about in my mother's big testament."
"How my father would have delighted in this man," said Mary to herself.
"You see, miss, I can't help knowing something about these matters, because I was brought up in it all. My father being a local preacher, and a very good man. Perhaps if I hadn't been as clever as Sister Anne, I might be thinking now, just as she does. But it seems to me a man that is born stupid has much to be thankful for. He can't take in things before his eyes ready for believing them, and so they don't get spoiled, like a child's book before he's able to read it. All that I heard when I went with my father to his preachings was to me no more than one of the chapters full of names in the book of Chronicles, though I do remember once hearing a Wesleyan clergyman say he had got great spiritual benefit from those chapters. I wasn't even frightened at the awful things my father said about hell and the certainty of our going there if we didn't lay hold upon the Saviour. For all the time he showed but such a ghost or a cloud of a man that he called the Saviour, as it wasn't possible to lay hold upon. Not that I reasoned about it that way then, I only felt no interest in the affair, and my conscience said nothing about it. But after my father and mother were gone, and I was at work away from all my old friends, well, I needn't trouble you with what it was that set me a-thinking. It was only a great disappointment, such as I suppose most young fellows have to go through. I shouldn't wonder," he added with a smile, "if that was what you ladies are sent into this world for, to take the conceit out of the likes of us, and give us something to think about. What came of it was, I began to read my mother's big testament in earnest, and then my conscience began to speak. Here was a man that said he was God's son, and sent by him to look after us, and we must do what he told us, or we should never be able to see our Father in heaven. That's what I made out of it, miss, and my conscience said to me that I must do as he said, saying he had taken all that trouble and come down to look after us. If he spoke the truth, and nobody could listen to him without being sure of that, there was nothing left but just to do the things he said. So I set about getting hold of anything he did say, and trying to do it. And then it was that I first began to be able to play fiddle, though I had been muddling away at it for a long time before. I knew I could play it then, because I understood what it said to me, and got help out of it. I don't really mean that, you know, miss, for I know well enough that the fiddle in itself is nothing, and nothing is anything, but the way God takes to teach us, and that's how I came to know you, miss."
"How do you mean that?" asked Mary.
"I used to be that frightened of Sister Anne, that after I came to London, I wouldn't have gone near her, but that I thought Jesus Christ would have me go, and if I hadn't gone to see her, I should never have seen you. When I went to see her, I took my fiddle with me to take care of me, and when she would be going on at me, I would just give my fiddle a squeeze under my arm, and that gave me patience."
"But we heard you playing to her, you know."
"That was because I always forgot myself when she was talking. The first time I remember it was from misery. What she was saying sounded so wicked, making God out not fit for any honest man to believe in. I began to play without knowing it, and it couldn't have been very loud, for she went on about the devil picking up the good seed sown in the heart. Off I went into that, and there I saw no end of birds with long necks and short legs gobbling up the corn. But a little way off there was the long beautiful stalks growing strong and high, waving in God's wind, and the birds did not go near them." Mary drew a long breath, and said to herself, "The man is a poet." "You're not afraid of your sister now?" she said to him. "Not a bit. he answered. Since I know you, I felt as if we had in a sort of a way changed places, and she was a little girl that must be humoured and made the best of. When she scolds, I laugh and try to make a bit of fun with her. But she's always so sure she's right, that you wonder how the world got made before she was up. They parted with the understanding that, when he came next, she should give him his first lesson in reading music. With herself, Mary made merry at the idea of teaching the man of genius his letters. But when once, through trying to play with her one of his own pieces, which she had learned from hearing him play it, he had discovered how imperative it was to keep good time, he set himself to the task with a determination that would have made anything of him that he was only half as fit to become as a musician. When, however, in a short time he was able to learn from notes, he grew so delighted with some of the music Mary got for him, entering into every nicety of severest law, and finding therein a better liberty than that of improvisation, that he ceased for long to play anything of his own, and Mary became mortally afraid lest, in developing the performer, she had ruined the composer. "How can I go playing such loose, skinny things," he would say, "when here are perfect shapes all ready to my hand?" But Mary said to herself that, if these were shapes, his were odours. End of chapter 44. Joseph Jasper. Recording by Maria Brook.
Chapter 45 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pat Redstone. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. The Sapphire. One morning, as Mary sat at her piano, Mewks was shown into the room. He brought the request from his master that she would go to him. He wanted particularly to see her. She did not much like it, neither did she hesitate. She was shown into the room Mr. Redmain called his study, which communicated by a dressing-room with his bedroom. He was seated, evidently waiting for her. "Ah, Miss Marston," he said, "I have a piece of good news for you, so good that I thought I should like to give it to you myself." "You are very kind, sir," Mary answered. "There," he went on, holding out what she saw at once was the lost ring. "I am so glad," she said, and took it in her hand. "Where was it found?" "There's the point," he returned. "That is just why I sent for you. Can you suggest any explanation of the fact that it was found, after all, in a corner of my wife's jewel box? Who searched the box last?" "I do not know, sir." "Did you search it?" "No, sir. I offered to help Mrs. Redmain to look for the ring, but she said it was no use. Who found it, sir?" "I will tell you who found it, if you will tell me who put it there." "I don't know what you mean, sir. It must have been there all the time." "That's the point again. Mrs. Redmain swears it was not, and could not have been there when she looked for it. It is not like a small thing, you see. There is something mysterious about it." He looked hard at Mary. Now Mary had very much admired the ring, as anyone must who had an eye for stones, and had often looked at it, into the heart of it, almost loving it, and while they were talking now, she kept gazing at it. When Mr. Redmain ended, she stood silent. In her silence, her attention concentrated itself upon the sapphire. She stood long, looking closely at it, moving it about a little and changing the direction of the light, and while her gaze was on the ring, Mr. Redmain's gaze was on her, watching her with equal attention. At last, with a sigh, as if she waked from a reverie, she laid the ring on the table, but Mr. Redmain still stared in her face. "Now what is it you've got in your head?" he said at last. "I've been watching you think for 3 minutes and a half, I do believe. Come, out with it." "Hardly think, sir," answered Mary. "I was only plaguing myself between my recollection of the stone and the actual look of it. It is so annoying to find what seemed a clear recollection prove a deceitful one. It may appear a presumptuous thing to say, but my recollection seems of a finer color." While she spoke, she had again taken the ring and was looking at it. Mr. Redmain snatched it from her hand. "The devil!" he cried. "You haven't the face to hint that the stone has been changed?" Mary laughed. "Such a thing never came into my head, sir. but now that you have put it there, I could almost believe it." "Go along with you," he cried, casting at her a strange look which she could not understand, and the same moment pulling the bell hard. That done, he began to examine the ring intently, as Mary had been doing, and did not speak a word. Mewks came. "Show Miss Marston out," said his master, "and tell my coachman to bring the hansom round directly." "For Miss Marston?" inquired Mewks, who had learned not a little cunning in the service. "No!" roared Mr. Redmain, and Mewks darted from the room, followed more leisurely by Mary. "I don't know what's come to master," ventured Mewks, as he led the way down the stair. But Mary took no notice and left the house. For about a week she heard nothing. In the meantime, Mr. Redmain had been prosecuting certain inquiries he had some time ago begun, and another quite new one besides. He was acquainted with many people of many different sorts, and had been to jewelers and pawnbrokers, gamblers and lodging-house keepers, and had learned some things to his purpose. Once more Mary received from him a summons, and once more, considerably against her liking, obeyed. She was less disinclined to go this time, however, for she felt not a little curious about the ring. "I want you to come back to the house," he said abruptly, the moment she entered his room. For such a request Mary was not prepared. Even since the ring was found, so long a time had passed that she never expected to hear from the house again. But Tom was now so much better, and Letty so much like her former self, that if Mrs. Redmain had asked her, she might perhaps have consented. "Mr. Redmain," she answered, "you must see that I cannot do so at your desire." "Oh, rubbish humbug!" he returned with annoyance. "Don't fancy I'm asking you to go fiddle-faddling about my wife again. I don't see how you can do that, after the way she's used you. But I have reasons for wanting to have you within call. Go to Mrs. Perkin. I won't take a refusal." "I cannot do it, Mr. Redmain," said Mary. "The thing is impossible," and she turned to leave the room. "Stop, stop!" cried Mr. Redmain, and jumped from his chair to prevent her. He would not have succeeded had not Mewks met her in the doorway full in the face. She had to draw back to avoid him, and the man, perceiving at once how things were, closed the door the moment he entered, and stood with his back against it. "He's in the drawing-room, sir," said Mewks. A scarcely perceptible sign of question was made by the master, and answered in kind by the man. "Show him here directly," said Mr. Redmain. Then turning to Mary, "Go out that way, Miss Marston, if you will go," he said, and pointed to the dressing-room. Mary, without a suspicion, obeyed. But just as she discovered that the door to the bedroom beyond was locked, she heard the door behind her locked also. She turned and knocked. "Stay where you are," said Mr. Redmain in a low but imperative voice. "I cannot let you out till this gentleman is gone. You must hear what passes. I want you for a witness." Bewildered and annoyed, Mary stood motionless in the middle of the room, and presently heard a man, whose voice seemed not quite strange to her, greet Mr. Redmain like an old friend. The latter made a slight apology for having sent for him to his study, claiming the privilege, he said, of an invalid who could not for a time have the pleasure of meeting him either at the club or at his wife's parties. The visitor answered agreeably, with a touch of merriment that seemed to indicate a soul at ease with itself and with the world. But here Mary all at once came to herself, and was aware that she was in quite a false position. She withdrew, therefore, to the farthest corner, sat down, closed her ears with the palms of her hands, and waited. She had sat thus for a long time, not weary, but occupied with such thoughts as could hardly for a century or two cross the horizon-line of such a soul as Mr. Redmain's, even if he were at once to repent, when she heard a loud voice calling her name from a distance. She raised her head and saw the white skin-drawn face of Mr. Redmain grinning at her from the open door. When he spoke again, his words sounded like thunder, for she had removed her hands from her ears. "I fancy you've had a dose of it," he said. As he spoke, she rose to her feet, her countenance illumined both with righteous anger and the tender shine of prayer. Her look went to what he had of a heart, and the slightest possible color rose to his face. "Gone a step too far, damn it," he murmured to himself. "There's no knowing one woman by another." "I see," he said. "It's been a trifle too much for you, and I don't wonder. You needn't believe a word I said about myself. It was all hum to make the villain show his game." "I have not heard a word, Mr. Redmain," she said with indignation. "Oh, you needn't trouble yourself," he returned. "I meant you to hear it all. What did I put you there for but to get your oath for what I drew from the fellow? A fine thing if your pretended squeamishness ruined my plot. What do you think of yourself, eh? But I don't believe it." He looked at her keenly, expecting a response, but Mary made him none. For some moments he regarded her curiously, then turned away into the study, saying, "Come along, by Jove, I'm ashamed to say it, but I half begin to believe you. I did think I was past being taken in, but it seems possible for once again. Of course you will return to Miss Redmain now that all is cleared up." "It is impossible," Mary answered. "I cannot live in a house where the lady mistrusts and the gentleman insults me." She left the room, and Mr. Redmain did not try to prevent her. As she left the house she burst into tears, and the fact Mewks carried to his master. The man was the more careful to report everything about Mary, that there was one in the house of whom he never reported anything, but to whom, on the contrary, he told everything he thought she would care to know. Till Sepia came, he had been conventionally faithful with the faith of a lackey, that is, but she had found no difficulty in making of him, in respect of her, a spy upon his master. I will now relate what passed while Mary sat deaf in the corner. Mr. Redmain asked his visitor what he would have, as if, although it was quite early, he must, as a matter of course, stand in need of refreshment. He made a choice of brandy and soda water, and the bell was rung. A good deal of conversation followed about a disputed point in a late game of cards at one of the clubs. The talk then veered in another direction, that of personal adventure, so guided by Mr. Redmain. He told extravagant stories about himself and his doings, in particular, various ruses by which he had contrived to lay his hands on money. And whatever he told, his guests capped, narrating trick upon trick, to which on different occasions he had had recourse. At all of them Mr. Redmain laughed heartily and applauded their cleverness extravagantly, though some of them were downright swindling. At last Mr. Redmain told how he had once got money out of a lady. I do not believe there was a word of truth in it, but it was capped by the other with a narrative that seemed specially pleasing to the listener. In the midst of a burst of laughter he rose and rang the bell. Count Galofta thought it was to order something more in the way of refreshment, and was not a little surprised when he heard his host desire the man to request the favour of Miss Yoland's presence. But the Count had not studied non-expression in vain, and had brought it to a degree of perfection not easily disturbed. Casting a glance at him as he gave the message, Mr. Redmain could read nothing, but this was in itself suspicious to him, and justly, for the man ought to have been surprised at such a close to the conversation they had been having. Sepia had been told that Galofta was in the study, and therefore received the summons thither, a thing that had never happened before, with the greater alarm. She made consequently what preparation she could against surprise. Thoroughly capable of managing her features, her anxiety was sufficient nevertheless to deprive her of power over her complexion, and she entered the room with the pallor peculiar to the dark-skinned. Having greeted the Count with the greatest composure, she turned to Mr. Redmain with question in her eyes. "Count Galofta," said Mr. Redmain in reply, "has just been telling me a curious story of how a certain rascal got possession of a valuable jewel from a lady with whom he pretended to be in love, and I thought the opportunity a good one for showing you a strange discovery I have made with regard to the sapphire Mrs. Redmain missed for so long. Very odd tricks are played with gems. Such gems, that is, as are of value enough to make it worth a rogue's while." So saying, he took the ring from one drawer, and from another a bottle from which he poured something into a crystal cup. Then he took a file, and looking at Galofta, in whose well-drilled features he believed he read something that was not mere curiosity, said, "I'm going to show you something very curious," and began to file asunder that part of the ring which immediately clasped the sapphire, the setting of which was open. "What a pity!" cried Sepia. "You are destroying the ring! What will Cousin Hesper say?" Mr. Redmain filed away heedless, then with the help of a pair of pincers freed the stone and held it up in his hand. "You see this?" he said. "A splendid sapphire," answered Count Galofta, taking it in his fingers, but as Mr. Redmain saw, not looking at it closely. "I have always heard it called a splendid stone," said Sepia, whose complexion, though not her features, passed through several changes while all this was going on. She was anxious. Nor did her inquisitor fail to surprise the uneasy glances she threw, furtively though involuntarily, in the face of the Count, who never once looked in hers. Tolerably sure of himself, he was not sure of her. "That ring, when I bought it, the stone of it," said Mr. Redmain, Was a star sapphire and worth £700. Now the whole affair is worth about 10. As he spoke, he threw the stone into the cup, let it lie a few moments, and took it out again, when with almost a touch he divided it in two, the one a mere scale. "There," he said, holding out the thin part on the tip of a finger, "that is a slice of sapphire, and there," holding out the rest of the seeming stone, "that is glass." "What a shame!" cried Sepia.
"Of course," said the Count, "you will prosecute the jeweler."
"I will not prosecute the jeweler," answered Mr. Redmain, "but I have taken some trouble to find out who changed the stones." With that, he threw the bits of blue into a drawer and the contents of the cup into the fire. A great flame flew up the chimney, and as if struck by the sight of it, he stood gazing for a moment after it had vanished. When he turned, the Count was gone, as he had expected, and Sepia stood with eyes full of anger and fear. Her face was set and colorless and strange to look upon.
"Very odd, ain't it?"
said Mr. Redmain, and opening the door of his dressing-room, called out,
"Miss Marston!"
When he turned, Sepia too was gone. I would not have my reader take Sepia for an accomplice in the robbery. Even Mr. Redmain did not believe that. She was much too prudent. His idea was that she had been wearing the ring. Hesper did not mind that she wore of hers, and that, I need not give this conjecture in detail, with or without her knowledge, the fellow had got hold of it and carried it away and brought it back, treating the thing as a joke, when she was only too glad to restore it to the jewel case, hoping the loss of it would then pass for an oversight on the part of Hesper. If he was right in this theory of the affair, then the Count had certainly a hold upon her, and she dared not, or would not, expose him. He had before discovered that about the time when the ring disappeared, the Count had had losses, and was supposed unable to meet them, but had suddenly shown himself again flush of money, and from that time had had an extraordinary run of luck. When he went out of the door of Mr. Redmain's study, he vanished from the house and from London. Turning the first corner he came to, and the next, he stepped into a mews, the court of which seemed empty, and slipped behind the gate. He wore a new hat, and was clean-shaved except his upper lip. Presently a man came out of the mews in a Scotch cap and a full beard. What had become of him, Mr. Redmain did not care. He had no desire to punish him. It was enough he had found him out, proved his suspicion correct, and obtained evidence against Sepia. He did not at once make up his mind how he would act on this last. While he lived, it did not matter so much, and he had besides a certain pleasure in watching his victim. But Hesper, free, rich, and beautiful, and far from wise, with Sepia for counsellor, was not an idea to be contemplated with equanimity. Still he shrank from the outcry and scandal of sending her away, for certainly his wife, if it were but to oppose him, would refuse to believe a word against her cousin. For the present, therefore, the thing seemed to blow over. Mr. Redmain, who had pleasure in behaving handsomely so far as money was concerned, bought his wife the best sapphire he could find, and for once really pleased her. But Sepia knew that Mr. Redmain had now to himself justified his dislike of her, and as he said nothing, she was the more certain he meant something. She lived, therefore, in constant dread of his sudden vengeance, against which she could take no precaution, for she had not even a conjecture as to what form it might assume. From that hour she was never at peace in his presence, and hardly out of it. From every possible tete-a-tete with him she fled as from a judgment. Nor was it a small addition to her misery that she imagined Mary cognizant of Mr. Redmain's opinion and intention with regard to her, and holding the worst possible opinion of her. For whatever had passed first between the Count and Mr. Redmain, she did not doubt Mary had heard, and was prepared to bring against her when the determined moment should arrive. How much the Count might or might not have said, she could not tell, but seeing their common enemy had permitted him to escape, she more than dreaded he had sold her secret for his own impunity, and had laid upon her a burden of lies as well. End of chapter 45. The Sapphire. Recording by Pat Redstone. Chapter 46 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pat Redstone. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Reparation. With all Mr. Redmain's faults, there was a certain love of justice in the man. Only, as is the case with most of us, it had 10 times the reference to the action of other people that it had to his own. I mean, he made far greater demand for justice upon other people than upon himself, and was much more indignant at any shortcoming of theirs which crossed any desire or purpose of his than he was anxious in his own person to fulfill justice when that fulfillment in its turn would cross any wish he cherished. Badly as he had himself behaved to Mary, he was now furious with his wife for having treated her so heartlessly that she could not return to her service. For he began to think she might be one to depend upon, and to desire her alliance in the matter of ousting Sepia from the confidence of his wife. However indifferent a woman may be to the opinion of her husband, he can nevertheless, in general, manage to make her uncomfortable enough if he chooses. And Mr. Redmain did choose now, in the event of her opposition to his wishes. When he set himself to do a thing, he hated defeat even more than he loved success. The moment Mary was out of the study, he walked into his wife's boudoir and shut the door behind him. His presence there was enough to make her angry, but she took no notice of it. "I understand, Mrs. Redmain," he began, "that you wish to bring the fate of Sodom upon the house." "I do not know what you mean," she answered, scarcely raising her eyes from her novel, and spoke the truth, for she knew next to nothing of the Bible, while the Old Testament was all the literature Mr. Redmain was up in. "You have turned out of it the only just person in it, and we shall all be in hell soon." "How dare you come to my room with such horrid language?" "You'll hear worse before long if you keep on at this rate. My language is not so bad as your actions. If you don't have that girl back, and a double quick time too, I shall know how to make you." "You have taught me to believe you capable of anything." "You shall at least find me capable of a good deal. Do you imagine, madam, I have found you a hair worse than I expected?" "I never took the trouble to imagine anything about you." "Then I need not ask you whether I married you to please you or to please myself." "You need not. You can best answer that question yourself." "Then we understand each other." "We do not, Mr. Redmain, and if this occurs again, I shall go to Durnmelling." She spoke with a vague idea that he also stood in some awe of the father and mother whose dread, however well she hid it, she would never, while she lived, succeed in shaking off. But to the husband it was a rare delight to speak with conscious rectitude in the moral chastisement of his wife. He burst into a loud and almost merry laugh. "Happy they will be to see you there, madam! Why, you goose, if I send a telegram before you, they won't so much as open the door to you. They know better which side their bread is buttered." Hesper started up in a rage. This was too much, and the more too much that she believed it would be as he said. "Mr. Redmain, if you do not leave the room, I will." "Oh, don't!" he cried in a tone of pretended alarm. His pleasure was great, for he had succeeded in stinging the impenetrable. "You really ought to consider before you utter such an awful threat. I will go myself 1,000 times rather. But will you not feel the want of pocket money when you come to pay a rough cabman? The cheque I gave you yesterday will not last you long." "The money is my own, Mr. Redmain." "But you have not yet opened a banking account in your own name." "I suppose you have a meaning, Mr. Redmain, but I am not in the habit of using cabs." "Then you had better get into the habit, for I swear to you, madam, if you don't fetch that girl home within the week, I will, next Monday, discharge your coachman and send every horse in the stable to Tattersall's. Good morning." She had no doubt he would do as he said. She knew Mr. Redmain would just enjoy selling her horses, but she could not at once give in. I say could not, because hers was the weak will that can hardly bring itself to do what it knows it must, and is continually mistaken for the strong will that defies and endures. She had a week to think about it, and she would see. During the interval, he took care not once to refer to his threat, for that would but weaken the impression of it, he knew. On the Sunday after service, she knocked at his door, and being admitted, bade him good morning, but with no very gracious air, as indeed he would have been the last to expect. "We have had a sermon on the forgiveness of injuries, Mr. Redmain," she said. "By Jove," interrupted her husband, "it would have been more to the purpose if I or poor Mary Marston had had it, for I swear you put our souls in peril."
The ring was no common one, Mr. Redmain, and the young woman had, by leaving the house, placed herself in a false position. Everyone suspected her as much as I did. Besides, she lost her temper and talked about forgiving me, when I was in despair about my ring.
"And what, pray, was your foolish ring compared to the girl's character?"
"A foolish ring indeed. Yes, it was foolish to let you ever have the right to give it me. But as to her character, that of persons in her position is in constant peril. They have to lay their account with that, and must get used to it. How was I to know? We cannot read each other's hearts."
"Not where there is no heart in the reader."
Hesper's face flushed, but she did the best not to lose her temper. Not that it would have been any great loss if she had, for there is as much difference in the values of tempers as in those who lose them. She said nothing, and her husband resumed.
"So you came to forgive me," he said.
"And Marston," she answered.
"Well, I will accept the condescension. That is, if the terms of it are to my mind."
"I will make no terms. Marston may return when she pleases."
"You must write and ask her."
"Of course, Mr. Redmain. It would hardly be suitable that you should ask her."
"You must write so as to make it possible to accept your offer."
"I am not deceitful, Mr. Redmain."
"You are not. A man must be fair, even to his wife."
"I will show you the letter I write."
"If you please."
She had to show him half a score ere he was satisfied, declaring he would do it himself if she could not make a better job of it. At length one was dispatched, received, and answered. Mary would not return. She had lost all hope of being of any true service to Mrs. Redmain, and she knew that, with Tom and Letty, she was really of no use for the present. Mrs. Redmain carried the letter with ill-conceived triumph to her husband, nor did he conceal his annoyance.
"You must have behaved to her very cruelly," he said. "But you have done your best now, short of a Christian apology, which it would be folly to demand of you. I fear we have seen the last of her."
And there was I, he said to himself, for the first time in my life, actually beginning to fancy I had perhaps thrown salt upon the tail of that rare bird, an honest woman. The devil had quite as much to do with my history as with my character. Perhaps that will be taken into the account one day. But Mary lay awake at night, and thought of many things she might have said and done better when she was with Hesper, and would gladly have given herself another chance, but she could no longer flatter herself she would ever be of any real good to her. She believed there was more hope of Mr. Redmain even, for had she not once, for one brief moment, seen him look a trifle ashamed of himself, while Hesper was and remained, so far as she could judge, altogether satisfied with herself. Equal to her own demands upon herself, there was nothing in her to begin with, no soil to work upon. End of chapter 46. Reparation. Chapter 47 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pat Redstone. Mary Marston by George MacDonald. Another change. For some time Tom made progress toward health, and was able to read a good part of the day. Most evenings he asked Joseph to play for him a while. He was fond of music, and fonder still of criticism upon anything. When he had done with Joseph, or when he did not want him, Mary was always ready to give the latter a lesson, and, had he been a less gifted man than he was, he could not have failed to make progress with such a teacher. The large-hearted, delicate-souled woman felt nothing strange in the presence of the working man, but on the contrary was comfortably aware of a being like her own, less privileged but more gifted, whose nearness was strength, and no teacher,
not to say no woman, could have failed to be pleased at the thorough painstaking with which he followed the slightest of her hints, and the delight his flushed face would reveal when she praised the success he had achieved. It was not long before he began to write some things that came into his mind, for the period of quiescence as to production, which followed the initiation of more orderly study, was, after all, but of short duration, and the return tide of musical utterance was stronger than ever. Mary's delight was great when first he brought her one of his compositions very fairly written out, after which others followed with a rapidity that astonished her. They enabled her also to understand the man better and better, for to have a thing to brood over which we are capable of understanding must be more to us than even the master's playing of it. She could not be sure this or that was correct according to the sweet inexorability of musical ordainment. But the more she pondered them, the more she felt that the man was original, that the material was there, and the law at hand, that he brought his music from the only bottomless well of utterance, the truth, namely, by which alone the soul most glorious in gladness or any other, the stupidest of souls, can live. To the first he brought her, she contrived to put a poor little faulty accompaniment, and when she played his air to him so accompanied, his delight was touching and not a little amusing. Plainly he thought the accompaniment a triumph of human faculty, and beyond anything he could ever develop. Never pupil was more humble, never pupil more obedient, thinking nothing of himself or of anything he had done or could do. His path was open to the swiftest and highest growth. It matters little where a man may be at this moment. The point is whether he is growing. The next point will be whether he is growing at the ratio given him. The key to the whole thing is obedience, and nothing less. What the gift of such an instructor was to Joseph, my reader may be requested to imagine. He was like a man seated on the grass outside the heavenly gate, from which, slow opening, every evening as the sun went down, came an angel to teach and teach, until he too should be fit to enter in. An hour would arrive when she would no longer have to come out to him where he sat. Under such an influence, all that was gentlest and sweetest in his nature might well develop with rapidity, and every accidental roughness, and in him there was no other, by swift degrees vanish from both speech and manners. The angels do not want tailors to make their clothes. Their habits come out of themselves. But we are often too hard upon our fellows, for many of those in the higher ranks of life, I mean of society, whose insolence wakens ours, as growl wakens growl in the forest, are not yet so far removed from the savage. I mean in their personal history, as some in the lowest ranks. When a nobleman mistakes the love of right in another for a hatred of refinement, he cannot be far from mistaking insolence for good manners. Of such a nobility, good Lord, deliver us from all envy. As to falling in love with a lady like Mary, such a thing was as far from Jasper's consciousness as if he had been a duchess. She belonged to another world from his, a world which his world worshipped, waiting. He might miss her even to death. Her absence might for him darken the universe as if the sun had withdrawn his brightness. But who thinks of falling in love with the sun, or dreams of climbing nearer to his radiance? The day will one day come, or what of the long-promised kingdom of heaven, when a woman, instead of spending anxious thought on the adornment of her own outward person, will seek with might the adornment of the inward soul of another, and will make that her crown of rejoicing. Nay, are there none such even now? The day will come when a man, rather than build a great house for the overflow of a mighty hospitality, will give himself in the personal labor of outgoing love to build spiritual houses, like St. Paul, a higher art than any of man's invention. O my brother, what were it not for thee to have a hand in making thy brother beautiful? Be not indignant, my reader. Not for a moment did I imagine thee capable of such a mean calling. It is left to a certain school of weak enthusiasts who believe that such growth, such embellishment, such creation is all God cares about. These enthusiasts cannot indeed see. So blind have they become with their fixed idea how God could care for anything else. They actually believe that the very Son of the life-making God lived and died for that and nothing else.
That such men and women are fools is and has been so widely believed that men of the stamp of my indignant reader, it has become a fact. But the end alone will reveal the beginning. Such a fool was Prometheus, with the vulture at his heart, but greater than Jupiter, with the gods around him. There soon came a change, however, and the lesson ceased altogether. Tom had come down to his old quarters, and in the arrogance of convalescence had presumed on his imagined strength, and so caught cold. An alarming relapse was the consequence, and there was no more playing, for now his condition began to draw to a change of which, for some time, none of them had even thought. The patient had seemed so certainly recovering. The cold settled on his lungs, and he sank rapidly. Joseph, whose violin was useless now, was not the less in attendance. Every evening when his work was over, he came knocking gently at the door of the parlor and never left until Tom was settled for the night. The most silently helpful, undemonstrative being he was that doctor could desire to wait upon patient. When it was his turn to watch, he never closed an eye, but at daybreak, for it was now spring, would rouse Mary and go off straight to his work, nor taste food until the hour for the midday meal arrived. Tom speedily became aware that his days were numbered, phrase of unbelief, for are they not numbered from the beginning? Are our hairs numbered, and our days forgotten till death gives a hint to the doctor? He was sorry for his past life, and thoroughly ashamed of much of it, saying in all honesty he would rather die than fall for one solitary week into the old ways. Not that he wished to die, for with the confidence of youth he did not believe he could fall into the old ways again. For my part, I think he was taken away to have a little more of that care and nursing which neither his mother nor his wife had been woman enough to give the great baby. After all, he had not been one of the worst of babies. Is it strange that one so used to bad company and bad ways should have so altered in so short a time and without any great struggle? The assurance of death at the door, and a wholesome shame of things that are past, may, I think, lead up to such a swift change even in a much worse man than Tom. For there is the life itself all surrounding and ever pressing in upon the human soul, wherever that soul will afford a chink of entrance, and Tom had not yet sealed up all his doors. When he lay there dead, for what excuse could we have for foolish lamentation if we did not speak of the loved as lying dead? Letty had him already enshrined in her heart as the best of husbands, as her own Tom, who had never said a hard word to her, as the cleverest as well as the kindest man who had written poetry and would never die while the English language was spoken. Nor did the Firefly spare its dole of homage to the memory of one of its gayest writers. Indeed, all about its office had loved him, each after his faculty. Even the boy cried when he heard he was gone, for to him, too, he had always given a kind word coming and going. A certain little runnel of verse flowed no more through the pages of the Firefly, and in a month there was not the shadow of Tom upon his age. But the print of him was deep in the heart of Letty, and not shallow in the affection of Mary, nor were such as these insignificant records for any one to leave behind him, as records go. Happy was he to have left behind him any love, especially such a love as Letty bore him. For what is the loudest praise of posterity to the quietest love of one's own generation? For his mother, her memory was mostly in her temper. She had never understood her wayward child, just because she had given him her waywardness, and not parted with it herself, so that between them the two made havoc of love. But she who gives her child all he desires in the hope of thus binding his heart to herself, no less than she who thwarts him in everything, may rest assured of the neglect she has richly earned. When she heard of his death, she howled and cursed her fate and the woman, meaning poor Letty, who parted her and her Tom, swearing she would never set eyes upon her, never let her touch a farthing of Tom's money. She would not hear of paying his debt until Mary told her she then would, upon which the fear of public disappropriation wrought for right, if not righteousness. But what was Mary to do now with Letty? She was little more than a baby yet, not silly from youth, but young from silliness. Children must learn to walk, but not by being turned out alone in Cheapside. She was relieved from some perplexity for the present, however, by the arrival of a letter from Mrs. Warder to Letty, written in a tone of stiffly condescendent compassion, not so unpleasant to Letty as to her friend, because from childhood she had been used to the nature that produced it, and had her mind full of a vast, undefined notion of the superiority of the writer. It may be a question whether those who fill our inexperienced minds with false notions of their greatness do us thereby more harm or good. Certainly, when one comes to understand with what an arrogance and self-assertion they have done so, putting into us as reverence that which in them is conceit, one is ready to be scornful more than enough. But rather than have a child question such claims, I would have him respect the meanest soul that ever demanded respect. The first shall be last in good time, and the power of revering come forth uninjured, whereas a child, judging his elders, has already withered the blossom of his being. But Mrs. Warder's letter was kind, perhaps a little repentant. It is hard to say. For 10 persons will repent of a sin for one who will confess it. I do not mean to the priest. That may be an easy matter, but to the only one who has a claim to the confession, namely the person wronged. Yet such a confession is in truth far more needful to the wronger than to the wronged. It is a small thing to be wronged, but a horrible thing to wrong. The letter contained a poverty-stricken expression of sympathy, and an invitation to spend the summer months with them at her old home. It might, the letter said, prove but a dull place to her after the gaiety to which she had of late been accustomed, but it might not the less suit her present sad situation and possibly uncertain prospects. Letty's heart felt one little throb of gladness at the thought of being again at Thornwick, and in peace. With all the probable unpleasant accompaniments of the visit, nowhere else, she thought, could she feel the same sense of shelter as where her childhood had passed. Mary also was pleased, for although Letty might not be comfortable, the visit would end, and by that time she might know what could be devised best for her comfort and well-being. End of chapter 47. Another change.
Chapter 48 of Mary Marston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Marston by George MacDonald, Chapter 48, Dissolution. It was now Mary's turn to feel that she was, for the first time in her life, about to be cut adrift. Adrift, that is, as a world is adrift, on the surest of paths, though without eyes to see. For 10 days or so she could form no idea of what she was likely or would like to do next. But when we are in such perplexity, may not the fact be accepted as showing that decision is not required of us, perhaps just because our way is at the moment being made straight for us? Joseph called once or twice, but for Letty's sake they had no music, as they met so seldom now. Mary, anxious to serve him as she could, offered him the loan of some of her favorite books. He accepted it with a gladness that surprised her, for she did not know how much he had of late been reading. One day she received an unexpected visit from Mr. Brett, her lawyer. He had been searching into the affairs of the shop, and had discovered enough to make him uneasy, and indeed fill him with self-reproach that he had not done so with more thoroughness immediately on her father's death. He had come to tell her all he knew, and talk the matter over with her, that they might agree what proceedings should be taken. I will not weary myself or my readers with business detail. Of the kind of things I have no great aptitude, and a great deal of incapacitating ignorance, but content myself with the briefest statement of the condition in which Mr. Brett found the affairs of Mr. Turnbull. He had been speculating in several companies, making haste to be rich, and had periled and lost what he had saved of the profits of the business, and all of Mary's as well, that had not been elsewhere secured. He had even trenched on the original capital of the firm by postponing the payment of moneys due, and allowing the stock to run down and to deteriorate, and things out of fashion to accumulate, so that the business had perceptibly fallen off. But what displeased Mary more than anything was that he had used money of her father's to speculate with in more than one public house, and she knew that if in her father's lifetime he had so used even his own, it would have been enough to make him insist on dissolving partnership. It was impossible to allow her money to remain any longer in the power of such a man, and she gave authority to Mr. Brett to make the necessary arrangements for putting an end to business relations between them. It was a somewhat complicated, therefore tedious business, and things looked worse the further they were searched into. Unable to varnish the facts to the experience of a professional eye, Mr. Turnbull wrote Mary a letter almost cringing in its tone, begging her to remember the years her father and he had been as brothers, how she had grown up in the shop, and had been to him, until misunderstandings arose, into the causes of which he could not now enter, in the place of a daughter, and insisting that her withdrawal from it had had no small share in the ruin of the business. For these considerations, and more than all for the memory of her father, he entreated her to leave things as they were, to trust him to see after the interests of the daughter of his old friend, and not insist upon measures which must end in a forced sale, in the shutting up of the shop of Turnbull and Marston, and the disgracing of her father's name along with his. Mary replied that she was acting by the advice of her father's lawyer, and with a regard she owed her father's memory in severing all connection with a man in whom she no longer had confidence, and insisted that the business must be wound up as soon as possible. She instructed Mr. Brett at the same time that if it could be managed, she would prefer getting the shop, even at a considerable loss, into her own hands, with what stock might be in it. When she would attempt to conduct the business on principles her father would have approved, whereby she did not doubt of soon restoring it to repute. While she had no intention, she said, of selling so well as Mr. Turnbull would fain have done, she believed she would soon be able to buy to just as good advantage as he. It would be necessary, however, to keep her desire a secret, else Mr. Turnbull would be certain to frustrate it. Mr. Brett approved of her plan, for he knew she was much respected, and had many friends. Mr. Turnbull would be glad, he said, to give up the whole to escape prosecution. That at least was how Mary interpreted his somewhat technical statement of affairs between them. The swindler wrote again, begging for an interview, which she declined, except in the presence of her lawyer. She made up her mind she would not go near Test Bridge till everything was settled, and the keys of the shop in Mr. Brett's hands, and remained therefore where she was with Letty, who, to keep her company, delayed her departure as long as she could without giving offence at Thornwick. A few days before Letty was at last compelled to leave, Jasper called, and heard about as much as they knew themselves of their plans. When Mary said to him she would miss her pupil, he smiled in a sort of abstracted way, as if not quite apprehending what she said, which seemed to Mary a little odd, his manners and essentials being those of a gentleman, as judged by one a little more than a lady, for there is an unnamed degree higher than the ordinary lady. So Mary was left alone, more alone than she had ever been in her life. But she did not feel lonely, for the best of reasons, that she never fancied herself alone, but knew that she was not. Also, she had books at her command, being one of the few who can read, and there were picture galleries to go to, and music lessons to be had. Of these last she crowded in as many as her master could be persuaded to give her, for it would be long, she knew, before she was able to have such again. Joseph Jasper never came near her. She could not imagine why, and was disappointed and puzzled. To know that Anne Byrom was in the house was not a great comfort to her. She regarded so much that Mary loved as of earth and not of heaven. God's world even she despised, because men call it nature, and spoke of its influences. But Mary did not go up to see her now and then. Very different she seemed from the time when first they were at work together over Hesper's twilight dress. Ever since Mary had made the acquaintance of her brother, she seemed to have changed toward her. Perhaps she was jealous. Perhaps she believed Mary was confirming him in his bad ways. Just where they were, all three of one mind, just there, her rudimentary, therefore self-sufficient religion shut them out from her sympathy and fellowship. Alone, and with her time at her command, Mary was more inclined than she had ever been, except for her father's company, to go to church. The second Sunday after Letty left her, she went to the one nearest, and in the congregation thought she saw Joseph. A week before, she would have waited for him as he came out. But now that he seemed to avoid her, she would not, and went home neither comforted by the sermon nor comfortable with herself. For the parson, instead of recognizing, through all defects of the actual, the pattern after which God had made man, would fain have made him remade after the pattern of the middle-aged monk, a being far superior, no doubt, to the most of his contemporaries, but as far from the beauty of the perfect man as the mule is that from the horse. And she was annoyed with herself that she was annoyed with Joseph. It was the middle of summer before the affairs of the firm were wound up, and the shop in the hands of the London man whom Mr. Brett had employed in the purchase. Lawyer as he was, however, Mr. Brett had not been sharp enough for Turnbull. The very next day a shop in the same street, that had been to let for some time, displayed above its now open door the sign, John Turnbull, late, then a very small of Turnbull and Marston, whereupon Mr. Brett saw the oversight of which he had been guilty. There was nothing in the shop when it was opened but that Turnbull utilized for advertisement. He had so arranged that within an hour the goods began to arrive, and kept arriving by every train for days and days after, while all the time he made public show of himself, fussing about, the most triumphant man in the town. It made people talk, and if not always as he would have liked to hear them talk, yet it was talk, and in the manner of advertisement. That is the main thing. When it was told Mary, it gave her not the smallest uneasiness. She only saw what had several times seemed on the point of arriving in her father's lifetime. She would not have moved a finger to prevent it. Let the two principles meet, with what result God pleased. Whether he had suspected her design, and had determined to challenge her before the public, I cannot tell. But his wife's aversion to shopkeeping was so great that one who knew what sort of scene passed because of it between them would have expected that, but for some very strong reason, he would have been glad enough to retire from that mode of gaining a livelihood. As it was, things appeared to go on with them just as before. They still inhabited the villa, the wife scornful of her surroundings, and the husband driving a good horse to his shop every morning. How he managed it all, nobody knew but himself, and whether he succeeded or not was a matter of small interest to any except his own family and his creditors. He was a man nowise beloved, although there was something about him that carried simple people with him for his ends, not theirs. To those who alluded to the change, he represented it as entirely his own doing, to be rid of the interference of Miss Marston in matters of which she knew nothing. He knew well that a confident lie has all the look of truth, and while fact and falsehood were disputing together in men's mouths, he would be selling his drapery. The country people were flattered by the confidence he seemed to put in them by this explanation, and those who liked him before sought the new shop as they had frequented the old one. Unlike most men, not to say lawyers, Mr. Brett was fully recognizant to Mary of his oversight, and was not a little relieved to be assured she would not have had the thing otherwise. She would gladly meet Mr. Turnbull in a fair field. Not that she would in the least acknowledge or think of him as a rival. She would simply carry out her own ideas of right without regard to him or any measures he might take. The result should be as God willed. Mr. Brett shook his head. He knew her father of old, and saw the daughter prepared to go beyond the father. Theirs were principles that did not come within range of his practice. He said to himself and his wife that the world could not go on for a 12-month if such ways were to become universal, Whether by the world he meant his own profession, I will not inquire. Certainly he did not make the reflection that the new ways are intended to throw out the old ways, and the worst argument against any way is that the world cannot go on so. For that is just what is wanted, that the world should not go on so. Mr. Brett nevertheless admired not only Mary's pluck, but the business faculty which every moment she manifested. There is a holy way of doing business, and, little as businessmen may think of it, that is the standard by which they must be tried, for their judge in business affairs is not their own trade or profession, but the man who came to convince the world concerning right and wrong, and the choice between them, or, in the older speech, to reprove the world of sin, and of righteousness, and of judgment. End of chapter 48. Dissolution.